Chapter 1201, Chaotic Battle. Since they're all here, might as well catch them once and for all. Zume was cold. There was an alluring charm in her face. Her dismissive attitude made her even more likable. A lot of heavenly lords admired her. "Let's give them a taste of the heavenly devil array we just grasped," said Yi Chen with a cold smile. A tremendous number of people came out of the vortex after he said that. They used the channels established by the Celestials to teleport themselves over. All of them were Ascendant State experts. The new arrivals confronted the people already on the battlefield, and were almost dwarfing them. It was a fact that Kai Huo, Shen Huang and the others had just established their alliance, and were still in the process of selecting a commander for their troops. The Ascendants in their ranks weren't really united yet. Su Kong's expression turned cold. She quickly said to Shen Huang and Kai Huo, "I just received a report that they entered the debris of time and spent 100 days there, which equals 10,000 years in our universe. They learned an ancient secret array. Its main section can concentrate the power of 1,800 ascendants, making them as strong as celestials. There are 108 branch arrays, each manned by 9 people. This can increase their combat ability to that of heavenly lords." "What?" Both Kai Huo and Shen Huang's expressions showed their wariness. There was such a terrifying military array. They looked at Yi Chen. That peculiar array surely belonged to the devil that came from the ancient times. They would have noticed if it were another celestial's work. No wonder they were bold enough to come. This isn't a test. "Damn it, Shen Huang, what do we do now? I suggest we leave this place and counterattack when the chance arises, or maybe we can just attack their nest and kill their subordinates," Kai Huo proposed. He was quite decisive and was determined to fight. Shen Huang's expression looked awful. That was indeed the most suitable choice. They could grab their subordinates and hide them in their universes, making it more difficult for their enemies to reach them. However, would their enemies neglect such a fact? Shen Huang was doubtful. They would have quickly decided if they were confronting other celestials. However, there was so much they didn't know about Old Monster Yi. They had scoured the Federation's databases to find information about the latter after his first appearance, and had also looked for the information in several different relics, but didn't find much. That old monster had only been a temporary star in his time. He had indeed been an eye-catching figure, but he wasn't remembered in the ages that followed. As if seeing through Shen Huang's concern, Su Kong said, "How about you prepare for battle first? I'll try to escape with my people. I'm not defecting if they don't stop me." She suddenly stopped, as she realized that there was a major flaw in her plan. Shen Huang shook his head. "We're not afraid of your defecting. However, they must have taken this scenario into consideration. They don't have to chase you, as they can go after you later." Su Kong assented, knowing it was true. "Let's try to fight them. We'll retreat if we can't win," Kai Huo said. Shen Huang replied, "All right. We must at least force them to reveal their trump cards. Let's find out how powerful the heavenly devil array is, and later figure out how to crack it." "Great." Su Kong was also on board. They talked at length, but it took place in but a moment. Yi Chen had already ordered his ascendant underlings to take a battle formation by then. They knew that some of their subordinates were Shen Huang's spies, but it was hard to sniff them out. Fortunately for the evil group, those spies only knew how to establish the array, but didn't know how to break it. The ascendants moved quickly. The 1,800 of them rushed out and stood in position. Their ascendant power was linked and combined, and the array was overseen by 9 heavenly lords. 3 of them were the leaders. They controlled the array's body, energy, and soul respectively. Having practiced for 10,000 years, the main trio had already developed a great sense of teamwork. Their brilliant golden energy was linked, which started to burn like a furnace. The flames rose to the sky and turned into a golden giant 1,000 meters tall, releasing a terrifying pressure. The change in quantity had led to a change in quality, giving way to real celestial state pressure. Shen Huang and the others changed their expressions at that moment. Their ascendant allies widened their eyes in disbelief. The 1,800 ascendant cultivators and the 9 heavenly lords had produced a celestial state combat ability. Also, they felt that the newly formed giant was even more terrifying than a regular celestial expert. The ancient secret techniques are always surprising. Kai Hu's eyes were cold, but he didn't flinch because of the current situation. He was feeling an unprecedented pressure coming from the giant. That secret array really seemed to be effective against a celestial opponent. 1,800 ascendants fused their powers with the array. It's indeed extraordinary. Shen Huang frowned gloomily. He concurrently gave the order and asked his ascendant cultivators to gather in a battle formation. He also asked those who didn't know battle formations to get ready for battle. The same order was given to the ascendants from both the Red Fire Star Zone and the Void Star Zone, who came to the ghastly realization that things weren't going in their favor. They had essentially been ambushed by Yi Chen. However, they had to fight since their celestial betters weren't planning to retreat. Song Yuan commanded the people of the Golden Star Zone. Shen Huang's 67 disciples were all ascendants except for Su Ping, Shuai Qianhu, and Diaz. They had also gone over military formation drills. Led by those disciples, the other ascendants from the Golden Star Zone also took action. They also had secret arrays they had acquired in ancient ruins, which were truly destructive. Individual actions of ascendant cultivators were useless in massive battles. They had to rely on military formations. The Lulan's ancestor quickly arranged his family's heavenly lords to activate their own secret arrays. The family wouldn't call upon all its members to gather and use that powerful array unless it was a grave crisis. That would be the very first battle they had to fight as part of an alliance. "Linlin, stay by my side," said a solemn Jian Lan as he looked at her concerned granddaughter. "Don't worry about him. His master will take good care of him." Lulan Lin withdrew her gaze, knowing that the Celestials would have to go all out during that crisis and wouldn't be able to ensure their family's safety. It was going to be a hard battle. She quickly entered Jian Lan's world and said, "Grandma, be careful." At the same time, all the ascendants took all the juniors into their small worlds. Qing Hongyu, from the Void Star Zone, entered one of her seniors' worlds too. She was feeling quite uneasy about the upcoming battle. 16th Disciple. Shen Huang then said to one of his disciples, "Take care of your 3 junior brothers. You were unwilling to cultivate military formations and only know the Royal Army's first array. We'll be using the second array, so you won't be able to participate. We'll be focusing on the battle. Your task will be to take them away however you can." The eluded young man changed his expression as he was following Song Yuan and others to establish the array, but then felt reassured after seeing how calm his master was. He quickly replied, "Master, I want to stay and help." "It's in order." The young man's lips twitched. He didn't say anything in the end, merely disengaging from the military formation. He dashed over to where Shuai Qianhu and Diaz were, still in shock on their seats, and took them into his small world. After that, he flashed over to Shen Huang, then heaved a sigh as he looked at his junior brother standing on the throne's armrest. To think his master was taking special attention to ensure his junior brother's safety at such a critical moment. It was truly unfair. "Junior brother, come in," said the young man. Su Ping glanced at his master, knowing that it had to be an order coming from him. He didn't say anything as he simply entered the world. His 16th senior brother's world was vast and beautiful. He saw that Shuai Qianhu and Diaz were already inside, standing in midair obediently. The two of them were also stunned after seeing Su Ping appear. They even felt somewhat delighted. It seemed that they somehow were as important to their master as Su Ping was. Shuai Qianhu chuckled and said, "Senior brother, it's been a long time." "Sure," Su Ping replied, then gazed toward a certain direction. The 2 juniors dashed over. Diaz said, "It's been a long time since we last met. I heard that the old monster posted a bounty for you. You must be careful." Su Ping hummed. I was hoping to exceed you, but it seems that you'll reach the ascendant state earlier than me, said Diaz with mixed feelings. He had already abandoned all grievances and wanted to make friends with Su Ping. After all, even an idiot could tell the latter's potential. It was much better to befriend him, especially being fellow disciples under Shen Huang. Sure. Stop saying that. I'm talking to you, don't you have any respect for us? Diaz had set his pride aside, but he was still triggered by Su Ping's attitude. I'm checking the situation outside. We're in trouble right now. Let's focus on that, said Su Ping without looking back. Both Diaz and Shuai Kaianu felt dazed. Shuai Kaianu asked suspiciously, Senior brother, you can see what's going on out there. They were currently in the world of an ascendant cultivator. They would have no chance to see a thing unless the ascendant allowed it. Besides, the senior brother protecting them was a heavenly lord, even though he was ranked 16th. He wasn't as strong as the top heavenly lords like their first senior brother, but he was still a heavenly lord. It was said that his mind had been disturbed because of a woman, which was why he failed to reach perfection. Can't you? Su Ping had hardly posed the question when he realized why. He then said, I'll show you. He waved a hand to invoke dark power, which hovered before their eyes like a cloud. However, there were illusory waves inside the cloud, which displayed the scenes from the exterior. The battlefield set up for the commandery competition was caught by war. Yi Chen and the others were fighting them. All kinds of powers were bursting explosively, while ascendants perished one after the other. Their pets were moaning and shedding blood. Well, the two juniors were shocked, both realizing that they were in grave danger upon seeing the gruesome scenery. They were in no mood to talk to Su Ping anymore. Both were distracted and worried because of the gory battle. Bang! All of a sudden, a sword aura appeared in their view and slashed towards them. Shuai Kaianu and Diaz unconsciously closed their eyes and raised their hands to release defensive powers. However, they soon realized that the sword aura was not aimed at them, but at their 16th senior brother who was protecting them. Zing! The sword aura was knocked away. Fang Shiliu, their 16th senior brother, punched and fended off the attack. The auditorium had been completely destroyed by then. The 1,000-meter-tall giant waved a fist, roaring as it fought. Kai Huo, Su Kong, and Shen Huang were fighting the giant together. Next to them were Yi Chen and Hai and Zhu Mei. Shen Huang's side had a clear disadvantage in that 3 versus 4 battle. They summoned their celestial pets, which were so enormous that they were like 100 interstellar aircraft carriers. Their appearance caused an overpowering rumble. However, Old Monster Yi and the others also had celestial pets of their own. The energy aftershocks caused by their battle was blocking the others completely. None of the ascendants dared to step in. Such energy trails were enough to obliterate regular cultivators of their level. They avoided that chaotic battlefield and fought fiercely elsewhere. That part of the universe was collapsing, and multiple deep spaces were being displayed at the same time in the most bizarre way. Not even the most imaginative painter could have depicted such a strange scene. Enemy ascendants had also gathered to form smaller giants in groups of 9, who then charged at the Righteous Alliance. Each of the small giants was as destructive as a heavenly lord. In particular, the small giants made with heavenly devil arrays were overpowering the military arrays formed by Song Yuan and Liu Zia, along with hundreds of ascendants. Those small giants were so agile that it was impossible to hit them. As for the other small giants, they charged at the rest of ascendants who weren't in formation. Who said you could leave? On the edge of the battlefield, 2 small giants, part dark and part golden, emerged from the void and stood in Fang Shiliu's way. Chapter 12:02, Su Ping's Battle. Let's get this over with. Kill them as soon as possible. Hardly had the 2 giants appeared when they charged at Fang Shiliu. There were altogether 9 stars glittering inside the giants purely made of energy. The colossi came to be with a formation powered by 9 ascendants. Bang! A violent force surged out. One of the giants waved a fist. Time was instantly reversed, and starlight began to shine. A channel was manifested in the void with a violent force that rushed at Fang Shiliu like a dragon. The latter's expression changed instantly, realizing how extraordinary the giants were. They were unlike the other giants in the battlefield, which were also using the power of 9 ascendants. It could even compare to those that were being used to fight against Song Yuan. Fang Shiliu roared abruptly and threw a punch imbued with his ascendant power and plenty of laws, almost shattering that part of the universe. His expression changed once again the next moment, then he punched again. There was a noise, and his hand was cut off. The brutal saber aura had been aimed to slash his face, but its power strangely severed his hand from the side, as if there were an invisible line. Fang Shiliu was exposed to frontal and rear attacks. He tried to tear apart the void and escape, but the two giants had clearly realized his purpose and worked together to block the deep spaces. He looked around and saw how other ascendants were resisting the giants in groups of different sizes. However, those formation creatures were clearly weaker than the two he was confronting. Was it because he was Shen Huang's disciple? Or was it because— "You're here for my junior brother, aren't you?" Fang Shiliu said coldly. His face was cold, but his heart felt quite heavy. He didn't expect his amazing junior brother's charm to be such that 2 giants controlled by heavenly lords would be deployed. Rot in hell. The 2 giants didn't waste time on parley. They clearly didn't consider themselves villains, and they didn't follow the rule that villains always talk too much. They resumed their fierce attacks. Fang Shiliu roared and unleashed his constitution, turning illusory. That was actually the Void Mountain Constitution, one of the 10 divine constitutions of the universe. He was born with such a constitution, which accidentally got him lost when he was 3 years old. Fortunately, his father was the lord of a galaxy and his dominion was massive. The boy was eventually found. His control over his constitution improved as he grew older. When he was 5, he was already capable of going anywhere via teleportation. He also played hide and seek with the maids in the house. He later found more uses for his physique. He could conceal his aura and instantly teleport to a place 10,000 kilometers away. He traveled across the planet once he reached his teens and observed beasts and hunters fight. He escaped easily even when he was discovered. His constitution was fully developed at that point. It wasn't merely useful for teleportation anymore. The innate laws related to the Constitution could collapse all time and space. They created a world of their own where everything would be sealed. Scary beasts emerged behind Fang Shiliu's back and merged with him as the gray-colored law patterns surfaced on his personal sky. One beast after the other appeared, roaring in space. All of them had ascendant level. Fang Shiliu's eyes were determined and cold. There was only one thought in his head. He had to get his junior brother to safety. That was the mission entrusted by his master. "Die!" Fang Shiliu roared. The void was twisted as he raised his fist. The 9th space, a place only Celestials could access, was appearing because of his constitution. A gray vortex appeared, swallowing everything. It then glowed with a dazzling light that covered one of the giants along with his secret techniques. The giant dodged in a hurry. However, one of its arms was hit and obliterated because it was too big to evade. The ascendant who had formed the arm was erased at the same time. The clash obliterated a cultivator. That was the power of a heavenly lord, an instantaneous annihilation of a peer. Energy began to leak out after the arm was gone. The giant grew a new arm. However, it was much less powerful since there wasn't an ascendant activating that limb. Fang Shiliu realized that. It was a common problem when using military formations. He charged once more with brutality emanating from his gray eyes. "You're asking to be killed." There was a silver-haired young man looking daggers at Fang Shiliu from the giant's chest area. His aura was as deep and scary as an abyss. He was completely different from his ascendant cohorts. Fang Shiliu would have recognized him if he could see the guy, who was a famous heavenly lord of the Dark Star Zone, also apprenticed to a celestial. "My sword," he roared curiously, and golden light gathered on his arm, forming a marvelous weapon. That was his ascendant ultimate treasure, which had ancient patterns circulating. Fire-swallowing sky-mincing sword. Black flames burst out on the brilliant weapon. Every cluster of flames was an unusual law. The sword attack swept over, cutting time and space apart. Any opponent with no attainments in those paths would have been instantly hit. It was still extremely powerful even when facing Fang Shiliu, who had also grasped the path of time and space perfectly. It minced many layers of time and was cutting with unstoppable momentum, making it impossible for Fang Shiliu to dodge. It seemed that he would have to fight the sword head-on. Spiritual shadow. Fang Shiliu was furious, but he didn't lose his rationality. He activated the secret technique he had invented, making use of his constitution. It was also his trademark. An identical figure emerged and confronted the sword. The next moment, two terrifying blasts burst out. The figure was flung back with heavy injuries, while cracks appeared on the sword which lost its brilliance. "It's you, the Dark Fire King." Fang Shiliu instantly found out the guy's identity. His eyes turned cold. The pair of giants were as strong as a heavenly lord, all thanks to the gathered power of several ascendants. That giant in particular was being controlled by a famous heavenly lord, who was comparable to his first senior brother. Their previous clash made evident how top warriors of that level could easily deal with average peers, just as easily as regular heavenly lords could crush ascendants. Rot in hell. The heavily wounded figure was bitten by the other giant before it hit the ground. Then, the giant ripped the figure apart with its tusks. The clone was almost as strong as Fang Shiliu. It could perform all his secret techniques except for that clone making. In other words, it was another Fang Shiliu, one who was fearless, capable of performing mutually destructive techniques. It was one of the important skills that made Fang Shiliu a heavenly lord. The latter looked quite awful at the moment. Both giants were being controlled by heavenly lords who could have kept him in check even without formations. They were of course much stronger when using formations and could eventually crush him. He suppressed his fury. The fact that they had been deployed to deal with him suggested that they were scared of his junior brother. Such a realization gave him more determination to accomplish his mission at all costs. He raised his head and looked at the battlefield where the Celestials were fighting. However, it was blurred, so he couldn't see things clearly. He could only see the magnificent giants every now and then. "I must ensure the safety of our future bringer of hope if anything happens," Fang Shiliu thought. He took a deep breath and looked at one of his pets. He then made a painful decision which brought sadness to his eyes. All of it was soon replaced by determination. His pets seemed to have realized the resolve of a friend they had accompanied for years. They all looked at him, some roaring, while others were bathed in flames of vitality. They were ready to die for him as soon as he gave the instruction. Fang Shiliu's heart was in pain, but there was no time for grief or hesitation. His body was burning and emitting light as he consumed the vitality of an ascendant state expert. The energy inside his body surged as if there were a major leak in a piping system. The dispersing aura alone had expanded the influence of his void mountain constitution to a range of hundreds of meters. "Those in my way shall die," he roared and charged toward a certain direction. The two giants sneered and chased after him, also going all out, activating their controllers' respective constitutions. Those constitutions were also among the top 10 divine constitutions of the universe. One of them had mutated, although it wasn't as formidable as Liu Zia's. Still, it was much better than the ones at the top 10. Fang Shiliu ran forward without looking back, while his pets swooped past him like airplanes. They would never see each other again once they flew by. They didn't even have the time to look at each other and say goodbye. They simply invoked all their strength and charged relentlessly. All of a sudden, a voice sounded in Fang Shiliu's head, "Senior brother." The grieving Fang Shiliu was stunned for a moment, finding the voice familiar. The next moment, he suddenly remembered that it belonged to his beloved junior brother. "Are you burning your vitality?" asked Su Ping. "You?" Fang Shiliu's head was a mess. If memory served correctly, Su Ping was still in his world. How could the guy communicate with him without his permission? Besides, the guy shouldn't have been able to detect his condition. "Just as I expected," said Su Ping. Then the miserable and raving shriek of a phoenix resounded with pride and brutality. The brilliant and bloody phoenix exploded, unleashing infinite flames that made it turn into a bird of fire, which charged at one of the giants with its remaining determination. The soul-stirring attack wasn't able to stop the giant. The Dark Fire King sneered and swung the giant's arms, ripping the phoenix to pieces like putting out a fire, when the bird's attack could have destroyed countless planets. The other giant, on the other hand, grabbed the neck of a dragon as if it were a chicken. Then, it pierced the chest of a black ape and blood gushed out. "Rot in hell." The giant coldly swung its arms, ready to tear the two pets apart, but then shock came the next moment. It looked down at its own arms, which had been cut off from the elbows. There were two ascendant experts located in the elbows to power the formation. Disbelief was written all over their faces while their bodies fell apart. Demons seemed to be swallowing them from within, not even leaving out their souls. Fang Shiliu looked back in a certain direction with utmost shock. There was a person standing quietly in the void behind him. He seemed to be walking toward the continent from the deep sea. It was none other than Su Ping. He was absolutely cold and emotionless at the moment. He was holding a brilliant and sharp sword with ripples around the edge, as if space were unable to bear such sharpness. "Junior brother." Fang Shiliu trembled as he looked at Su Ping, who was in his small world a minute before. How was it that his junior appeared before him all of a sudden? Did I only send my junior's illusion into my small world? Inside Fang Shiliu's small world, Shui Qianhu and Diaz felt dazed. The power invoked by Su Ping to witness the battles outside began to disperse when he left. The last they were able to see was that Su Ping had stepped out of senior brother Fang's world to sever the giant's tough-looking arms. Is he really our senior brother? Was he really Su Ping, who was only a star lord like them? "Senior brother, it's not the time to burn your vitality just yet. Let's fight together," said Su Ping with his back against Fang Shiliu's. He gazed at the two giants with killing intent. It had been a long time since he had felt as furious. He had sensed how the power of his senior brother's world was fading away moments earlier. He also saw the dangerous battles, soon realizing that a senior brother he had just met was burning his vitality to have more power. How could he stand by and watch? Fang Shiliu gazed at Su Ping in a trance-like state. Did his junior brother, who was barely a star lord, just propose that they fight together? But he also saw the giant's arms as they were cut off. He couldn't have been more shocked. Was it really Su Ping who did it? Impossible. What's with this brat? He almost destroyed the array with one attack. Is he truly a star lord? Anyway, the boss asked us to kill him no matter the cost. The ascendant experts inside the two giants were shocked by Su Ping's attack. It was unbelievable. A star lord was able to sever a military formation controlled by a heavenly lord. It was still shocking even when considering Su Ping's covert attack. Chapter 1203, Fierce Battle. "Senior brother, let's go." Su Ping didn't give them time to think, simply charging forth with the brilliant sword in his hand. He had an estimation of the Heavenly Lord's combat ability after observing the contest, so his actions weren't reckless. Besides, he would have been forced to take action anyway, even without intel. He couldn't let a senior he didn't even know die just so he could escape. Whoosh! Su Ping charged ruthlessly. His sword aura was so dark it was about to swallow everything. Both Dark Fire King and the one manning the other giant realized what was going on and felt amused. They had sensed that Su Ping was an authentic Star Lord. Besides, they had been briefed about the brat's life as a cultivator, who wasn't even 100 years of age. How could he possibly reach the ascendant state? Even if he miraculously reached that level, how could he compare to a heavenly lord? You could have lived a while longer if you had remained hidden. However, since you're asking to be killed, blue and black flames surged all over Dark Fire King's body. The giant's severed arms were quickly healed, even though they were much less powerful than before, without the ascendants powering them. Nevertheless, the giant was still as strong as a normal heavenly lord. The giant made a pushing motion with both arms and a wave of flames was swept out, quickly surrounding Su Ping. It looked almost as if he would have thrown himself into the fire. The Fire God Domain. Divine Realm of Flames Freeze. Dark Fire King simply activated his world. Since the target had revealed himself, he decided to end things as quickly as possible. Besides, he was a bit uneasy after Su Ping unexpectedly severed the giant's arms. The giant charged and slashed at Su Ping with countless blades made of laws, as the world unfolded and flames burned. Boom! An explosive collision burst out. Everyone was shocked to find that the giant controlled by the Dark Fire King was flung back by the force. Another figure was also flung back. It was none other than Su Ping. However, he quickly stabilized himself after flying for several hundred meters and then charged back even faster, like a swallow returning to its nest. The closer he was to the Dark Fire King, the bigger the flames on his body grew. They weren't real flames but special fire laws. Fire could burn everything in the world, except for the things that also contained divine power. Dark Fire King was completely shocked by Su Ping. The burning flames couldn't hurt Su Ping in the slightest. Rather, they seemed to have become his background, making him more formidable. I'll show you what real divine fire is like. Su Ping's eyes were cold. All of a sudden, a long shriek sounded behind his back. The entire void seemed to have been immediately torn apart. The shriek was loud and clear, carrying an everlasting pride. The sound of a mythical creature that hadn't been heard for eons was resounding in the world once again. Roar! Su Ping roared furiously, then slashed at the giant with overwhelming flames covering his body. The dazzling sword aura contained an unprecedented power. The use of God's arrival nearly exhausted Su Ping's reserves. The power surged like a nuclear explosion, causing so much damage that even the void was twisted. Dark Fire King was so shocked he couldn't help but roar, "This is impossible." The other ascendants inside the giant narrowed their eyes in shock. They quickly unleashed their worlds and overlapped them, making illusions of multiple worlds appear behind the giant's back. Bang! The sword aura swept over and tore the worlds to pieces. The golden crow shrieked and covered Su Ping's body. The sword in his hand turned into one of the golden crow's claws and dazzled brilliantly. He moved back at blinding speed. The next second, the arms defending the giant's chest exploded yet again, and a hole appeared where the Dark Fire King was. The latter was pale and shivering, which was a sign of exhaustion after resisting the attack. He had felt a brush of death a moment earlier. He has an ascendant state body, a top ascendant state body. What kind of monster is this? Dark Fire King exclaimed frantically in his heart, as if he would have run into a ghost. The man finally understood why their celestial boss had requested for the two of them to block a mere Star Lord. Their leader had already recognized the brat's terrifying potential. Such attainment was inconceivable for a Star Lord. He hasn't even cultivated for more than 100 years, right? Once he reaches the ascendant state, won't he be able to crush all the heavenly lords and become the strongest below the celestial state? Fang Shiliu, who was getting ready to protect Su Ping, was also astounded to see that Dark Fire King had actually been wounded. He could not believe his eyes. Su Ping, the one he had been protecting, had the power to wound the Dark Fire King in his prime condition. An ascendant state body. Was it also because of a generous gift from their master? Fang Shiliu even felt a little bit jealous, but he also knew it was impossible to acquire an ascendant body with gifts. Strict requirements would have to be met. He could only conclude that his junior brother was talented beyond anyone's imagination. No wonder my master asked me to take him away. Given enough time, he will amaze the entire universe when he reaches the ascendant state. He'll crush all the ascendant cultivators, Fang Shiliu thought. Such thoughts passed quickly in his mind. He noticed that the other giant appeared behind Su Ping's back. His expression changed as he roared. The dragon closest to Su Ping instantly responded with a roar of its own and moved to block the attack for him. The dazzling golden blade carried a terrifying killing aura, which was about to destroy Su Ping completely. The 9 ascendants powering the giant felt cold when they realized how threatening Su Ping was. They were determined to slay him. Su Ping heard the roaring and sensed the incoming giant. Given the influence of all the negative laws, his own laws weren't enhancing him as significantly as before. Su Ping suddenly roared, "Battle Constitution." The power used to unleash God's arrival had been replenished by power he was borrowing from another space and time. He was back in peak status. As long as he wasn't killed instantly, he could endure a war of attrition for 10,000 years. Woo! The invincible golden crow emerged, attracting the attention of many bird pets owned by those ascendant foes. The battle aura manifested had alarmed many other ascendants fighting fiercely in other places. The proud golden crow melted with Su Ping the next moment, unleashing a resplendent golden light. His body changed into the ancient and pure divine body. The purity of his body had completely activated Su Ping's golden crow bloodline, who then transformed into a growing golden crow. Bang! Hardly had he transformed into the golden crow when the blade struck him. Fang Shiliu's dragon had little time to react and was unable to stop it. The blade wounded Su Ping's back. The blade was originally aimed for the head but missed the target. He had nimbly changed his posture once he turned into a golden crow. One of his golden wings was cut off. Dazzling blood gushed out. The wounded bird seemed about to die. The scene was striking, extremely eye-catching. The next moment, many of the phoenix-type pets present felt grieved and angry. Su Ping fell straight down, as if struck dead after his wing was severed. The severed wing grew back halfway on his descent, though, and became brilliant again. He quickly stabilized himself and turned around, then stretched his wings and unleashed scorching flames to the entire void with himself as the center. Everyone thought they were in the presence of the sovereign of fire and the king of birds combined. Go! Su Ping shrieked and swooped at the giant. He became 10 times stronger after transforming into a pure divine body. He was at the moment as immaculate as golden glass. Each of his feathers released enough heat to melt the world. The 9 ascendants inside the giant wore awful expressions as they saw Su Ping's dominating presence. They were shocked, speechless, and somewhat scared. That Star Lord was such a shocking eye-opener, they didn't know what to say. While doing swooping maneuvers, Su Ping realized his shortcomings. It's a shame that I can't activate the soul entity and the ancient deity constitution at the same time. I can only use one constitution at a time. I can't make them compatible yet. It wasn't until that urgent moment that he finally figured out how he should continue cultivating. One goal was to establish new small worlds. Another thing he had to work on was to balance out the power of the many constitutions inside him. Otherwise, he would only be able to use one of them at a time. The rest would seem a waste. Die! Su Ping was again fighting fiercely against the giant. Dark Fire King had already caught his breath. Shocked and infuriated, he charged at Su Ping from another side. "I'm your opponent." Fang Shiliu dashed over and blocked the heavily wounded Dark Fire King. He summoned his pets and kept the latter occupied. By then he had realized that Su Ping could hold his own against the giant. The guy was almost as strong as him, if not stronger. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce battle made the void shake. Many ascendants who were on the run noticed the battle, and so did the other giants. All the giants soon moved toward Su Ping and Fang Shiliu. Back in the formation controlled by Song Yuan, many senior brothers and sisters were working together to block the surrounding giants. Some of them heard the roars and saw Su Ping's battle. "That's Junior Brother Su." Master mentioned that Junior Brother Su carries the ancient Golden Crow bloodline. "That Golden Crow is our junior brother. Seriously, he's fighting the giant on even terms." All the dozens of senior brothers and sisters were shocked, their eyeballs almost popping out. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was crazy. "Hurry up, let's go there." Song Yuan noticed the situation and immediately remembered how Fang Shiliu was summoned by their master, who had probably tasked him with taking Su Ping away in secret. Furthermore, it was highly unusual for two giants controlled by heavenly lords to be there. It seemed that they considered Su Ping as the most important target. Su Ping's performance had also made him realize that there was a reason why old monster Yi was so wary of Su Ping. All the senior brothers and sisters inside the formation mobilized their magnificent golden giant in Su Ping's direction with the help of other ascendants. The giants attacking them had also noticed the distant battle and were astonished. However, they didn't receive any new orders. Their mission was to destroy Song Yuan and his team. They began to attack even more fiercely upon seeing their intentions to reinforce others. Bang! Su Ping's sharp claw was filled with a strong aura as he continued slashing with the sky execution technique, which almost became perfect as he wielded more and more power. It's indeed as strong as a top heavenly lord. The pressure of its world is also imposing. Unfortunately, it's still flawed compared to that of a real top heavenly lord. It's not agile enough. However, it carries much more strength. Those flaws are unimportant in a head-on clash. Su Ping fought the giant fiercely. Neither had the upper hand. Su Ping became increasingly familiar with his sword technique as he fought, and his attacks gradually became more powerful. He fused the path of ultimate darkness he just comprehended and the immortal golden crow flames into his sword auras, which would never die out once they struck the giant. The giant would have to give up that portion of energy and replace it. While Su Ping was fighting fiercely, he suddenly heard senior brother Fang's exclamation, "Junior brother, careful." He quickly turned around and dodged, but he was still slapped by a terrifying whip. His golden wings almost fell apart. Chain-shaped wounds of a dark red color remained. Su Ping instantly sensed that an invisible force was pulling his body by the wings. "Hurry!" roared another giant who had attacked him, holding Su Ping with the chain. Those manning the original giant fighting against Su Ping realized what was going on. The giant was instantly shrouded in flames. The 9 ascendants unleashed all the power of their worlds. A brilliant saber was suddenly condensed in the void, which gave off a breathtaking aura. Such a weapon made the top heavenly lords change their expressions, feeling as if they were about to be destroyed. Su Ping's face also changed as he flapped his wings. However, the binding force seemed to have pinned him to the bone. He even attempted to cut off his wings, but the force remained. Mutated soul power. He instantly realized what was going on. With cold eyes, he quickly turned into a soul entity. He immediately transformed from a brilliant golden crow to a dark one. The shape remained, but he was now releasing an infinite aura of the undead. If he was a divine bird totem moments before, he was now a bringer of disaster and destruction. Bang! The mutated soul power was then made visible over the golden crow's wings. It looked like bloody intestines. Su Ping swung abruptly and tore it apart. Chapter 1204, Killing a Heavenly Lord. "This is impossible," exclaimed the giant on the other side of the bloody chain exclaimed. An old ascendant riding the giant's chest area, who was almost as good as a heavenly lord, looked at Su Ping with shock written all over his face. How can he possibly have so much soul power? It's impossible. A star lord. He's merely a star lord. Not just him, the other ascendants were quite taken aback too. Not only does he flaunt a top ascendant state body, he also carries the soul power of a heavenly lord. The energy inside his body had yet to completely transform into ascendant state power, but Su Ping was almost an ascendant at the moment. SHT. The ones manning the giant that used full force to slay Su Ping were the most embarrassed and infuriated. They raised the saber, but Su Ping had clearly broken free from the soul chain. How could they possibly hit the target right then? Die. Once free, Su Ping simply charged at the giant that jumped out of nowhere with an ambush attack of his own. His golden crow shape was no longer brilliant. It was filled with the aura of death and looked like a rotten corpse. He approached the enemy in the blink of an eye. The enemy realized what Su Ping was up to. The giant quickly swung bloody chains, unleashing a fiery ascendant aura. Many ascendant worlds appeared and moved towards Su Ping. Bang! Su Ping waved his claws and easily ripped the bloody chains apart. Once transformed into a soul entity, even though his physical strength was weakened, he could hurt the enemy's soul with his own soul power. That was a significant feat. The bloody chains failed to stop Su Ping. The ascendant state worlds then descended and enshrouded him. Su Ping instantly felt restraints all over his body. Many powerful laws pierced his body, trying to suppress and rip him to pieces. Break! Su Ping was dragged down as if he were negotiating a swamp. He suddenly trembled, then many small worlds appeared around him. Even though they weren't as powerful as ascendant worlds, they overlapped like lotus flowers. In the blink of an eye, his third, fourth, and fifth small worlds showed up. The 5 small worlds resonated together and stacked like lotus flowers, immediately repelling the ascendant worlds. Even though the giant had concentrated the power of 9 ascendants and could release any of the 9 ascendant worlds, it couldn't unify their power. Bundling them together was the only option, and their pressure would be the same. Su Ping's overlapping small worlds, on the other hand, had a multiplying effect. They could compare to ascendant worlds in terms of bursting power. The brilliant 5 small worlds amazed all the people on the battlefield. The ascendants who showed up as reinforcements were shocked at the sight. That's the little Star Lord's unique secret technique, multiple small worlds. Most unbelievably of all, he had cultivated 5 small worlds. Such power made a lot of ascendants feel jealous. Su Ping didn't have any shortcomings at the moment. He was more than able to fight against ascendants one-on-one. This brat, elsewhere, Liu Xia also noticed the change while she controlled another giant. The ascendants of the red fire star zone in her formation were all shocked. To think that such a genius had emerged in the golden star zone. No wonder he's wanted by a celestial. Those chased by celestials in history were mostly heavenly lords. He's the first star lord to achieve this, and rightly so. Is that the effect of having multiple small worlds? I can't believe it. There's truly a way for a star lord to challenge an ascendant. The universe is truly a boundless place. We were simply too ignorant. They didn't forget to accelerate and gather around Su Ping, as they discussed with mixed emotions. Su Ping no longer felt restrained after pushing the ascendant worlds away with his 5 small worlds. He then approached the giant, letting out soul-piercing shrieks and waving his claws, riddling the giant with wounds. The ascendant cultivator located on its shoulder was exposed. Su Ping's sharp claw moved toward him before he could recover. No! The man was terrified, feeling cold as he gazed at the sharp claw approaching, which was Su Ping's sword underneath. His pupils dilated, overwhelmed by fear. He never thought he would ever experience the fear of death because of a mere Star Lord's attack. He quickly released his ascendant power, then used 2 secret techniques that would take a toll on his body later, all for a quick increase in combat ability. Still, everything happened all too fast. Su Ping's sharp claw had ripped him apart before he could move, making him look like a golden flower in bloom. The torn-up body was swallowed and minced inside a vortex. All those witnessing the fight were even more shocked. A single attack killed the opponent. Even though Su Ping had shown comparable strength when fighting the giant, the realization wasn't as straightforward as that victory. A Star Lord had instantly killed an ascendant state cultivator. This is unbelievable. Our junior brother is really tough. Damn, I finally understand why our master likes our junior brother so much. He's tremendously strong. Hurry up first, senior brother, let's go there. Song Yuan was shocked too. He was spurred into action by the urging voices, dashing over without caring about the consequences. He had seen countless geniuses since he was Shen Huang's first disciple, but none of them was like Su Ping. He'll definitely become the champion of the universe when he reaches the celestial state. He might even be able to unify the whole universe and make the saints on the original planet lower their heads. The idea occurred to Song Yuan, but he soon suppressed it and focused on fighting the giants. Su Ping became even more brutal after killing that ascendant, relentlessly attacking the weakened giant, causing critical damage with every move. The giant had been formed by 9 ascendants anyway. None of them was a heavenly lord. The controller was barely as strong as one, and thus the giant only had average heavenly lord might. It was soon heavily wounded under Su Ping's crazy attacks. Bang! Su Ping tore the giant's other arm, then forced the ascendant found there to come out. He then bit him apart. Go to hell. A sharp and terrifying aura came from the rear. It was the giant that had made the strong attack to slay Su Ping before. It charged at Su Ping with saber in hand. Su Ping didn't reply. He dodged the attack, then kept on attacking the ambushing giant, soon tearing off its 2 legs and executing the ascendants inside. Everyone was flabbergasted to see how easily he was fighting against 2 giants. They finally realized that normal ascendants were no match for him. This Star Lord is still far from reaching the ascendant state, but he's strong enough. He's almost as strong as an upper heavenly lord. Mr. Su, we're here to help. Along with the roars, several military formations were moving closer. Behind them was a beautiful and magnificent giantess. She was Goddess Galen, the founding mother of the Lulen family. The military formation, which recreated their founder's image, was of the utmost sacred condition. She unleashed a terrifying wave of destruction that easily pierced the void. The formation led by the master of the Lulen family moved to offer aid. The other ascendants of the family were also approaching, while manning smaller formations. All of them saw how strong Su Ping was. They felt thrilled and shocked, not expecting their family to have won such a jackpot. Investing in Su Ping had been the best decision the family had ever made in the past 30,000 years. Hey! Inside a formation, Jian Lan wore a conflicted expression. Su Ping's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. Even heavenly lords like her were shocked. She knew that Su Ping had a chance of rising to the celestial state and shine in the universe, but she had just realized that he was already strong enough to dazzle them all. Jian Lan heaved a sigh when the thought of her granddaughter came to mind. She remembered what she had told her descendant. However, it was an extremely arduous task to even catch up with the shadow of such a man. Jian Lan felt conflicted as she remembered the things that happened to her when she was young. She didn't expect her granddaughter to repeat her life. The only difference was that her loved one had died before she was strong enough to rescue him. The greatest distance between 2 humans is the gap in strength. Bang! The people of the Heavenly Devil Alliance too realized what a genius Su Ping was as they gathered and swarmed closer. They knew fully well that such a threat had to be exterminated. Even though Su Ping was hardly a weak toddler, it would be impossible to kill him in the future if they didn't act right then. A lot of giants quickly charged at Su Ping. It was quite a splendid scene. Su Ping's reinforcements chased them, and the giants were in the lead, hopping to kill Su Ping before the reinforcements arrived. Junior brother, Fang Shiliu roared and charged as he tried to offer assistance. However, he was held back by the giant led by Dark Fire King. His battle pets were heavily wounded too. Even though Dark Fire King was the only one fighting him, he could only struggle to ensure his safety. After all, the guy was an actual heavenly lord enhanced by a formation. He would be able to break free if he were as strong as his eldest brother. Su Ping glanced at the giants surrounding him. There were a dozen of them. His eyes were cold since that wasn't a cultivation site. He could not die there, not even once. Little skeleton. Little fatty. Su Ping suddenly summoned his battle pets. 2 figures quickly appeared in front of Su Ping. One was like his shadow, extremely tiny. It was the little skeleton. The other was a white-furred chubby creature. It was the young chaos beast. Even though Su Ping had never focused on training the latter, it had a top-graded bloodline and had received training from the Chaos Perception Dragon. It was the strongest among Su Ping's pets. Not even the Dark Dragon Hound and the Inferno Dragon could compare, and they had fought countless battles with Su Ping. Its bloodline was truly special. Roared. Hardly had the young chaos beast arrived when it sensed the powerful auras surrounding them. Such a stimulation roused the creature, which then expanded, bristling with fury. It began to emanate strange auras, as if some sort of ferocious beast were awakening and revealing its true, scary appearance. "Stop roaring, come and merge with me," Su Ping said quickly. The little skeleton had already merged with him, covering his body with an exoskeleton which made him look like a tyrant from the netherworld. The young chaos beast glared back at Su Ping because of the interruption. However, it wasted no time in merging with Su Ping's body. The young chaos beast was ferocious and could certainly defeat enemies above its level, but it was only a star-state creature. Su Ping feared it would be surrounded and killed. A terrifying power radiated from his body after the fusion. It was abundant and ancient. It was the power of chaos. Su Ping took a deep breath. It was the first time fighting with such an arrangement. He had mostly trained his own abilities while in cultivation sites, rarely merging with his pets. The dual merging made him experience an unprecedented power explode inside his body. Phew! Su Ping exhaled. The world changed before him as his eyes were transformed into eyes of chaos which looked like vortices. The universe changed significantly, laws surfaced, and the traces of divine power were visible. In addition, a more unusual power was also manifesting. Su Ping then saw strange lines interconnecting. They seemed to be the very essence of the universe. Is this the universe in the little fatty's eyes? Su Ping looked at the giant, then instantly noticed plenty of those lines. Some were extremely feeble, and they were the cores supporting the massive creation. Are those the flaws of the military formations? He charged ferociously to test his findings. Those powering the giant knew that reinforcements would soon arrive, so they went all out, burning vitality and adding the enhancement of ascendant worlds to charge at Su Ping. The previously magnificent ascendant worlds became crude in Su Ping's eyes. They were made of countless lines, which also revealed lots of vulnerable spots. Su Ping flew quickly through the openings past the ascendant worlds. He wasn't pushed away, he actually went through them. All the ascendants inside the giant were left in shock. Su Ping actually passed through our worlds without using his own. The next moment, Su Ping unleashed the power of his small worlds in full scale. The pressure of the 6 dazzling small worlds froze the giant for a moment. Su Ping immediately slashed with his divine sword and burning soul power, cutting the giant apart. An explosion took place. However, the blast didn't spread out. It actually collapsed like a black hole, consuming all the ascendants and crushing them. Their souls were completely pulverized. Revival was impossible. Many of the warriors operating the giants were rendered speechless upon seeing the astonishing attack. A single attack killed a heavenly lord. The giants had already reached Su Ping. All of them gazed at the monster covered in bones. They were all frightened and determined to get rid of that genius. Chapter 12:05 Retreat. There was a grand display of ascendant secret techniques, seemingly able to cut the universe apart. Su Ping was like a boat drifting in a surging ocean. Boom tilde. A torrent of power rolled forth as a dozen giants attacked at the same time, all intent on destroying him completely. He must not live another day. Even though they hadn't received orders to slay Su Ping, their own level and experience wouldn't let them leave and sleep well, knowing that such a powerful enemy was out there. Damn it! Su Ping's expression changed a bit and his anger grew, watching as the dozen giants unleashed their power. He roared and charged with his sword, his 6 small worlds being activated at the same time. The combined power was appalling. Bang! A dazzling sword aura slashed out. Su Ping could almost see the being who had created the sky execution technique to fight the supreme heavens. He would kill everyone in his own way, even if they were gods. The essence of the sky execution technique was completely assimilated by Su Ping. All his power and laws were infused into the sword. He also added the chaotic power of his young chaos beast. Infinite light was glowing, almost like the explosion of 1,000 suns. He stood at the center, his sword rising to the sky and destroying the incoming attacks. There was a shriek, and Su Ping flew out like a bird covered in blood. The faces of all the onlookers changed upon witnessing such a sight. "Stop! Junior brother, hang in there. Faster be faster." All the reinforcements were arriving. They were all shocked to see Su Ping breaking out of the circle. However, their reactions were quick as they engaged his pursuers. Song Yuan was extremely shocked. He controlled the formation and approached Su Ping, then threw over a golden chain to pull him close. "Junior brother, are you all right?" asked Song Yuan in a hurry. Su Ping's face was pale. The golden crow shape gradually faded away, and he eventually recovered his original appearance. He was extremely spent at the moment and was having a hard time recovering. Song Yuan gazed at him and changed his expression. Countless wounds caused by ascendant laws lingered on his junior's body. The lingering powers prevented Su Ping's own laws from functioning properly. The latter couldn't have been any weaker. "Those bloody scumbags. I'm going to kill them all." The nearby Chunyu, Zhu Feng and Jai Zuking were shocked to see Su Ping's wounds, which would have killed anyone else. They could not imagine what kind of fierce attacks Su Ping had endured. All those attacks had been comparable to full-strength strikes of a dozen heavenly lords, and yet Su Ping survived through it all. It was unbelievable. "Let me." Jai Zuking quickly grabbed Su Ping's body and purged the foreign energies on Su Ping's body with a law that she created. Chunyu stood on the other side as he took action without saying a word. He solemnly grabbed Su Ping's wrist and helped him heal the terrifying wounds inflicted on his chest, where the lingering laws were still damaging Su Ping's body. He would have been obliterated if his flesh hadn't attained the ascendant state. Song Yuan allowed his juniors to treat Su Ping, feeling relieved that the latter's condition was stabilized. He then ordered the others to continue fighting. "Stop them. Die." The goddess Galen, array powered by the Lulens, threw a punch that shattered the void. One of the giants failed to dodge in time and was struck in the chest. The ascendant warrior inside the chest was pulled out, and the formation giant instantly began to fall apart. Goddess Galen slapped the giant, which immediately exploded. All the remaining experts in the formation perished. "Is Mr. Su all right?" the Lulan ancestor asked in a hurry. Song Yuan answered mid-fight. "He's fine for now. My junior brothers and sisters are healing him." "That's great," said the relieved elder. He was rather shocked by what he had seen that day. It was unprecedented, a true eye-opener for him. A Star Lord was able to fight against several heavenly lords. It was unbelievable. There were tales told in the universe about some Star Lords in the primordial times who could challenge ascendant cultivators. But those were just tales. No one in the entire universe was capable of such a feat. Some of the exceptional geniuses born once every 100,000 years could probably resist 1 or 2 ascendant-level strikes if the opponent wasn't serious. Otherwise, they would end up beaten up. "Take good care of Mr. Su then," said the Lulan ancestor. Song Yuan said, "He's my junior brother, you don't need to tell me that." The Lulan ancestor controlled Goddess Galen to resume the attacks coming from all directions. "Damn it!" Dark Fire King, the one who had been fighting against Fang Shiliu, put on an awful expression, knowing that the assassination plan had failed. He had thought that Su Ping and Fang Shiliu would be easily dealt with. The always careful monster, he had sent 2 giants controlled by heavenly lords as an added measure. They could have surely killed a heavenly lord such as Fang Shiliu. To their misfortune, Su Ping turned out to be a truly ferocious fellow, much stronger than a normal heavenly lord. His strength could even be comparable to that of top heavenly lords. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events? A delighted Fang Shiliu laughed once he saw that Su Ping was safe. "Haha, as expected of my junior brother. Master, your eyes were really keen." He had previously felt jealous of Su Ping's privileges, but all of it changed into admiration for his master's discerning eye, having discovered Su Ping's potential. "You think you're safe now. You must die today," said Dark Fire King with a gloomy tone. Fang Shiliu glared at him and said coldly, "Now, it's time to avenge my partners." "Hilarious." Dark Fire King sneered and charged at Fang Shiliu without saying another word. The former had the power of a top-tier heavenly lord thanks to the formation. Slaying Fang Shiliu was only a matter of when. Boom boom. There were shattered battlefields everywhere in the void. The deep spaces were like overturned buckets, making all the paint spill out. The sight was both glamorous and strange. While under the cover of a formation, Su Ping sensed the hostile ascendant laws disperse, and his healing speed went back to normal. His strength recovered soon after. He glanced at Chunyu and Jai Zuking, who were still treating, then said, "Thank you, seniors." "No need to thank us. You were truly lucky to have survived." Jai Zuking glanced at him and complained, "Junior brother, you truly hid yourself well. Surprises keep on coming. You're probably strong enough to compete for the commandery." Su Ping said helplessly, "Senior sister, please don't make fun of me. I can't compare to our eldest brother." Jai Zuking chuckled and said, "Who knows?" Chunyu gazed at Su Ping and said, "Junior brother, Master said that there's a big shot backing you and keeping you safe. Even old Monster Yi is afraid of him. I suggest you go right back and stay with him. You may well be as strong as a top heavenly lord and be able to go anywhere you want in the universe, but the potential you've displayed is even more astounding. Maybe a couple of celestials will come after you next time, not just heavenly lords." Su Ping couldn't help but look at him, feeling somewhat touched by how talkative his ever-taciturn second senior brother was at the moment. "Thank you for your reminder, second senior brother. I'll go straight to training in seclusion once I return home." Chunyu felt relieved. He said, "That would be great." Jai Zuking looked at Su Ping up and down. "I truly don't know how you've been cultivating all this time. Maybe you'll already be an ascendant by the time you come out of seclusion next time, right? You'll be the strongest below the celestial state by then." "Senior sister, please stop flattering me. I'm not nearly strong enough yet," said Su Ping helplessly. Jai Zuking rolled her eyes. "Being too modest is just as bad." Bang. Banged. Exactly at that moment, a rumbling noise burst out in the sky as several magnificent figures flew out. They revealed themselves to be Shen Huang, Zhu Mei, Old Monster Yi, Zhu Mei, and the other celestials. Both parties engaged in battle noticed their arrival. Su Ping looked up, only to see Shen Huang outside of Song Yuan's military formation. He waved his hand, and the entire world grew dim. He took everyone into his small universe. "Master," Song Yuan asked in shock and suspicion. "Let's retreat to the celestial court." Shen Huang's voice came from outside of the universe. He sounded quite serious. All the people still inside the formation looked at each other with concern. In a way, our master was escaping, right? Is the Heavenly Devil Alliance really that terrifying? No one asked. Everybody was deeply worried. The universe covering them faded, and they found themselves in a brilliant palace. It was none other than the ancient and extravagant celestial court. There was a blue layer of energy outside of the celestial court. The clone Shen Huang left in the celestial court had already been activated and was on high alert. "Everybody, it is time to be fully prepared for war. You must stay in the celestial court and be ready to fight the Heavenly Devil Alliance," said Shen Huang solemnly. Everyone exchanged bewildered looks, including Shen Huang's disciples, the Lulens powering Goddess Galen, and other ascendant allies. The Lulens dispelled the formation, and Goddess Galen dispersed in mid-air. "Shen Huang, I wonder." The Lulan ancestor hesitated, hopping to learn more details. Shen Huang looked at him and the others. Then he said solemnly, "Old Monster Yi's Heavenly Devil array is indeed extraordinary. Adding the power of 3 celestial experts, our team was unable to beat them. We could only dodge their attacks for now. We'll start working on new military formation to counter the Heavenly Devil Alliance when the time comes." Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment. Shen Huang had said it in quite a subtle way. They probably weren't just incapable of beating the enemy, they had been forced to run away. "Lord Shen Huang, will the Heavenly Devil Alliance chase us?" asked one of the Heavenly Lords in a prudent manner. Shen Huang replied, still solemn, "I don't know, but they will pay the price if they dare. Su Kong and Kai Hua will be joining us. Besides, this is the Celestial Court. I'll be able to hold them off until reinforcements arrive, even if they come." "That is correct." Song Yuan nodded with brutality in his eyes. "If they do dare to come, we'll gladly show them what the real Titan Divine Array is." The Titan Divine Array. The legendary array of the ancient gods. Many knowledgeable ascendants were surprised by the announcement. The Lulans were equally astonished. As expected of a celestial expert, the man had access to legendary stuff. Shen Huang ignored their reactions as he stared at Su Ping with a troubled expression. He set Su Ping and himself aside in another time and space where time flowed 100 times slower. "I noticed your battle. I didn't expect you to become this strong. I truly underestimated you." Shen Huang's expression showed conflicting emotions. He would have felt proud if he were the one training Su Ping. However, he knew that Su Ping's performance had little to do with him. "About that," Su Ping scratched his head and looked around at the glowing environment, knowing that his master was talking to him in private. "Unfortunately," Shen Huang heaved a sigh, "there isn't enough time. Given 10,000 years, no, 1,000 years, you would have a shot at the ascendant state. You would then be so strong that even a celestial like old Monster Yi would have to resort to sneak attacks if he wanted to kill you." Su Ping nodded. "Master, don't worry. I'll be training in seclusion. I won't go anywhere." Shen Huang gave a slight nod. "Cultivation is boring, but you must see it through. I'll buy you enough time. There isn't much I can do as your master, but I'll surely give you enough time so that you're able to shine in the entire universe." "Master, please don't say that. You've already helped me a lot," said Su Ping in a hurry. Shen Huang shook his head, flashing a bitter smile. "It wasn't just me. Both Su Kong and Kai Hua saw your performance and have high hopes for you. Our choice to retreat was partly because we couldn't win and partly because we saw you." Su Ping felt dazed. "We saw hope in you. Given enough time, you might become a comrade fighting by our side. That's when our alliance will be the most powerful. It is then when we'll fight the Heavenly Devil Alliance for the last time," said Shen Huang. "But I'm only a Star Lord right now." Su Ping instantly felt how little time there was. He had to reach the celestial state to confront experts such as old Monster Yi. It was too far a goal at the moment, even if he were to cultivate day and night. "That's all right. As I said, even if I can't give you anything else, I can still buy you enough time so you can cultivate and grow. No need to care about anything else. I'll make sure that everything is okay," said Shen Huang. Chapter 1206, The Titan Divine Array. Su Ping simply nodded in silence after feeling his master's sincerity. "I'll take good care of your parents. I've also fetched your sister. You can meet her any time you want. She is now your second brother's disciple," said Shen Huang, hoping that Su Ping would focus on cultivation without worrying about his family. Su Ping had heard his senior Jai Zuking mention that before. He nodded and said, "Thank you, master. I won't be meeting my sister for now, just let her cultivate." Su Ping did miss Su Lingyu, but he was also aware that time was of the essence. It would be better to cultivate than to reunite with his family. He wouldn't be able to enjoy life until he defeated their formidable foes. "Okay." Shen Huang nodded. The next moment, the glowing space was gone and Su Ping was back on the square. The ascendants around him were still talking about war preparations. It seemed that he had only talked with his master for 2 seconds. "Second senior brother." Su Ping looked at Chunyu and said while looking confused, "Master said that my sister is now your disciple. Thank you for taking care of her." Chunyu replied with a smile, "Your sister is quite gifted. Her potential was squandered because of her poor background. But it's all taken care of now. I've helped her reshape her bones and constitution. There's a chance she can rise to the ascendant state if she works hard. Thank you very much, second senior brother, said Su Ping quickly. He knew that Su Lingyu was gifted. She was a young genius back on the blue planet and could have risen to the star state with enough resources. Still, that kind of talent was just mediocre considering the whole scope of the Federation. Her strength would place her amongst random members of any major family. If her bones and genes were reshaped, and given the right opportunities, she could probably reach the ascendant state. The ascendant state is not bad at all. She would practically be immortal. Su Ping's hopes weren't too high. If possible, he would rather keep his family away from the war. Besides, living could be a painful task if one was immortal. Shen Huang then gave more instructions for all their war preparations. Heavenly lords such as Song Yuan and Chunyu would defend different parts of the celestial court with their legions. Su Ping's task was to focus on cultivating and rise to the ascendant state as soon as possible. Everyone left once the meeting was over. Those familiar with Su Ping went to greet him, including the Lulan ancestor, their current leader, and Heavenly Lord Jian Lan. Su Ping quickly turned around and said goodbye upon seeing the beautiful girl next to Heavenly Lord Jian Lan. Jian Lan heaved a sigh as she saw him leave, then said to Lulan Lin, "Our family won't interfere with your marriage anymore. He's a top genius but not necessarily a great husband. We underestimated him, thinking he had the likelihood of becoming a celestial. The current events proved that this is basically bound to happen. Also, he's already as strong as a heavenly lord right now. He'll probably become the strongest being in the universe once he reaches the celestial state. He might be able to completely unify the warring star zones of the Federation." She paused for a moment as if feeling conflicted about the scenario described. She signed and said, "His wife will surely be a celestial too. An ascendant's life is long, but they're not truly immortal." Lulan Lin understood her grandmother's message. She bit her lips and looked in the direction where Su Ping left. She then clenched her fists as one thought rolled in her head: the celestial state. If I reach the celestial state, would I be able to fight by his side? She felt rather desperate. Everything she knew and learned since birth attested to how unreachable that state was. There had never been a celestial expert in all the history of the Lulan family. Some extraordinary geniuses had emerged, including her grandmother Jian Lan, who was much more gifted than she was. That was why she was a heavenly lord. The thought only flashed in her head. She soon became determined again, then said to Jian Lan in a low voice, "Grandmother, I want to go to the blue orchid mysterious realm." Jian Lan trembled as she looked down at her favorite granddaughter, whose head was lowered at the moment. Her expression couldn't be seen. However, her fists were clearly clenched, still unwilling to give up. Jian Lan heaved a sigh, but then there was an odd and sudden feeling of admiration. She had placed the matter on the table quite clearly, believing that Lulan Lin would be smart enough to understand and back down. However, she didn't expect that the latter would have the determination and courage to fight for the celestial state. Such a display of determination and courage could be seen as hilarious, but anyone would be stuck in mediocrity if the peak wasn't the objective. "All right, but you must be prepared for the risk of dying," said Jian Lan. Lulan Lin nodded hard. On the other hand, Su Ping returned to the blue planet in Jai Zuking's company. She was asked to escort him mainly because she was a heavenly lord too. It would have been absurd to send Yi Feng to protect him, because Su Ping would have been the one protecting him instead if they were truly caught in a dangerous situation. Yi Feng was no longer Su Ping's guard. He didn't know what to say about that junior brother of his who had been pretending to be weak. His team had been watching over Su Ping's planet, fearing that other ascendants would attack. But even if they did go there, they would only be sending themselves to the slaughter if they met Su Ping. That is, unless a celestial state decided to make a move. The journey wasn't long. Jai Zuking's protection was already enough while traveling inside the celestial court's energy shield. Even if a celestial of the Heavenly Devil Alliance did show up, they would be capable of surviving long enough for Shen Huang to get there. Junior brother, keep it up. I look forward to seeing you in the ascendant state. Jai Zuking winked. Su Ping cupped his hands and thanked her. Jai Zuking didn't stay too long, slipping away after sending Su Ping to his destination. She would have felt embarrassed to stay with his junior. His previous low profile made her feel she had been teased by him. Once back in Ria, Su Ping suddenly remembered the true owner of the place and wondered where the man was at the moment. He shook his head, not giving it further thought as he returned to his store. Tang Ruyan and the others were busy receiving customers. He was so famous that he was a walking at the moment. There were too many customers every day. It was impossible for him to run a store in a low profile, unless he were to change his appearance and migrate to some uninhabited planet. This would only trick ordinary people, though. He would be exposed sooner or later, and the assassins of the Heavenly Devil Alliance would eventually show up. The store's daily quota was soon reached, and they closed for business. The customers still waiting in line had long grown accustomed to such a thing. Su Ping summoned Joanna and said, "Are you free to go back with me?" Go back? Joanna felt dazed for a moment, then her eyes glittered. Back to my place. Sure. Okay, Joanna quickly said. Even though her life in Su Ping's store was easy, she was still more accustomed to the demigod burial, which was her hometown. Even the air in that place felt sweeter to her. Tang Ruyan quickly approached them and pitifully said, "Can I go with you?" No, Su Ping was quick to shoot her down. You've used up your outstanding employee reward. Wait until the next time. Your job now is to watch over the store for me, and you're too slow as a cultivator. You can hardly catch up. Just take your time. Tang Ruyan felt frustrated, but I want to become strong too. Then keep wanting. Su Ping went to the Chaos Spirit pool room and took Joanna to the demigod burial. They appeared in the sky above a desolate plain. Joanna looked around and asked Su Ping, "Are you here for them?" "We can ask them for help if you think it's necessary," said Su Ping. "I want to find people who are about to go through their heavenly tribulations. I need to experience tribulations again." That was the main purpose of his trip. He was hoping to become more familiar with that phenomenon by experiencing several of them. Joanna was enlightened. No wonder Su Ping didn't go to the Archean divinity, which was a better place, and opted for that cultivation site instead. "All right, I'll summon them right now." Joanna closed her eyes and glimmered. A moment passed, then she opened her eyes and said, "They'll be here in a minute. I believe that their attitude will be different." Whatever. Su Ping didn't really care about that. He was basically immortal when he visited the place anyway. He could practice fighting celestials again if they had another argument. All of a sudden, Su Ping remembered the Titan Divine Array mentioned during the previous gathering, and was also reminded that Joanna carried the Titan God bloodline. Feeling intrigued, he asked, "Do you know the Titan Divine Array? It's a military formation." "The Titan Divine Array." Dazed for a moment, Joanna replied, "Of course. Where did you hear that from? It's a secret godly array. It's a small formation used in war." Su Ping was surprised, not expecting that she would truly know it. A small formation for war? How powerful is it? What about the larger ones? It's reasonably powerful. There's the inferior Titan Divine Array and the superior Titan Divine Array. The first one requires 18 members, while the other one requires a number of people divisible by 9, the minimum being 81. Joanna added, 18 ascendants as strong as me can fight against a celestial with the inferior Titan Divine Array. 81 people as strong as me can kill a superior god with the superior Titan Divine Array. Su Ping was astonished by the numbers and reach of the superior Titan Divine Array. And that's just a small military formation. "What about the big military formations?" asked Su Ping in a hurry. "The big military formations are controlled by the 7 clans and some of the high-ranked gods," said Joanna. "But as far as I know, those have to be supervised by emperor-level experts. They cannot be used otherwise." Su Ping grimaced. The thought of such power terrified him. "Are there medium-sized ones?" "Yes. They require superior gods as the core, but I only know their names. I don't know the details. After all, I left a long time ago. You'll have to look for answers in the Archean divinity if you're interested. Su Ping's eyes glittered. That was a great solution. His senior brothers and sisters would be greatly strengthened if he could get his hands on such formations and showed them to his master. It could even be the deciding factor in the war. After all, military formations were equivalent to aircraft carriers and nuclear bombs on underdeveloped planets. Countries with better technology and firepower could do whatever they wanted. "It's been a long time," said a gentle voice. Heather, wearing a hazy and intriguing black dress, walked out of the void. "Anna, you're back," said Avril with a smile as she appeared. "Mr. Su, we are sorry for what happened last time," said Chevalier immediately after stepping out of the void, his attitude showing sincerity. Ebor appeared next to him and also looked at Su Ping with sincere eyes. "Apologies for my arrogant outburst." Su Ping's eyebrows went up as he looked at their completely different attitude. Their change was too much and too sudden, which was beyond his expectation. Their manners were impeccable this time. Su Ping had no time to consider what they were truly thinking, but he knew fully well that those superior gods wouldn't have apologized to a Mr. Nobody if they didn't see him as valuable. "That's all right. I've come to you because I need your help. I need to find people ready to go through heavenly tribulations as I want to experience it firsthand," Su Ping said directly. Experience their heavenly tribulations. They had already become used to Su Ping's straightforward ways. Even though they felt slightly uncomfortable, they didn't show anything on the surface. They were merely astonished by the request. "That's right. I want to experience their heavenly tribulations to polish my body some more," said Su Ping. They unconsciously looked at Su Ping's body, only to narrow their eyes in shock. "Mr. Su, your body," Chevalier was shocked. Being a god himself, he was quite sensitive to divine power. He was able to sense a stream of pure and abundant divine power inside Su Ping's body. It gave off a familiar feeling. Su Ping didn't cover it up. He switched to his original god's physique and said, "I don't have a lot of time. I hope you can help me." They were stunned to see Su Ping's glowing body, as it already seemed perfect in their eyes. He had the best godly bloodline, even purer than their own. Su Ping could actually look down on them in terms of bloodline. "You've turned into a god." Heather was dazed, not expecting Su Ping to actually transform into one of them. What shocked her even more was that Su Ping's body also had divine power. Chevalier and the others were too shocked for words. Su Ping had grown far beyond their wildest imagination. They finally realized why the ever-proud Joanna would voluntarily succumb to a human boy. Given enough time, that young man would surely surpass them and reach a level where they could only look up to. "Please hurry up," Joanna urged them indifferently. She was never humble in front of superior gods, and she was even colder than before. Chapter 1207, Looting. "Okay." Chevalier realized what was going on. He quickly said, "I'll make arrangements immediately. Please come to the superior temple with us first. I'll ask all the people about to pass heavenly tribulations to hold for us." Su Ping nodded. Heather instantly waved a hand, and a twisting vortex appeared. It covered Su Ping and Joanna, taking them to the superior temple with the three celestial state experts. Su Ping and Joanna remained silent from then on, considering their previous conflict. Chevalier and the others looked at each other. None of them dared to break the ice, fearing that they would provoke Su Ping again. It was true that they didn't really think much of Su Ping in their first meeting, but this time, they considered him an equal. Leaving aside his mysterious backer, Su Ping's own potential was already shocking enough. They reached the superior palace soon after. Chevalier summoned an ascendant guard upon their arrival and issued orders, all to summon all those in the demigod burial about to pass a tribulation. Of course, rewards were promised. They would attend either way since it was a superior god's decree, but it would be an additional motivation. Chevalier was dead set on improving their image in Su Ping's heart, so he offered enticing compensations. Su Ping had previously consumed one of Heather's valuable trees. It was time for the rest of the superior gods to do something. "Guys, please wait a moment in the temple," said Shivalalo with a smile. "Okay." Su Ping nodded. Heather suddenly said, "I don't have anything else to do right now, so I'll go out and look for candidates. I'll bring them right away if I find any. You don't have any requirements on the kind of tribulation taker, right?" "Nope." "That's good." Heather instantly bid goodbye to Su Ping and left in a hurry. Avril and Ebor looked at each other, not expecting Heather to be as motivated. After looking at the other superior gods, Su Ping thought for a moment and said, "Heather previously offered me a valuable tree, hoping I could help in bringing this lost land back to the Archean divinity." Shivalalo and the others were all stunned for a moment upon hearing that. They instantly pricked their ears and looked at Su Ping hopefully. "But that's just Heather's wish. What do you think?" asked Su Ping, even if he knew the answer. Joanna glanced at Su Ping while keeping an indifferent expression, her lips curled though. "Us." Dazed for a moment, Shivalalo quickly answered, "Of course, we hope that we can return to our homeland as soon as possible." Avril and Ebor also nodded sincerely. "Is that so? I don't think you're sincere enough," said Su Ping casually, stressing the word sincere. The trio finally understood. They also realized why Heather had left in a hurry. She probably feared that Su Ping would ask for something else from her. Still, they had already seen it coming. None of them expected Su Ping to help them for free. As their representative, Shivalalo said, "What do you need, Mr. Su? We'll try our best to comply." Su Ping shook his head. "I don't need anything." The three of them were dazed. The puzzled Shivalalo observed Su Ping's expression carefully, then he looked at Joanna, hoping she would drop a hint. The vague smile on her face was a dead giveaway. When he said he didn't need anything, it meant he wanted everything. The guy is truly greedy. Shivalalo and the others quickly exchanged their thoughts. Then he said, "Mr. Su, your body allows you to have gods of rules pets. How about we capture a few top pets for you?" "I can provide ancient body techniques for you, Mr. Su," Ebor also said. Avril added, "I have some ancient recipes and medicines able to further polish your body and help you reach higher levels, Mr. Su." Su Ping's expression remained the same. "There's no need to catch pets for me. I already have my own. However, they do need your help. As for the ancient body techniques and medicine, I don't mind taking a look." Relieved, Ebor said, "That's not a problem. I've collected a lot of top body techniques. Feel free to read them whenever you want to." Su Ping simply raised a hand to summon the little skeleton, the Inferno Dragon, the Dark Dragon Hound, and his other pets. Then he said, "These are all my pets. What kind of help do you think they need?" Shivalalo and the others observed Su Ping's pets in surprise. All of them carried humble bloodlines. Su Ping could have replaced them with much better pets considering his power and combat prowess. They soon noticed that something was off. His pets seemed unremarkable, but all of them were freely looking around, unfazed by the superior god's presence. Such low-level pets should have collapsed and squirmed in fear because of the pressure. There's more energy in those pets than what is usual at their level. This surprised the godly trio, as such an occurrence was only seen on ultimate pets. It seemed that there was a reason why Su Ping kept them. "I have an ancient dragon crystal which can help improve dragon bloodlines. I can help improve your dragon pets, Mr. Su," said Ebor. Shivalalo said, "I can help in training them and improve their levels." "Me too." Avril also showed her attitude. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. He clearly knew that those offers weren't generous enough. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I wonder if I can take a look at your treasuries. Maybe I can find something useful." They looked at each other in bewilderment. Of course, they didn't want an outsider to enter their treasuries. Still, there was nothing they could say about Su Ping's proposal. Negotiations would fall through if they were to turn him down and piss him again. It was unlikely that they could resume them later. After discussing for a moment, Shivalalo nodded and said, "Sure, no problem." Su Ping's request wasn't too outrageous. After all, he was only going to look for things his pets needed. Satisfying his needs wouldn't be difficult. "Huh, Mr. Su, this pet of yours." Avril had just noticed the young chaos beast that had transformed into a plump boy. There was astonishment in her eyes. "I think it carries the aura of chaos." Chevalolo and Ebor narrowed their eyes and gave the pet a look. The young chaos beast glared back at them with fearless eyes. However, it moved closer to Su Ping and clung to his thigh. "That's right, it's the ancient chaos beast. Have you ever heard about it?" Su Ping wasn't planning on hiding it. He wanted to intimidate them so that they wouldn't dare hide their stuff. "The chaos beast," Chevalolo and the others all exclaimed in shock. "This little thing is the legendary chaos beast." Such a creature was invincible even in the primordial times. It was the strongest among all living creatures, a truly ferocious beast. Su Ping gave an order, and the young pet displayed its aura in full. The concealing technique imparted by the chaos perception dragon allowed it to hide even from celestials. Very soon, the aura of chaos pervaded the superior temple like the fragrance of fruits. The three superior gods were breathing heavily. That was the aura of chaos. The authentic aura of chaos. Gods were very proud, and always looked down upon all the other species, except for ancient beings born from chaos. That was godly faith, just as mortals believed in gods and deities. You even have a chaos beast. They couldn't take their eyes away. Their hearts were racing. They would have killed Su Ping to snatch the young beast if not for his mysterious backer. They recalled all the facts about the chaos beast, eyes bloodshot and breathing heavily. Su Ping didn't disturb them, simply waiting for them to calm down. The three superior gods finally regained control of their feelings until a long time passed. They looked at Su Ping with conflicted expressions. The chaos beast alone would exceed them sooner or later. Su Ping would surely become intimidating in the future. Such a pet could feed on god emperors when it reached adulthood. "Let's have a look at your treasuries when you're ready," Su Ping reminded them. They gradually withdrew their gazes. Chevalolo remained silent, holding back his greed while glancing at the young chaos beast clinging to Su Ping's leg. "Let's go to my place first." He waved a fist, making fog appear in midair with a gate further within. Chevalolo approached the gate and opened it, showing a brilliant world. Su Ping wasn't the least bit courteous, simply asking all his pets to follow along. The treasury beyond the gate seemed to be a vast world. There was a blue sea and a blue sky. Countless treasures and infinite wealth had been piled on the mountains. There were also scrolls flying in the sky. Stone giants as tall as hills were walking around. Short and beautiful elves were also found there. All those creatures noticed their arrival. A burst of glittering light immediately appeared before the group, which condensed into an elf with an alluring body figure. As tall as a normal human being, she had a mature and seductive presence. "Lord Superior God." The beautiful elf acted humbly as she offered a respectful bow. Chevalolo said, "You wouldn't mind if my pets took a look around on their own, would you?" asked Su Ping. Dazed for a moment, Chevalolo said with a smile, "Of course not. Feel free to take anything." "Great." Su Ping instantly asked his pets to disperse and look for things they needed. In any case, Su Ping would move the demigod burial back to the Archean divinity for Joanna's sake. Might as well take advantage of the superior gods while he could. The dark dragon hound barked excitedly after hearing Su Ping's indications, then ran towards one of the mountains with the seemingly shy vast sky thunderous dragon. The Inferno dragon had also been influenced by the dark dragon hound's shameless attitude with their long time interacting. It turned into a grinning 8-year-old boy with red hair, who then ran towards the plain where countless treasures were placed. There also seemed to be gardens beyond those treasures. The little skeleton dashed forward in silence, quickly disappearing from Su Ping's sight. "My lord, this!" The beautiful elf was dumbfounded as she saw the dirty beasts scurrying about. She wanted to stop them, but Su Ping clearly had a special identity. Otherwise, her lord wouldn't have let them. Nevertheless, It was intolerable for her to see the treasury she had spent so much time organizing be messed up by those beasts. Chevalier waved a hand. "It's fine." Joanna put on a smile. 10 minutes later, Chevalier could no longer remain calm. He coughed and looked at Su Ping, only to discover that the latter was watching his pets jump up and down among the treasures with great interest. The god could only endure it. He then happened to see a dog flying in the sky with a purple golden vine in its mouth. There was also mud on one of the vine's ends, clearly showing it had just been uprooted. "My pure bloody lightning vine," Chevalier exclaimed in his heart. 20 minutes after, the smile on Chevalier's face was gone. He was unconsciously clenching his fists. 30 minutes later, he gritted his teeth with a sour expression. An hour later, Chevalier was shivering, having trouble standing. He seemed to be ready to fall at any time. As for the beautiful elf servant, her face was completely dim, with tears all over her face. The stone giants and the smaller elves in the treasury were all dazed, their souls seemingly having left their bodies. "Good enough. Come back," said Su Ping, once he noticed that his pets couldn't find anything else. The pets were chewing on stuff, while clutching secret treasures and strange crystals. Their small worlds were filled with glittering items too. Su Ping turned around and said to Chevalier, "Thank you for your generosity." The latter instantly felt relieved. He managed a smile and said, "That's nothing. I'm glad your pets found useful things." Su Ping nodded quickly, then asked his pets to organize their loot. They left Chevalier's treasury a while after. Ebor and Avril were waiting outside, as neither of the two had presumptuously entered the place. After all, their treasuries were private matters. "Which one of you goes first?" Su Ping winked and asked. Ebor said with a smile, "Ladies first is always offered, but I think I should go first this time." "Okay." Avril watched Su Ping follow Ebor into his treasury, then found that Chevalier's face looked somewhat off. He looked exhausted, seemingly having just gone through a great battle. Chapter 12:08, The Heavenly Tribulation Path. 2 hours later, Su Ping left Ebor's treasury and went straight toward Avril's, leaving the speechless Ebor and Chevalier waiting outside. Su Ping walked out of Avril's treasury soon after. Joanna felt like laughing as she looked at the visibly spent trio of superior gods. "Thank you very much," said Su Ping courteously, treating them with a different attitude. They managed a smile and Chevalier said, "It's not a big deal. I simply hope you won't forget our deal, Mr. Su." "This is all for our homecoming. It's a necessary price," said Ebor quickly. "It's all for our return." Avril held back the tears. Even if she did return, she would do so as a beggar instead of a glorious warrior. Su Ping had grabbed almost all her secret medicines. Fortunately, she had noticed Ebor and Chevalier's expressions earlier and relocated 1/3 of her secret medicines before Su Ping entered the treasury. She would have been robbed of everything she had if otherwise. No wonder that Heather bitch slipped away. Avril inwardly gnashed her teeth. "I'll try my best," said Su Ping courteously. Heather returned to the Superior Temple soon after. Hardly had she set foot there when she noticed hate and killing intent coming from Chevalier and the others, instantly realizing how things had fared. She secretly stuck out her tongue, thinking she had made the right decision to leave. She wisely skipped all questioning and chit-chat. "Mr. Su, I've found the people you need." "Okay." Su Ping stretched out his senses, sensing more than 20 people standing outside of the palace. Some were gods, while others were sub-gods' descendants. The weakest among them were as strong as 9th-rank battle pet warriors, while the strongest were only in the star state. None of them is a star lord. Su Ping felt rather regretful. He was planning to experience another star lord's heavenly tribulation and what it felt like to rise to the ascendant state. Su Ping walked out of the temple, and Heather instantly detected the rising fury coming from the people around her. A drop of cold sweat dripped from her cheek. She calmly followed Su Ping out of the temple without looking back. Chevalier and the others followed along. They wanted to find out how Su Ping could experience another person's tribulation. It sounded rather mysterious. It's an honor to meet you, superior gods. The 20 people were so nervous to see Heather, and the others that they stuttered and dropped to their knees. The superior gods went to every city. Everybody recognized them. Get up and be ready. You'll take turns summoning the tribulation, Chevalier ordered. All of them were lifted by a gentle force, and the 4 superior gods suppressed their auras. Even though they were still as dazzling as the sun, they were no longer as frightening as before. Su Ping stretched his arms, summoning the little skeleton and the others. Since he was taking advantage of other people's heavenly tribulations, he wanted his pets to also be there. His pets appeared in sitting or standing positions after being summoned. Some were chewing medicinal items, while others were biting enormous fruits they held. All of them gave Su Ping innocent looks. Avril felt that the wound in her heart was reopened upon seeing the things they were holding and eating. Chevalier and Ebor also noticed this, and couldn't help but look at Avril sympathetically. Their faces also showed regret when the little skeleton took out some strange-looking plants and weapons from its small world. One of the tribulation candidates soon got ready. The heavenly tribulation began. Joanna told them why they were summoned. All the people looked at Su Ping with a mixture of confusion and amazement. It was the first time they had seen anyone besides Joanna standing as an equal next to the superior gods. Furthermore, the man didn't seem to be much stronger than them. Still, none dared to ask. They simply went about the tribulation process. The first one was rising from the fate state to the star state. Su Ping wasted no time and asked his pets to join him when the thunderclouds started to hover up above. The tribulation itself seemed affronted by their entrance in the field, originally with a radius of 30 kilometers. Several nuclear bombs seemed to have been thrown inside. The dark clouds immediately spread further, dimming the entire sky. The god taking the heavenly tribulation became pale. He felt like a lab mouse. How could I possibly survive this? The other gods were terrified and nearly fell. Some of them wanted to escape, but none of them dared once they saw Heather and other superior gods. They could only feel desperate. I. The fate state god going through the tribulation was trembling, close to wetting himself and crying. He would have been a famous, unparalleled genius if he could summon such a heavenly tribulation on his own. However, Su Ping was the reason why the tribulation had grown to such magnitude. At the same time, he wasn't strengthened in the slightest. He had already sensed the destructive power in the thunderclouds. He would probably be obliterated by the very first lightning strike with his own power. This is a scheme from the superior gods, he cried in his heart. Up in the sky, Su Ping and his pets were looking up at the rolling thunderclouds. The crazy wind flowing between the sky and the earth made his clothes flutter. He had missed that familiar feeling. It had been a long time since his last fight alongside the little skeleton and the others. He had merely focused on cultivating by himself. Even though he could impart the laws he perceived to his pets, he couldn't share the changes in his body with them. Come on. Su Ping calmly waited for the heavenly tribulation. The lightning bolts soon started to fall down like waterfalls, drowning a radius of thousands of meters. The scene made the other gods go pale as they waited for their own tribulations. That was not a heavenly tribulation for a celestial god, but one for a god warrior. Boom tilde. Dazzling lightning was spread out, destructive power pervading. The entire world seemed about to be shattered. But the ocean of lightning strikes was soon split apart. Su Ping and his pets emerged right in the middle, like rocks in a waterfall splitting the water flowing. They resisted the lightning strikes with ease. Su Ping frowned as he examined the lightning around him. He was surprised by its weakness, as it wasn't even as powerful as what he experienced when he became a Star Lord. He looked at his pets around him. Their presence should have multiplied the tribulation's power by dozens of times. Is it possible that the tribulation's main output depends mostly on the taker's level, and the additional people can only increase the power a bit? Su Ping recalled the tribulation he had invoked in the Soul Ocean. A lot of soul beasts had entered the tribulation's range and were considered allies of his. The heavenly tribulation had been empowered to a terrifying level because of that. It was as powerful as a celestial's attack. There's an upper limit when it comes to disturbances when going through a tribulation. Many celestials and even stronger soul beasts entered the tribulation's range when I became a star lord, but the lightning strike was only as powerful as a celestial strike. So, no matter how many disturbances there are in this fate state tribulation, the strikes won't be stronger than that of an ascendant. Su Ping somehow understood. The heavenly tribulation wouldn't be powered any further even if a superior god were to go in. The tribulation's starting point was too low. If the guy were a star state warrior, he might have drawn ascendant strikes. No wonder the experts of great families can help their descendants to easily go through their tribulations. As long as the protector is strong enough, they can stop tribulations with one thought. It's not impossible then, you just need a strong helper. It's useless for ants to gather. They can only seek protection from experts. Su Ping raised his head and looked, patiently waiting for lightning to strike. Those above-average star Lord lightning bolts were no different than a bath for him. His ascendant body didn't feel an ounce of pain. The dark dragon hound and the other pets were having a good time while moving inside the ocean of lightning, quickly absorbing the power. Little White in particular, it was one of the vast sky thunderous dragons, born to control void laws and lightning. The heavenly tribulation seemed to be stimulating its bloodline, helping it mutate. A special aura of destruction was manifesting in its body. Su Ping was in a great mood after seeing Little White's mutation, but then felt helpless upon glancing at the little skeleton and the inferno dragon. Such a tribulation was too weak for them. He wasn't one to disdain the opportunity. He sat cross-legged in the ocean of lightning and examined the essence of heavenly tribulation within. Aside from the heavenly tribulation's essence, Su Ping also sensed a vague and distant aura in the depths of the thunderous clouds, ancient and ominous. He felt chills the moment he noticed this. Is it possible that the so-called heavens are really there, controlling heavenly tribulations? If heavens do exist, what level do they have? Su Ping suddenly remembered the Heaven Master mentioned by the Golden Crow Elder. What level are the Heaven Masters? Su Ping focused his attention to contemplate the tribulation. But the heavenly tribulation ended, as out of energy. Some of the dispersing lightning power was absorbed by the guy down below. He broke his bottleneck and made significant improvements. The fellow was beyond thrilled, not expecting to survive the ordeal. This is your reward. Heather casually threw a treasure. It was no doubt an ultimate treasure in the eyes of a star state person, but it was no different from a worthless candy in her eyes. Thank you very much, said the grateful tribulation taker. The others shared bewildered looks, not expecting that the guy could actually survive. They all realized that the lightning strikes were mostly absorbed by the young god and his pets up above. It was safe at ground level. Looks like this wasn't an experiment of theirs. The superior gods could have killed us with a thought if they wanted to. They can even use mind control and turn us into slaves. We may have misunderstood them. Some of them had mixed feelings and were blaming themselves. All of them had faith in the superior gods, rarely questioning them unless they were in a fatal crisis. It would be blasphemy otherwise. Heather quickly ordered the second person to go forward and invoke another tribulation. The recently cleared sky was filled up by clouds again. Once more, Su Ping devoted himself to cultivating in the ocean of lightning. The subsequent tribulations were similar in power. Some of the Star Lord gods caused ascendant tribulations because of Su Ping's involvement, but they were still too weak for him. His body was already at the peak level of the ascendant state. It was further perfected by the repeated tribulations, and it became strongly resistant to lightning. Ascendant tribulations only caused him an almost negligible itch. The little skeleton and the others also benefited from being in the ocean of lightning. Little White and the young chaos beast were the ones that showed the most significant changes. Little White's body changed. There were twisted cracks on its white scales caused by the lightning strikes, which contained some sort of natural laws. Its bloodline seemed to have changed too. Its bloodline's former upper limit, the star state, had been shattered. It was growing quickly while floating in the ocean of lightning, becoming bigger and stronger. Its body now seemed to contain an explosive power. Su Ping sensed that Little White had almost turned into a Star Lord. He wasn't too thrilled about this, as he never saw his pet's levels as important. Breakthroughs were supposed to be natural steps. If he wanted to improve their levels, he could have simply let Little White and the others rise to the ascendant state at the earliest chance, but their rating would actually drop due to an unstable foundation. Their rating was still on the top tier at the moment, even though Su Ping had yet to impart the technique to develop 6 small worlds. Once 6 small worlds' laws were inherited, they would be able to establish small worlds of their own, and their rating would increase significantly. I should find an opportunity to teach them before I reach the ascendant state. However, I should focus on perfecting the heavenly tribulation path. His understanding of tribulations grew, and was on the verge of fully grasping it. Chapter 1209, The Seventh World. The first batch of tribulation takers finished soon after. The ocean of lightning in the sky was already gone. Su Ping and his pets stayed in midair while digesting their recent acquisitions. Little White was the first to change. Its body had been rapidly strengthened. The change in its bloodline and the power of lightning accumulated in its body allowed it to break through and become a Star Lord. This caused another tribulation round. Lightning filled the sky once again. Su Ping didn't suppress Little White's level, simply allowing it to make the breakthrough. Actually, Little White and the little skeleton were already powerful independent pets. Su Ping chose to give them resources instead of guiding them hands-on. They had their own personalities and thoughts. Su Ping could only give them the nutrition they needed. Their growth would completely depend on themselves. The thunderous clouds summoned by Little White soon occupied everybody's eyes. The entire sky turned dim, and there was an unprecedented pressure in the air. The heavenly tribulation was more powerful than any of the ones preceding that day. His pet has already surpassed many geniuses among the gods in terms of potential. They'll be infuriated to death if they know of this. Heather and the other superior gods looked on, speechless. To think that gods couldn't even compare to one of Su Ping's pets, it was truly maddening. Su Ping noticed how the tribulation was much stronger. Since they were also inside the effect range, the tribulation was almost comparable to that of an ascendant. The intense pressure made him feel as if his blood were boiling. His latent power was also activated. This is more like it. It seems that I can't really get much unless the tribulation taker is a top Star Lord, thought Su Ping. He stayed in position, merely giving a brief glance at the thunderclouds above him, to then continue cultivating with his eyes closed. The pressure was so overwhelming that any other Star Lord would have been scared off. Even the Ascendants would have had trouble offering help. Little White instantly canceled the transformation, turning from an 8-year-old boy into a magnificent dragon once it noticed the tribulation was caused by the breakthrough. There were dark patterns on its white scales, and its horns looked like dazzling bolts of lightning. It raised its head and roared to taunt the skis. The lightning bolts soon came crashing down. The little skeleton, the dark dragon hound and the others stopped cultivating and solemnly stood by Little White's side, ready to offer help. Little White, however, roared and refused their kindness while staring at the sky fearlessly. It was reminded of its childhood, how its parents were suppressed right before its eyes, and how it was forced to leave them. The humiliation and regret made the creature's determination grow, no longer willing to be weak. It wanted to control its fate. Another flashback came, when it returned to the mountaintop, as king of all the vast sky thunderous dragons. Roar! The violent lightning bolts struck down. Little White was covered in lightning armor. Su Ping had advised them to absorb instead to resist the lightning strikes, all to assimilate the tribulation power. The heavenly tribulation would be very rewarding taking that approach. The pet's lightning armor soon fell apart. The strikes were much more powerful than before. Little White trembled and its scales fell down as if burnt. Bang! A second volley struck before the first lightning strike came to an end. Little White shook hard, as if bashed by a fallen beam. It nearly collapsed. Lightning exploded underneath its feet, helping it stabilize with the counterforce. The patterns etched on its scales became increasingly brighter, seemingly growing. Bang! The third lightning bolt struck brutally. Little White's scales exploded. Many of them had been knocked off. Blood gushed out. The dragon fell down and hit the ground. The lightning bolt's power increased. Little Skeleton and the others quickly positioned themselves, trying to block the remaining lightning strikes. The tribulation was already at the ascendant level. Any other Star Lord would have been obliterated by the very first strike. Roared! Little White rose from the ground and roared regretfully. Covered in blood, it took to the sky again, passing through the pet's defense. It suddenly stretched its wings again like an invincible dragon king, as if saying, "Come again." Bang! Cold and merciless lightning smashed down, digging into Little White's flesh. The condensed small world also fell apart. The bones on its wings were exposed. All that was left was its skeleton and an unyielding soul. Hoo! Little White let out a roar. No one knew if it was to express anger or pain. The skeleton was shaking. The dragon's lightning patterns were constantly growing until they completely covered the skeleton. They transformed into some sort of mysterious power. Whoosh! The little skeleton and the other pets hurriedly approached and tried to help. However, Little White waved its bone wings and bellowed to stop them. The pets exchanged bewildered looks upon seeing how determined Little White was. They all fell silent. Bang! Another lightning bolt struck down the next moment, hitting Little White before it could react. An essential aura emerged from its bones, like pure threads of lightning which managed to block the strike. Still, it only took a few seconds for the lightning bolt to become more powerful, and Little White was instantly drowned. Even its soul was extinguished. Su Ping had already noticed Little White's determination despite the crisis, so he didn't offer help. Besides, it was a great opportunity to train them. He had to activate their potential even if they had drawn out all of it. That was the only chance for low-born beasts to change their fate. Exceeding the limits again and again was painful, but it would bring everlasting advantages to their offspring. Besides, it was also the greatest advantage for oneself. Resurrect. Little White reappeared in perfect conditions, feeling dazed for a moment. It then looked gratefully at Su Ping. He smiled, allowing the fella to try its best. He also asked the little skeleton and the others to keep their distance. That tribulation was Little White, alone. Roared. Little White was in its peak status after resurrecting. It roared and charged, covered in lightning patterns, seemingly more powerful than before. I think that's the essence of lightning. Su Ping observed Little White in silence. To his surprise, Little White's small world changed, and a second small world was taking shape above it, full of thunderclouds and lightning bolts. A second small world. Su Ping was astonished. He didn't expect Little White would be able to establish a second small world during a tribulation. The tribulation's lightning kept on going into Little White. It was transformed and absorbed as nourishment for the second small world. That's not a simple world of lightning. Su Ping's eyes glittered. The new small world also had a strange force, relatively feeble in comparison, but it felt similar to his path of illusion. Su Ping examined this carefully through their contract, only to discover it was the path of illusion. Little White had combined the path of illusion with the path of lightning, creating a whole new law. That's supposed to be something only ascendants can do. Su Ping was amazed, not expecting Little White to be that smart. Beyond the tribulation's range, Heather, Avril, and the other superior gods were stunned. The pet created a new law. Even though it had created the law by fusing two of the old ones, it was still creation. Besides, most gods of rules had been creating laws using such a method. What kind of unbelievable talent is this? Ebor couldn't help but whisper. Joanna narrowed her eyes and heaved a sigh. She thought how it would only take some time for Su Ping to surpass her. Little did she expect that even Su Ping's pet would pose a threat. She knew that his pets had been nurtured by the spirit power in Su Ping's nursing pens. Even though their bloodlines were humble, their power of understanding was astonishing. Adding Su Ping's crazy training and the laws he taught them, the pets did have unimaginable privileges. It seemed reasonable for them to have such crazy achievements. Inside the tribulation's range, the second small world established by Little White suddenly changed and sank, fusing with the first small world. The previously desolate first small world was instantly transformed into a vast ocean of lightning, much more powerful than before. Fusion of worlds, Su Ping was stupefied. Su Ping realized he was mistaken. That was not a fusion of worlds. Rather, the second small world he had seen wasn't an additional small world. The law created by Little White was not enough to establish an independent world, so it could only be attached to his soul's small world. Nevertheless, the improvement was still terrifying. This is the small world the Little One created, a small world that solely belongs to the guy. The worlds were fused, and Little White slowly craned its head. All the power of lightning was blocked from its world. Roared! A shocking dragon call resounded and touched the sky. The thunderclouds revolved, and lightning stopped coming down. It seemed that the final punishment was being prepared. The pressure in the sky increased as the clouds revolved, becoming as suffocating as the deep ocean. The final strike rushed downward, a dazzling lightning bolt. Little White roared and stretched its wings, flying up to meet it halfway. The next moment it was struck heavily, then flung back. Its small world was pierced, its body finally being shattered along with its soul. The final lightning bolt contained an extraordinary amount of ascendant power, which was too much for Little White to bear. It was almost as powerful as a heavenly lord's attack. Little White died a second time, but Su Ping resurrected it and had it stay inside the heavenly tribulation. The dragon was heavily wounded again. Regardless of a shocking healing ability, it wasn't able to recover until the tribulation ended. Su Ping smiled and closed his eyes to resume his contemplation. The fusion-based small world made by Little White had left a deep impression on him. It brought forth an epiphany, but he was unable to capture the essence just yet. Heather and the others looked at each other in bewilderment, once again realizing that Su Ping was capable of resurrecting. No wonder he wants to experience heavenly tribulations. Perhaps that's his mysterious backer's main power. It was beyond their understanding. Time flew. Another group of people, about to take their tribulations, arrived. The thunderclouds above the superior palace seemed almost permanent. The law of heavenly tribulation. Everything goes through a tribulation. Fire goes through a tribulation when it's set ablaze and when it dies out. A drop of water goes through a tribulation when it gathers and disperses. There are disasters and tribulations in every person's life. All living creatures are born because of tribulations and die for the same reason. All existences must go through tribulations. Su Ping sat cross-legged in the middle of the ocean, surrounded by lightning bolts. He emitted a terrifying pressure that carried an old and frightening aura. The people down below were panicking, feeling the real heavenly tribulation wasn't in the clouds up above, but in the ocean of lightning where Su Ping was sitting. It seemed that he was at the core of the heavenly tribulation. A twisted mark slowly surfaced on Su Ping's forehead. It was the sign of tribulation. The ancient tribulation path slowly took shape inside Su Ping's body. The power in the 6 small worlds surged out and made the path expand quickly, gradually turning into a small world. 6 small worlds appeared behind Su Ping like a glamorous lotus flower. There was a 7th small world at the very top, dark, with ominous lightning bolts. It contained the aura of chaos and destruction. Heather and the others were astonished to see that. Even Joanna was shocked. They finally understood why Su Ping wanted to experience other people's tribulations. That maniac was trying to understand tribulations themselves. He had actually grasped them and created a world based on them. That's the forbidden path. Ebor was pale, shocked by Su Ping's boldness. Avril couldn't help but look at the thunderclouds, fearing that something would step out and hurt them. Very soon, the seventh world became bigger and bigger, gradually taking shape. Creating a seventh small world came easier with the accumulated experience. Once it took shape, he embedded it into the previous small worlds and connected them. The seventh small world was completed. Su Ping opened his eyes. There was a vague trace of lightning inside the mark on his head. He looked up at the thunderclouds. The sense of a hazy vortex deep in the clouds came as strongly as never before. It seemed to be connected to an unknown region. Some sort of aura from said region was seeping through the vortex. It was none other than the aura of tribulation. Chapter 12:10, Chaotic Level Cultivation Site. Where does that vortex lead? The idea occurred to Su Ping, instantly feeling the urge to explore. He was in a cultivation site anyway, and could resurrect whenever he wished. The urge to go there became stronger, until he stopped hesitating and headed towards the clouds. The vortex was quite inconspicuous. Su Ping wouldn't have detected it if he hadn't mastered the path of illusion. A vague tribulation aura was coming out of the vortex. Su Ping was feeling wary, as if some sort of prehistoric beast were sleeping on the other side. Su Ping took a deep breath, then concealed his aura to enter the vortex. Warning! The host is about to leave the demigod burial and enter the remains of high heavens, a chaotic cultivation site. Congratulations, host. You found a chaotic level cultivation site. The ticket costs 100 million energy points. Every resurrection costs 1,000,000 energy points. A series of reminders popped up and made Su Ping stop in his tracks. He also realized that, even though the vortex seemed near at hand, there seemed to be an infinite distance in between. He stopped for the moment. A chaotic level cultivation site. What's that? He asked the system in his heart, feeling rather dazed. The chaotic level cultivation sites are also the ultimate cultivation sites. They're even better than the top level cultivation sites, said the system with a snort. It shouldn't have been unlocked unless your store reached level 7 or you break through to the celestial state. However, since you've already discovered it, you're free to enter as long as you pay for the ticket. Su Ping was stunned. He didn't expect to find worlds more advanced than the top-level cultivation sites such as the Archean Divinity and the chaotic realm of the undead. The remains of high heavens. Is it a place where ancient mythical figures live? However, Su Ping remembered that the place where golden crows dwelled was not considered as a chaotic-level cultivation site. High heavens, could it be the place where the legendary heavens live? Su Ping speculated, thinking it was possible. Heavenly tribulations, the heavens. Su Ping looked at the vortex with a racing heart. The heavens turned out to be living deep inside the clouds. The level of a cultivation site depends on its life form's combat ability. A chaotic-level cultivation site must be home to lives that are unbelievably strong, superior to those found in the Archean Divinity. Su Ping stared at the vortex, eventually giving up the thought of entering. The main reason for his choice was that he still didn't have 100 million energy points. Besides, the cost for resurrecting in that world was beyond crazy. He would use up all his savings if he died a few times. I will surely explore everything when I gather enough energy. I should also upgrade my store as soon as possible. Little White is now a Star Lord with a high-level rating. That is one of the requirements for the store's level 6 upgrade. The next requirement is about revenue. Su Ping retreated to the bottom of the thunderclouds. After watching the clouds disappear, he displayed the list of cultivation sites and saw remains of high heavens listed at the very top. The name was not in golden color, like the top-level cultivation sites were. The words were in a deep red color, which seemed to be emitting the smell of blood. Congratulations, Mr. Su. Heather and the others dashed over to congratulate him, holding back their shock. None of them looked down upon Su Ping anymore. It had nothing to do with the expert backing him. They were trembling due to his potential. Su Ping didn't conceal a thing during the tribulations nor when he cultivated. They could easily tell that Su Ping was far stronger than any other Star Lord, and was almost as strong as Joanna in her peak status. He was even more talented than anyone they knew in the Archean divinity. Su Ping nodded. He also knew what Joanna was thinking as she looked at him with a gentle smile, even without saying a word. He nodded back at her, suddenly finding the scene familiar, as if he would have seen Joanna's eyes somewhere before. Where was it? Su Ping thought quickly, feeling that piece of information was important. Even though he had a good memory, his head was up to the brim with information. It took him some time for him to find specific things. While Su Ping searched his memories, Chevalier said with a friendly tone, "Mr. Su, you've established the seventh small world. It's an unprecedented achievement even in the Archean divinity. I hope you won't forget us when you rise to higher levels." "Sure. Mr. Su, do you need us to find more people soon to go through tribulations?" "No thanks." Su Ping shook his head. More tribulations would certainly be useful, but he didn't have enough time. His main goal of grasping the heavenly tribulation path was achieved, and his pets had gained lots of stuff too. He now intended to perfect the path of ultimate darkness. I wonder if the path of ultimate darkness related to the sorcerer's constitution can create a world. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He had to go to the Golden Crow's site for answers. "I'll keep your wish to return to the Archean divinity in mind. Do you have anything else you want to offer me? I'm about to head back," said Su Ping. Chevalier and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. They had never seen anyone ask for gifts so directly. "Mr. Su, there are some other gifts I want to give you." Chevalier was the first to show his stance. He took out some ascendant treasures and reluctantly handed them over to Su Ping. Having been robbed by Su Ping, he now found ascendant treasures as valuable and didn't want to part with them. Heather, Avril, and the others were rendered speechless. They inwardly complained about the little human's greed. Still, none of them were vocal about this. They had already suffered heavy losses. Su Ping would probably demand even more stuff if they pissed him off again. "How generous! You've offered me plenty of gifts already. I almost feel awkward receiving these." Su Ping accepted all the items, clearly not meaning what he said. All four gods chuckled, at a loss for words. "Time to go." Su Ping bid farewell to the group, retrieved all his pets, then left the demigod burial. The four superior gods heaved sighs of relief once the robber left the place, then exchanged bitter looks. Once back in the store, Su Ping left Joanna and went straight to the Golden Crow's cultivation site. Su Ping immediately felt the pressure in the air upon arrival. It was much stronger than that in the demigod burial. He found himself in the middle of a desert again. He released his senses, soon detecting life forms hiding in the sand a few kilometers away. Those beings also seemed to be approaching him carefully. "It's a Star Lord kid." Su Ping examined the target. What interested him was that the kid was carrying a small amount of chaos power. Still, it wasn't nearly as much as what the young chaos beast had. Su Ping directly summoned the little skeleton and the others. "Roar!" The young chaos beast detected the sneaking Star Lord beast as soon as it got out. That desert beast was terrified by the beast summoned by Su Ping, deciding to stop its approach. The young chaos beast, however, didn't care much. It cheered and charged forth. It quickly began to dig through the sand and break the spatial obstacles, forcing the beast to exit its hiding place. The little skeleton and others quickly moved to assist the young chaos beast, fearing it could get hurt. They had spent a long time together, and they had gotten close. Still, the young chaos beast had already beaten the beast to death before they arrived. Its body was shattered. Its core was filled with an aura resulting from the mixture of chaos power, divine power, and undead power. Most beasts living in the wilderness of the Archean divinity are divine. Even normal beasts will gradually turn into divine beasts after a few generations if they're exiled to the Archean divinity. After all, the living environment has the biggest impact on their lives. There are only soul beasts in the chaotic realm of the undead. The beasts in this world seem to have qualities associated with chaos beasts, but they're not nearly as strong as the young chaos beast. Their bloodlines are probably too inferior in comparison. Su Ping studied the beast's core for a moment, not finding anything useful. He simply tossed it at the young chaos beast currently nuzzling against his leg. The little guy exclaimed and bit the core as if it were candy. "All right, let's go." Su Ping immediately set forth and searched for the golden crows, while also waiting to be found by them. That planet was extremely massive. It still counted as a planet, but it was actually much bigger than any planet in Su Ping's universe. Bang! An ascendant beast was slain. Su Ping waved one of the swords he found in Chevalilo's treasury and found it to his liking. This wind snake is as strong as an inferior heavenly lord. Is it just one of the common ascendant beasts here? Su Ping skinned the wind snake he killed, handing the flesh to the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound, and its core to the young chaos beast. The latter seemed to love cores of such mythical creatures. Su Ping wasn't the least petty when it came to his pets. He simply gave all the cores to the young chaos beast since the little skeleton and the others weren't interested in them. Su Ping's pets had mastered the perfect law of fire. They then burned the impurities in the wind snake's body and only kept the essence. Only 2 tons of the wind snake, which was originally hundreds of meters long, remained. They weren't nearly enough to keep the pets full. Su Ping led them onward across deserts and plains. They killed thousands of beasts along the way. Su Ping didn't even bother attacking beasts below the star state. In fact, those little creatures were too scared to reveal themselves after noticing Su Ping team's overpowering aura. The young chaos beast gradually changed because of all the food, becoming fatter and smoother than before. Shallow blue patterns appeared on its skin. Su Ping could feel that the young chaos beast was becoming stronger, so he wasn't in a hurry to find golden crows. Killing while traveling was a great exercise. A week passed. Su Ping and the others went to the territory of a tough mythical creature with a celestial state cultivation. Su Ping merged with the little skeleton and the inferno dragon, then fought it with his other pets joining in. Still, they were killed one after the other. The strength of the celestial state is unbelievable. Su Ping released his 7 small worlds, but they were smashed by the illusion of a red universe that his opponent threw out. The force was too powerful. However, I was able to resist it for more than 10 minutes. That's quite impressive, right? In a certain part of the universe, heavenly lords could only escape from the celestials' pursuit. They couldn't fight for long. Even if they were chased for 3 days and 3 nights, the time they really spent fighting wouldn't be longer than 3 minutes. Fighting a head-on battle for 10 minutes was definitely remarkable for many. Su Ping wasn't stubborn after being killed. He chose a random location to resurrect. He had discovered the gap in power between them during the battle. The mythical creature had yet to use its full strength. It would be pointless for him to resurrect and fight a war of attrition. Besides, any celestial creature would certainly have a high intellect. Su Ping could end up confined if he were to resurrect. He would be stuck if his soul was entrapped, and his sole option would be to wait for the automatic return to the store. Su Ping continued his journey after choosing to resurrect in a random location. 5 days passed. A bird shriek was heard coming from somewhere up in the sky. Su Ping looked toward the distance with glittering eyes. It was a golden crow. He instantly activated his golden crow body and took to the sky, soon catching the attention of the other creature. Su Ping's crow form was young, but he was unlike the normal golden crow's youths since he was strong and intimidating. Even though he was much weaker than the adult crows, he was exceptional as a young one. Whoosh! The golden crow dashed over, causing a wave of flames that further dried the sand on the ground. The local sand was actually special, highly resistant to heat, and would never turn black. Huh! The golden crow was a graceful one, with brilliant feathers emitting a dazzling light. It gazed at Su Ping with a mix of surprise and confusion. "Your smell is rather familiar." Su Ping went back to his human appearance. "Hello, can you take me to your clan?" The graceful crow widened its eyes upon seeing the transformation. The latter then wrapped itself in golden flames, which later revealed a beautiful, long-legged girl. She was dressed in an exotic style, her short skirt barely covering her a bit, making her legs even more appealing. "It's you." Su Ping was quite astonished to see her, not expecting such a coincidence to happen. "It is you." Dikyang showed delight as she looked at Su Ping, not expecting to see that outsider again. Her planet had been sealed by the ancestors' power. Su Ping was the sole visitor able to enter. She was really curious about the outside world, and Su Ping was her only source of information. Huh. Dikyang suddenly realized that Su Ping was considerably stronger than before. She had at first thought that he was one of her clansmen about to reach adulthood. Chapter 12:11, Mythical Bloodline. "How did you?" Dikyang was astonished, and even thought that it was someone else posing as Su Ping. The guy was growing almost as fast as her. "Are you roaming the land again?" Su Ping couldn't help but smile. That bird gave her a strong, familiar feeling. They had chanced upon each other last time, and it happened yet again. It was truly a coincidence. Dikyang frowned and snorted. "What do you mean by roaming? I'm looking for food." "Might as well say that you're roaming." You. I'm back. It's been a long time. You seem to have gained a lot of weight." "A lot of weight," Dikyang shrieked, as if someone had just stepped on her tail. A mirror made with the law of water was manifested in front of her, displaying her reflection. She looked herself up and down, making Su Ping's heart race. Even though she loved to show off, he had to admit she was indeed very pretty. "Are you kidding? Nobody is as gorgeous as me. You should have your eyes changed." Dikyang looked for a while and heaved a sigh of relief. She then dismissed the mirror and looked at Su Ping in disdain. Su Ping wasn't angry at all. He smiled and said, "I'm here to talk to the elder of your clan. I have some questions regarding the constitution I awakened here. I was hoping he could enlighten me." Dikyang raised her eyebrows, then said solemnly, "Just ask me if you have any questions. There's no need to ask the elder about such trivia." "What do you KN?" Su Ping smartly stopped talking when he noticed her eyebrows rising. After all, he was there to make a request. The situation called for modesty. "Can you tell what constitution I have?" asked Su Ping. Dikyang disdainfully sneered after Su Ping posed the question, but then she put on a solemn expression. She observed carefully with golden flames in her eyes which looked like miniature phoenixes. Her observation took a long time, revealing shock in the end. "There are several powerful bloodlines in your body. They all lead straight to chaos," said Dikyang solemnly. She didn't remember seeing such an assortment of powerful bloodlines in Su Ping's body. This time his change was too significant, inside and out. "They lead straight to chaos." Su Ping was astonished, knowing that Dikyang was talking about the essences of gods and souls. "That's right. They're on the top tier that branches out from chaos. Above them is the chaotic mythical bloodline. Judging by the bloodlines in your body, if you later develop the chaotic mythical bloodline, it should be one of the most powerful, almost as good as that of the golden crows," said Dikyang with a snort. "Almost as good as yours? You're not flattering yourself, are you?" Su Ping was rather suspicious. Infuriated, Dikyang said, "The golden crows have the most advanced bloodline born in the depths of chaos. It's impressive enough that it almost reaches our standard. You really think you're that good?" "No," Su Ping would rather not argue with a bird. He asked again, "How exactly can I attain the chaotic mythical bloodline?" "Humph." Dikyang was surprised and satisfied to see him give in. She said proudly, "You've asked the right person. Only I and the elders know this top secret. All mythical creatures were born in nature, like ancestor of our clan. If the carriers of other bloodlines want to rise to become mythical creatures, there's only one approach." "What is it?" "Remake yourself." "Eh? You think you're funny." Seeing him rolling his eyes, she angrily added, "I'm not kidding. To gain a chaotic mythical bloodline, you must remake yourself by removing all impurities and retaining only the purest mythical power. Su Ping frowned and asked, "How exactly can I remake myself?" Dickyang glanced at him. "Why should I tell you? What would it take for you to tell me?" "Depends on your behavior. Beg me," said Dickyang proudly. Su Ping was rather lost for words. Why is this bird so arrogant? Has no one begged her before? Well, maybe not humans, many birds for sure. Su Ping helplessly said, "Fine, consider this as me begging." "What do you mean by consider? Is this begging or not?" "Fine, I'm begging you to tell me." "Not sincere enough. I only have a limited amount of patience." "So do I, humph." Dickyang seemed to have realized that Su Ping was really in need of the answer. She stood proudly. She had been angry for a while, all because of the arguments won by Su Ping in the past. "I'm starting to wonder if you're truly a golden crow. You're not an ancient mythical creature anymore." Su Ping didn't know what to say. However, Dickyang interrupted him angrily. "What do you mean by ancient mythical creature? I'm just a young girl in my prime. Badmouth me again and I'll leave, and then you can do whatever you want for all I care." Su Ping felt a headache. It was a first to deal with someone even more maddening than the system. "First warning." The system's voice echoed in Su Ping's head. It was clear that it had been reading his mind again. Su Ping could only give in. He sincerely begged again and resorted to flattery, saying she was gorgeous and attractive. Apparently, he was only describing himself. At least, that was what Su Ping told himself. Dickyang was quite happy after the round of praises, but she didn't quite understand everything he said. Su Ping patiently explained that he said she was incomparably beautiful. She quickly nodded and said, "Fine. Given your keen observation, I'll tell you that in order to remake yourself into a chaotic mythical creature, you must find some powerful treasures first. I don't know what exactly you need. I'll just take you to meet with the elders." Su Ping said with relief, "All right. Those pets of yours." Dickyang was about to move when she noticed Su Ping's pets. She detected a strange connection between Su Ping and the creatures. He had shown the bond to her before. It was called contract. She suddenly stopped talking, and her eyes glittered when she noticed the young chaos beast. The pet instinctively felt threatened and hid behind Su Ping. The little skeleton and the others quickly moved to protect it too. What an abundant aura of chaos. It looks delicious. Dickyang couldn't remain poised anymore. She swallowed greedily. After a momentary daze, Su Ping said angrily, "Don't entertain evil thoughts about my partner. You can't eat it." Working hard not to drool, Dickyang asked, "Where did you find this treasure? Do you recognize it?" Su Ping raised his eyebrows. The young chaos beast was a natural-born mythical creature, but its power couldn't compare to Dickyang's just yet. There was no way to tell if it would be as strong as golden crows when it reached adulthood. "I don't know, but I feel I'll be able to reach adulthood much sooner if I eat it." Dickyang felt her stomach wriggle, and her appetite was making her uneasy. Su Ping saw that Dickyang was trying to hold back. He immediately sent the young chaos beast to his pet space and said, "That's my partner. You can't eat it." Dickyang looked around and heaved a sigh after the chaos beast disappeared. "How delicious. It's a shame to pass up the chance to eat such great food. Never mind, I have better food anyway. Humph." She turned around and walked forward after saying that. "Put away your pets. I'm taking you there." "Can't they follow?" "No, how can they touch my body?" said Dickyang proudly. "Is that so?" Su Ping raised his eyebrows, dropping a hint at the dark dragon hound and the little skeleton. Whoosh! The two pets understood his intent. They flew towards Dickyang along with Su Ping. Dickyang felt dazed. She was shocked and infuriated to see that Su Ping and his pets were charging at her. "What do you want?" She revealed her true self, unleashing scorching flames. The pressure she detected from Su Ping forced her to fight in her original self. Su Ping also activated his constitution. 7 small worlds surfaced. Dickyang was in the ascendant state, but Su Ping wasn't at all scared. He was eager to find how strong an ascendant mythical creature was. Bang! The power of the 7 small worlds made the air tremble. Still, that was the cultivation plane home to the golden crows. There weren't many layers in space, so it was very difficult to tear the void apart. Only star-state beings and above could teleport, and Star Lords also had to try their best. Su Ping drew his sword from the void and slashed at Dickyong. His brilliant sword, along with 7 small worlds, smashed the target like a meteorite. Dickyong was shocked and infuriated. "Are you asking to be killed?" She flapped her wings, making dazzling golden flames appear. They transformed into a cross, which cut the 7 small worlds apart. Su Ping suffered a setback in the very first battle after establishing the 7th small world, but he didn't feel frustrated. Dickyong was as strong as Joanna, and was definitely one of the top heavenly lords. Such an outcome was to be expected. Whoosh! Su Ping dashed forward, holding onto her wings while Dickyong was dealing with his small worlds. The wings' fierce flames caused a burning pain. Su Ping's heart trembled. He invoked golden crow feathers to protect his hands but was still unable to block the pain. It seemed that his soul, his mind, and his laws were all being burnt. "Hurry!" Su Ping shouted. The little skeleton, the dark dragon hound, and the others jumped onto Dickyong while Su Ping kept her occupied. Hiss! The little skeleton tore Dickyong's feathers, with dark light covering its hands. However, its arms were soon pulverized by the fire, which spread out non-stop. The little skeleton shook off the burning bones, finally avoiding the fate of being incinerated. The dark dragon hound, the inferno dragon, and little white experienced similar conditions. The inferno dragon was rather tough. It simply chose to bite into Dickyong's claw, not letting go even though it was covered in flames. You! Dickyong was infuriated. "They're going to die if this goes on." "That's all right, they've already touched you." Su Ping breathed heavily. Dickyong said angrily, "You're crazy." "No, I'm not. They'll all die if you don't let them back off." Dickyong gnashed her teeth. "That's fine. I can resurrect them even if they die," said Su Ping flatly. Dickyong was so infuriated her flames surged out, consuming them all. Su Ping was also reduced to a skeleton. He didn't recover until he transformed into a golden crow. He looked at Dickyong with fear. It had been a long time since he was burnt and torn apart. He was a golden crow too. Why was he so weak? "You caused the deaths of your pets," said Dickyong angrily. Su Ping casually resurrected his pets. "Not exactly." Dickyong's eyes widened when he saw them return to life, finding the process perplexing. But she was soon reminded of Su Ping's special abilities. She angrily asked, "Is this why you're so rude to me?" "Sorry for the offense." Su Ping nodded and apologized solemnly. Dickyong quickly transformed into a girl again, then fixed her makeup in front of the water mirror. Her hair and clothes were a mess, which made her extremely angry. She glared at Su Ping again. Su Ping smiled and said, "They touched you and you killed them once. We're even." He winked at the little skeleton and the others. "You are an unreasonable lunatic," said Dickyong angrily. "Can we all go together now?" asked Su Ping sincerely. Dickyong looked at him, still angry. However, she could tell from Su Ping's eyes that he would do that again if she refused. Without saying another word, she simply covered the pets in golden light, then changed back to her original self. She grabbed Su Ping and flew onward. Su Ping threw out a thread of divine power and dragged his pets along. The desert underneath passed quickly as Dickyong flew on. None of the creatures dared to attack. Golden crows were the unquestionable kings on that planet. Nobody dared to mess with them. Dickyong soon returned to the Golden Crow's residence with Su Ping. It was in the most fertile and resourceful place of the whole planet. Su Ping saw a lot of golden crows as he approached the area. The temperature was also rising. The closer he was to the Golden Crow's territory, the hotter he felt. The sand and plants on the ground contained strange laws that gave them a wild vitality. Many golden crows greeted Dickyong after seeing her. Some were astonished after noticing the human being who had visited them not long before. After all, their lives were so long that Su Ping's visit seemed to have happened just the day prior. You must be courteous to our elder or I'll throw you out, warned Dickyong on the way. Su Ping nodded quickly. I'm always respectful to my seniors. We're peers, right? That's why I treat you equally. Dickyong rolled her eyes. Who's your peer? You haven't lived a fraction of my life yet. You're truly old then. Chapter 12:12, The Heavens. Dickyong felt that she would be infuriated to death if she were to spend more time with Su Ping. She moved quickly and soon rose to the crown of a tree. There was a gargantuan hole on the tree, big enough to accommodate a city. She landed on a branch in front of the hole, then glared at Su Ping. Just stay here. I'll report the matter to the chief elder, but I'm not sure if he's in the mood to see you. Thank you very much, Su Ping quickly thanked her. Dickyong snorted and flew into the hole. She quickly returned and gave Su Ping a gloomy look. The chief elder won't meet you, just go back. Why not? Dazed, Su Ping asked in a hurry. She snorted and said, You have no manners. The chief elder doesn't meet with anyone as rude as you. Well, Su Ping felt wronged. Exactly at this moment, an ancient voice resounded. Dickyong, enough fooling around, let him in. Dickyong turned around and stuck out her tongue. I'm just teaching him a lesson. Su Ping was lost for words. His heavy heart became light again. There really would be anything he could do if the elder didn't want to meet him. He couldn't mess around in that place. Any celestial crow could incinerate him again and again. Why are you looking at me? Go inside, Dickyong shouted. Su Ping shook his head and refrained from teasing her again. He took the little skeleton and the others into the hole. Two enormous golden crows were resting on the branch outside the hole. Su Ping could only see half their bodies. However, the auras of both crows made him feel that none of his laws and worlds would work on them. He was like a grain of dust next to a wall. He's definitely beyond the celestial state. Su Ping estimated. His pores contracted beyond his control as he became wary. He controlled his muscles, simply flying into the hole while shivering. The tree hole was extremely vast. Above him was a green opening through which he could see the sky. The most gigantic golden crow was inside the tree hole. Its head alone covered hundreds of square miles. He was like a puny ant in front of such a creature. Su Ping stopped and said respectfully, Chief Elder. The chief elder of the Golden Crows stared at Su Ping without opening his beak. However, an ancient voice was directly transmitted to Su Ping's head. I knew you would return. I didn't expect you to change so significantly and so quickly. You've also gathered the sequences of several top mythical creatures. Besides, you've established 7 small worlds with the most ancient cultivation technique. Those who achieved that were at the very top tier, even among mythical creatures. Su Ping was surprised by the information. So you're saying that all the ancient mythical creatures knew this technique? Of course, it used to be the most traditional cultivation method. However, it was lost after the war. The chief elder sounded quite grieved. Su Ping felt intrigued. So to speak, the Heaven Path Institute and the Archean divinity probably had obtained legacies of mythical creatures. It was probably one of its deepest secrets. Chief Elder, if I may ask, how many small worlds can be cultivated at the same time? Asked Su Ping. His mentor in the Heaven Path Institute had once told him that even ancestral gods had cultivated no more than 7 worlds. He had actually achieved such a number, so he wondered if that was the true limit. You're asking for the upper limit. The chief elder looked at Su Ping. If I remember correctly, the upper limit should be 9. However, it's extremely difficult to establish 9 worlds. Also, the people who established 9 worlds weren't equally strong. In any case, whoever attained 9 worlds in history went beyond the heavens. The heavens. Once again, Su Ping heard the mention of heavens. He was 2 worlds away from reaching the 9-world mark. There was still a long way ahead of him. There are many ancestral gods in the Archean divinity. Every high-ranked clan is supported by an ancestral god. Establishing 7 small worlds is no big deal if I can establish 9. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He looked at the chief elder and asked, Chief Elder, by the heavens, do you mean real lives or just a concept? The latter looked down at Su Ping, as if surprised by the question, but then he remembered something and smiled. The heavens are members of the Heaven clan. They're the species that have existed ever since the birth of the universe. Nobody knows where they came from, but they claim to have created all other lives. However, FCK them. The chief elder suddenly cursed at the end. Su Ping was able to precisely translate what he said in their telepathic communication. This left him in shock. The chief elder was rather straightforward. At first he thought that the guy would answer him in riddles. After all, most big shots Su Ping had met liked to talk mysteriously. Even if the guy would have chosen not to confess a thing, there wouldn't have been anything Su Ping could do except complain in his heart. Most people don't dare to talk about the heavens because they sense when anyone talks about them. However, there's no need to fear when you're with me. Seeing Su Ping's expression, the chief elder chuckled. The heavens aren't invincible. According to legend, there was an unparalleled genius who slew the heavens. He was respected as an ancestor. Humans knew him as Heaven Master. The ancestor. Su Ping was intrigued. Was that ancestor as strong as the ancestral gods in the realm of gods? If so, wouldn't the heavens be as strong as god emperors? Why did he slay the heavens? Asked Su Ping curiously. The massive crow glanced at Su Ping and said, "If the heavens want to kill you, wouldn't you wish to kill them? The heavens consider themselves superior to all other creatures. Even we are just minions to them. They think they can kill us whenever they wish. We've been hiding here exactly because of the heavens." The chief elder revealed the shocking secret. "However, we will go to the world of high heavens again with the other clans when our ancestor awakens, to kill the heavens." Su Ping felt dazed, not expecting that golden crows were hiding because of the heavens. Even powerful mythical creatures feared them. The world of high heavens. Su Ping suddenly remembered the remains of high heavens, the cultivation site he had accidentally discovered. It was very similar to the world of high heaven the chief elder mentioned. Su Ping immediately displayed the list, then saw that the remains of high heavens was at the very top. Its ticket was worth 100 million. The ticket for the Archean divinity was only 9,000. The gap between them was surprisingly wide. There was a short description behind the name of the cultivation site. It used to be the supreme home to the heavens, but it's already in ruins. Su Ping looked at the words. The world of high heavens the chief elder intended to attack was already dilapidated. According to the description, it was indeed home to the heavens. How come it's already destroyed? Su Ping looked at the chief elder. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Chief elder, is it possible that the heavens you intend to attack have already been destroyed?" Destroyed? The chief elder smiled and said, "I wish it were so. Unfortunately, the heavens cannot be destroyed that easily. I can feel them wandering the skies beyond the void in the center of chaos. We'll immediately attract their attention if we reveal ourselves." But Su Ping hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything in the end. He couldn't explain, and he also trusted the chief elder's judgment. "I can go and take a look for myself when I gather enough energy to pay the ticket. The golden crows were forced by the heavens to hide in this place. Were they the ones who caused the turmoil in the Archean divinity? I don't think anyone else could have shattered the Archean divinity." Su Ping's eyes glittered. If that were the case, the heavens did seem like the big bosses that all species would have to confront together. However, the note on the systems list already stated that the big boss's nest was already in ruins. Su Ping shook his head. His level was still too low for him to get in touch with relevant information. He was even farther away from accumulating 100 million energy points. Aside from establishing 9 worlds, he also had to upgrade his store, all to make money faster. The chief elder went back to the topic. "It's pointless to talk about that. Dickyong says you're here to improve your bloodline, is that correct?" "Yes, if possible. However, I don't know much about the mythical bloodline yet. Besides, I still can't understand the essence of the constitution I awakened here, so I have yet to unleash my strength fully. That's why I'm here to ask for guidance," said Su Ping respectfully. The elder crow smiled. Of course you would run into problems when trying to understand the essence. You cannot fully wield the power of your constitution because you don't have the mythical bloodline. As for advancing to the mythical bloodline, it requires a lot of precious treasures and a significant amount of willpower. He stared at Su Ping and added, "We can help if you've really thought it through." Su Ping was rather surprised. He asked curiously, "Why are you so kind to me, Chief Elder?" "For one thing, the Heaven Master of your clan did us a favor in the past," said the Chief Elder slowly. "Besides, I saw the potential of a Heaven Master in you. Since you didn't ask your fellow humans for help, humans themselves must be in a perilous situation too. As long as you remember our favor, it'll be worth it." "I won't forget your favor for the rest of my life," Su Ping declared. He was also intrigued. Chief Elder aren't golden crows mythical creatures. Human beings haven't existed for long, right? Why do you know them? The Chief Elder seemed to be surprised by Su Ping's question. The crow stared at Su Ping for a moment, then said, "You'll understand when you meet the Heaven Master of humanity." Su Ping stopped asking, noticing the evasive reply. "You may go out. We will prepare the treasures needed for your bloodline improvement. We'll let you know when we're ready," said the Chief Elder. Su Ping quickly thanked him again, bowing deeply. He then left the tree hole. The Chief Elder was deep in though as he watched him leave. "Just like before, I cannot see his future nor his past. What kind of being can possibly block my senses like our ancestor? But our ancestor is half awake already. He would surely react if another ancestor invades, or if the Heaven Master of humanity was taking action." The Chief Elder was quite solemn. The real reason why he was willing to invest in Su Ping, in addition to the two reasons mentioned, was that he sensed the presence of a powerful being backing Su Ping. However, he was unable to ascertain the being's real level. It seemed to have escaped the attention of his ancestor. What kind of being could that be? Once he left the tree hole, Su Ping saw Dikyang on a branch and immediately flew towards her. "I thought you would be killed by the Chief Elder," said Dikyang straight away. Su Ping said, "I thought so too." Dikyang snorted. "What did the Chief Elder say? Did he tell you to get the hell out of here, or is he letting you stay?" "Technically speaking, he asked me to get the hell out and stay." "Okay then, just come to my place. You can live there for now so that you won't offend anyone else. Others aren't as nice as me. They will surely eat you." She then snorted and moved away. Su Ping summoned the little skeleton and his other pets, then followed. They had been with him when he met the Chief Elder, but their behavior wasn't entirely satisfactory. They were all trembling. None of them recovered until they came out. "You weren't this scared when we met the God Emperor in the Archean divinity. The Chief Elder even suppressed his aura. Why were you so scared?" Su Ping kicked the dark dragon hound in the butt and jumped onto its back as he ordered all his pets to follow Dikyang. The dark dragon hound looked back at Su Ping pitifully, then caught up to Dikyang. "Is it possible that the Chief Elder is even stronger than a God Emperor? Does he compare to the ancestral gods in the Archean divinity? If so, what level is his ancestor at?" The idea occurred to Su Ping, leaving him wary and speechless. If that was the case, he was still too far from becoming a real expert. However, Su Ping felt that the Chief Elder was probably just a God Emperor, and only was stronger than those in the Archean divinity because he was a mythical creature. The chaotic mythical bloodline. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He suddenly remembered his solar bulwark. He could transform into a golden crow. Going by logic, he should be carrying the chaotic mythical bloodline already. Thinking about that, Su Ping simply asked Dikyang, "You're right. You're indeed half a golden crow, but only half. You didn't go through the rite of passage in the ancestral land, so you don't really have a mythical bloodline. Besides, you have to transform when you use your awakened constitution. Your assorted bloodlines may get in the way. In my opinion, you should ask the Chief Elder to allow you to complete the rite of passage in the ancestral land," said Dikyang casually. "I would become a real golden crow if I complete the rite of passage. Then the other bloodlines. They'll be swallowed, of course. Our bloodline is ultimately powerful. It won't tolerate the other bloodlines." declared Dickyong proudly. Chapter 12:13, Refining Mythical Creatures. Su Ping frowned and asked, "Is there any way to keep the other bloodlines too?" "The only way is to upgrade all your other bloodlines to the chaotic mythical degree. That can prevent them from being swallowed. Even though our bloodline is powerful, it's impossible for it to swallow bloodlines of the same level. They can coexist inside your body for at least 100,000 years before they finally swallow each other." Dickyong added, "However, you must find corresponding treasures to activate each and every one of your bloodlines to achieve this, so that their primitive power can be restored. Haven't you asked the Chief Elder? What did he say?" "He said he would help me and asked me to wait." Su Ping remembered what the Chief Elder had told him. The help he mentioned was probably unrelated to the rite of passage. So to speak, the Elder was indeed planning to help him activate all his bloodlines. This made Su Ping feel rather guilty and touched. They didn't know each other well, and yet the Great Crow was willing to bestow such a great favor. "We'll see about that. This is my palace." Dickyong landed with agile moves. Her palace was immense, but Su Ping felt it was more like a bird nest with golden threads. Still, it was quite glamorous. Smaller golden crows worked there as servants. "You'll stay here for the time being. Don't go anywhere else," Dickyong instructed. Su Ping nodded. The crows observed him curiously while he asked, "Is there a place where I can cultivate?" "Right over there. There's an array set by the elders to gather the tree's essence. You did cultivate there before. Have you forgotten already?" Dickyong took Su Ping to the cultivation platform. "Sure." Su Ping found a place to sit down and took out the treasures acquired from the superior gods, then summoned the little skeleton and his other pets. Those treasures were mostly of ascendant grade and rare cultivation resources, including unusual crystals, fruits, ultimate techniques, and many others. The training area was quite vast. Su Ping took all those items out, forming a sizable hill. Dickyong was intrigued by all those things. She examined some of the items and remarked, "Their patterns are delicate, but their power is too weak. The circulation is terrible too. Are they weapons from humankind?" "They're items for gods." "Gods?" Dickyong was taken aback. "What are gods?" Su Ping was even more surprised. "You know human beings, but not gods." Dickyong said, "Is it strange that I know humans? Although your kind is weak on average, you once had a heaven master anyway. I was born here. I had never seen a real human, but it's said that most mythical creatures reproduced by mating in primordial times, except for natural-born mythical creatures like us. Some of the mythical creatures caused strange bloodlines that didn't have much power of chaos left during reproduction, ending up as slaves or food. Of all those bastard species, only one gave birth to beings as strong as those born from nature. That is, human beings." Su Ping was surprised. "There are no heaven masters among the gods." "I had never heard about gods before." Dickyong shook her head. Su Ping was amazed. Were heaven masters stronger than ancestral gods? Were gods born after humans? Or was Dickyong unaware of gods because she had never left that world? If humans were born before the emergence of gods, then why are humans living such a hard life in the Archean divinity? Su Ping's eyes glittered. He thought that ancient history was rather blurred. Complete book edition of a history of all species in all universes. It costs 10 million energy points. Interested? Asked the system with an enticing tone. "You're eavesdropping again." Su Ping cursed and quickly declined the offer. He would rather pay the 10 million energy points for other treasures. The history book couldn't be used as a weapon anyway. It was worthless for him at the moment. "Was all this garbage, forged by the gods you mentioned?" Dickyong rummaged through the pile of secret treasures and picked some of the beautifully crafted weapons. She played with them, showing great interest. Even though crudely made, she liked those weapons because of their appearance. They were almost toys for her. "If you like them, just grab them." Su Ping wasn't petty. Dickyong had guided him during the 2 visits and given him a lot of help. Dickyong went and picked secret treasures with great delight, like a girl in a jewelry store. She tried them one after the other. One of the items was a necklace able to block an ascendant-level strike, but she merely saw it as a normal necklace. Dickyong picked up an earring and asked curiously, "How do I use this?" Su Ping waved a hand, and a few more earrings flew out. He summoned the dark dragon hound and set one of the earrings on its ear while it was still unaware. Woof! Dickyong looked at them and understood. She carefully put on the earring and looked at herself in the water mirror. She was delighted. The gods' gadgets aren't bad at all. Su Ping chuckled. That ascendant treasure would have probably never expected it would be picked because of its appearance. It's true that being good-looking means everything. Good for me. Su Ping shook his head with mixed feelings. He threw some spiritual fruits to Little White and the dark dragon hound so they could cultivate too. Is that your food? Dickyong was astonished to see that Su Ping was also eating the spiritual fruits given to the pets. She had thought that the food was only intended for his pets. There's so little energy in the fruits. They won't help you at all even if you eat 10,000 of them, don't you think? Said Dickyong in disdain. Then she took out 2 fruits that looked like pineapples. These are 100-year-old fire heart fruits, a favorite for us golden crows. Try them. So young, Su Ping was astonished. Most fruits he ate were 10,000 years old. Could fruits mature in just 100 years? He quickly ate one of the fruits and his eyes widened. He felt that a scorching power was filling up his body. A valve of sorts seemed to have been opened in his head, and infinite information surged in. There were all kinds of mysterious laws too, with the law of fire quickly surfacing. Su Ping had already attained such law to perfection, and yet he achieved a deeper understanding. My law of fire would have probably been perfected after swallowing the fruit, even if I hadn't perfected it or even grasped before. Su Ping was shocked. That fire heart fruit was too powerful, and it was only 100 years old. What would happen if he ate a 1,000-year-old fruit? Too young, is it? Dickyong was quite angry after hearing him mumble. This is one of the older ones. Only I am qualified to eat it. The others can only eat the 10-year-old ones. Su Ping couldn't help but ask, why do you eat them so soon? The fruit would have been more effective after letting it mature for 1,000 years, right? Dickyong wasn't angered by the question. She heaved a sigh and said, of course, the 1,000-year-old fruits are better. However, they are always in demand. Nobody can wait 1,000 years. It only grows around the ancestral holy tree. Maybe in a few thousand years, even the 100-year-old fruits will become rare. So they're all eaten up too soon. Once enlightened, Su Ping asked, you only have this food variety. Of course there's more, but it's not as delicious. This one is our favorite. It is said that we had sunflowers in the past, but they're extinct now, said Dickyong. Su Ping understood the situation, but there was nothing he could do about their problem. Having already eaten one, Su Ping threw the other fruit to the Inferno Dragon, as it would be helpful in understanding the path of fire, the planned direction he had for his pet. Even though all his pets had skills in every aspect, it would be better to let each of them have a specialty. Being good in every aspect wasn't doable. Dickyong said goodbye to Su Ping and left after taking some of the secret treasures. Su Ping encouraged his pets to eat the treasures looted from the superior gods and cultivate. The young chaos beast was the most diligent of the lot. It actually ignored the loot, apparently uninterested. Instead, it sat close to the trunk of the tree to absorb the power of chaos within. Su Ping didn't disturb the young chaos beast. He also cultivated inside the ancient array. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The purple python and the inferno dragon became star lords. They had absorbed more treasures than the other pets. The inferno dragon was previously at the peak of the star state. It expanded significantly in size after breaking through, becoming even scarier. The fire heart fruit made the dragon's skin patterns even more intimidating. To Su Ping's surprise, breaking through in that place didn't cause any tribulation, which seemed to have been due to the barrier protecting the planet. You don't have heavenly tribulations if you break through? Asked Su Ping curiously when Dickyong showed up on the 7th day. She asked in return, what's a heavenly tribulation? Why would there be tribulations when we grow? Well, Su Ping didn't know what to say. At the same time, he thought that his mind had somehow been opened. Breakthroughs were normal parts of a golden crow's growth. It was just like humans turning into teens and adults. Why was the heavenly tribulation necessary? That's right, shouldn't breakthroughs be natural? Why did they have to be tested by the heavenly tribulation? Why was the heavenly tribulation qualified to test them? Dikyang bore a piece of good news. The chief elder summons you. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He immediately put away the remaining fruits and medicines laying on the ground, then sent his pets back to the contract space to follow Dikyang. He soon found himself in front of the magnificent tree hole again. Su Ping flew inside with Dikyang again, and saw that the chief elder was still standing there, like a huge mountain. The required materials are ready. Are you ready? The chief elder's voice was gentle and caring. Su Ping asked, how long will it take? Depends on yourself. Maybe a year, maybe 100, said the chief elder. It's impossible to estimate. There are too many bloodlines inside your body. It's hard to tell how strong you will be when all the bloodlines are upgraded. Su Ping nodded and took a deep breath. I'll entrust everything to you then, chief elder. I'll be eternally in your debt. The chief elder smiled and accepted his gratitude. He was doing all that exactly because he wanted Su Ping to owe him a favor. He wanted Su Ping to become the bridge between the golden crows and humanity, as well as the mysterious backer. Come inside. The chief elder shook and transformed from a magnificent golden crow into a gentle and caring old man covered in golden feathers. He waved a hand and a furnace appeared out of thin air. The artifact looked ancient, with eternal flames floating about. Su Ping felt that an external power made him approach the furnace. He didn't resist, slowly making his way over. The heat sensation became stronger as he approached. His body appeared to have been set ablaze, on the verge of melting. Once in front of the furnace, Su Ping saw that the air close to the flames was twisted and full of cracks. Each crack was as tiny as a hair, but there seemed to be a brilliant sea of stars on each. Let's go. The chief elder roared, and Su Ping found himself inside the furnace. He had somehow passed right through the furnace walls. The furnace was hundreds of meters tall. There was plenty of room inside. A lot of materials had been stacked inside the furnace too. It was shocking to find a small golden crow's body, like that of a newborn. Su Ping saw all kinds of unusual materials. Some looked like vines, while others looked like trees soaked in blood. The blood wasn't unusually fragrant, unlike the pungent odor one would expect. It seemed to contain highly condensed energy. These are the necessary materials for the advancement of mythical bloodlines. Su Ping's eyes were solemn. The little golden crow's body made Su Ping feel conflicted. The fire surrounded the furnace outside. Su Ping immediately felt he was wreathed in the suffocating fire. Power mist was spread out of Su Ping's body and dispersed in the air. At the same time, the herbs and bodies of mythical creatures were melting in the scorching fire. Su Ping felt that his body began to crack. The vapor from the blood pooled below turned into energy and fixed every crack. His body burned, cracked, and was then fixed, on and on. A balance was reached eventually. Gods. Su Ping detected his body had automatically turned into that of a god, then into a soul, and then into that of an ancient deity. A tremendous amount of smoke would disperse in the fire every time he switched his constitution, like expelling impurities. Su Ping felt that streams of pure power were emerging all over his body as it constantly cracked and healed. Once the sorcerer's constitution appeared, Su Ping saw that a rotten humanoid corpse a couple of meters tall rose from the blood and dashed towards him. Chapter 12:14 The Primitive Chaos Clan. The corpse was covered in dark patterns that looked like ancient tattoos. It was wearing a ragged battle skirt, which was made of some ancient beast's fur, which contained special laws and essence. The decorative fangs on the skirt were full natural energy brands. Su Ping felt both closeness and pressure from the corpse. The fire surged, and the corpse clung to Su Ping as if alive, hugging him like a newborn. Streaks of dark energy as thick as serpents emerged on the corpse's limbs, which wrapped around Su Ping. He felt that his cells were melting like ice in water. The cells then became restless, biting each other and mutating. Su Ping's body began to twist and expand in the process. He looked hideous and appalling. However, a profound and ancient power was erupting from the depths of his genes, making him feel that everything was more vivid, as he was more in touch with the world around him. The sensation was like the existence of an invisible that used to be there, between him and the world, and now the membrane was gone. Su Ping's skull and brains were also mutating. His mind became empty, something seemed to be invading. The world before his eyes was gone. His eyeballs lost their function. He could see nothing but darkness. Light reappeared at some point, igniting the entire dark world like fire. Su Ping saw the most amazing scene. There were countless, minute figures flying and gathering, leaving traces in the void which formed curves. Once the curves were formed and interwoven, it suddenly occurred to Su Ping that they were outlining the original form of a law. Is this what the universe looks like in the deepest parts? Su Ping was shocked. The construction of the law was visible to the naked eye. Even the most stupid person would be able to imitate it. Su Ping then felt a strange force attracting and controlling his body. He was somehow connected to the tiny figures in the void, and was able to control the energy in a way. A mere thought of his directed the tiny figures in the void, making them fly in a strange, sword-shaped trajectory. Such a trajectory was deliberate. However, Su Ping discovered that the trajectory formed a law once it was completed. Damage swallowing. He narrowed his eyes with shock. If his guess was correct, it had to be a law of his own invention. He had invented a law. That was a prerequisite for breaking through to the ascendant state. He had actually grasped the power and created a law of his own. Nevertheless, the power of said law was rather mediocre. It could not compare to the fundamental laws of every world such as fire and light, not to mention the 4 ultimate laws. It's just a normal law. Still, to think I was able to make one this easily, it's unbelievable. Where am I? What kind of ability is this? Su Ping couldn't help but look around, but the only thing he could see was boundless darkness. As if sensing his thoughts, the darkness around him faded away, and infinite light was compressed, making fire in Su Ping's eyes. Once again, he found himself being burnt by eternal fire inside the furnace, but the corpse holding him was gone. The only remains of the corpse were its limbs, laid on Su Ping like black ropes, which gradually melted into Su Ping's body as the fire burned. The excruciating pain caused by the burning was soothed. Su Ping was able to see his outer appearance with his mind's eye and was rather stunned. He was covered in dark patterns, which looked exactly like those that were etched on the corpse. His body felt increasingly different as the remains melted into him. He was being filled by a magnificent power that flowed in the dark patterns like blood, bringing him more strength. There was a sudden oppressive force coming from the furnace, which seemed about to squeeze and tear him apart. He gritted his teeth. The pain only intensified non-stop. He was about to be tortured to death. Su Ping couldn't help but scream. The flesh all over his body was roiling. The dark patterns on his skin sank into his body, and the golden flesh inside was exposed. Some body parts were misty and silver, which emitted the auras of different constitutions. The blood at the bottom of the furnace was boiling. An immense force pressed Su Ping down, making his body submerge in the blood. The items soaking there quickly gathered around him. Su Ping could no longer feel the changes in the outside world as he was being torn apart and burned. All that he could feel was pain. The experience was so excruciating that Su Ping even wanted to pass out. However, it was impossible for him to do that. He would wake up in pain whenever his consciousness was disconnected. His only alternative would be to terminate his own life. Still, that choice would mean failure. Su Ping tried to stop himself from thinking about that. Multiple types of auras were replacing each other inside his body. Gods, souls, ancient deities, human beings. All the auras replaced each other, finally melting into a murky aura brought forth by the fire. The new aura was assorted and chaotic. Its elements were eating and resisting each other. The blood began to dwindle because of the eternal fire's effect. The materials floating inside were refined into pure power that flowed into Su Ping's body, making his new aura stable and powerful. Time was a non-existing concept in that place. Su Ping's body eventually turned into a meatball, surrounded by different auras when all the blood and materials inside the furnace were consumed, and only the furnace remained. Each aura was extremely powerful and was trying to swallow the others. Half the space inside the furnace was completely dark, emitting a terrifying aura that scared off other auras. The meatball shrank after a long time passed, and the range where the auras fought was also reduced. The balance was lost at some point and several auras collided, unleashing a horrifying force. The force was spread into the dark area. The dark tried to fight back, but was gradually entangled. The auras on the surface of the meatball became as obscure as a storm. Call! A cry burst out from within the obscure auras. The illusion of a delicate and tiny golden crow flew out. However, it was soon caught and smothered by the obscure auras. The storm covering the meatball came to an end after the crow illusion was gone, and the meatball itself became dim and even more hideous. However, upon closer look, it could be seen that the round thing's every hue was made of countless mysterious patterns. Bang, bang! The sound of a heartbeat suddenly came from inside the meatball. Bang, bang! The meatball was shaking. Its mysterious patterns were activated, slightly twisting about. Su Ping could no longer feel any pain. He was like a completely deflated balloon, falling, but there was nothing to fall into as he couldn't feel his body. There was hazy light before him. The spots of light were gathering again. Each of the spots turned out to be a symbol when magnified. The symbols looked like characters and arrays. Su Ping had never seen them before, but he found them strangely familiar, as if he could understand them. These are Daoglyphs, the language found in the deepest part of the universe, born along with the universe. Su Ping was rather shocked. He could feel the significance of those ciphers, like a legacy hidden deep inside his bloodline. He was naturally able to comprehend them. He somehow realized how precious Daoglyphs were. Even the most ancient beings looked for them. Whoever acquired Daoglyphs could see the ultimate secrets of the universe and control everything. The Daoglyphs were floating right in front of him. Su Ping unconsciously touched them, and the symbols instantly flew as if awakened. However, they didn't flee. They simply rushed towards Su Ping's body. The next moment, the Daoglyphs melted into Su Ping's consciousness, bringing him a sensation that his consciousness had somehow transcended again. He was in the most mysterious and amazing state. While the experience lasted, Su Ping discovered that his mind was much sharper than before. Many laws and conundrums he couldn't unravel in the past were no longer problems. The laws he had only just learned or grasped had been perfected right then. The perfection of laws was just the foundation. Above laws were Dao patterns. Dao patterns were based on Daoglyphs. One Dao pattern was inscribed with dozens of Daoglyphs. Similarly, dozens of Daoglyphs could only construct one powerful Dao pattern. There are actually 3,000 Daoglyphs, Su Ping mumbled. His understanding of the universe had grown exponentially, even exceeding what was expected in the celestial state. Only those on higher levels could understand a thing or two about Daoglyphs. Su Ping examined himself and saw that there were already 108 Daoglyphs assimilated on his person. That number is still too far from the 3,000. I'll probably become the strongest person in all universes if I truly master the 3,000 Daoglyphs. Su Ping vaguely realized what the ultimate experts were pursuing. The strength harnessed by God Emperors probably depended on the Daoglyphs they knew. There were 108 Daoglyphs in Su Ping's body at the moment. They contained infinite strength. These 108 Daoglyphs can construct hundreds of Dao patterns. A Dao pattern is much more powerful than any law. It actually contains law traits. In short, when a law clashes against a Tao pattern, say, one for stabilization and one for acceleration, the Tao pattern will surely win. Su Ping tried using his already attained Tao glyphs, only to find that it was impossible. This left him in shock. He tried again, but the result was the same. Su Ping observed carefully, suddenly discovering that knowing Tao glyphs didn't equate with knowing how to use them. It was like knowing the pronunciation of a word, but not its meaning. Does this mean I can't control Tao glyphs until I completely understand them? However, it's extremely difficult to understand the infinite elements of a Tao glyph. That's something only for celestials and above. Only their minds are strong enough for them to comprehend and infer. Other people's brains would explode even if they only tried to understand. Su Ping hesitated, his excitement dwindling. After thinking long and hard, he tried to pick a Tao pattern and infer the meaning of the Tao glyphs within. If the Tao glyph is a math question, the Tao pattern is the formula to solve the question. Su Ping saw the laws he knew as simple multiplication tables, and he now had to solve a calculus problem with them. It was undoubtedly impossible for him to accomplish the task, no matter how hard he tried. Still, he certainly couldn't give up. The road to the ultimate height of the universe was right in front of him. Too many people dreamed about such a goal. How could he give up that easily? Su Ping could only play it by ear. He could always spend more time pondering and inferring the problem with the things he knew. A force dragged his consciousness back to focus once he made that decision. He saw the fire again, finding himself back in the furnace. An indescribable, exuberant feeling of power was emerging from Su Ping's body. He saw countless minuscule lines inside the fierce fire. They were none other than the vulnerabilities of the fire itself. This fire is also made of some sort of law or Tao pattern. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He didn't expect to find flaws in the fire. Would that mean that he could now see through celestial-level attacks? The flames around him were extinguished. He was no longer feeling any heat or pain. The chief elder of the Golden Crows flew towards him. There was a change in the elder's expression when he saw the young man. He narrowed his eyes and gasped, "Chaos Clan! Wait, the primitive Chaos Clan!" Feeling dazed, Su Ping scanned his own body, only for his shock to increase. His body had changed significantly. He was almost 10 meters tall, and the dark patterns on his skin were all gone. There was only one mark left on his forehead, and glittering lines covered his skin. There were different kinds of power in the lines. Furthermore, Su Ping sensed that the 108 Tao glyphs were still hiding somewhere inside his body. He tried to move them, only to fail just like before. Su Ping couldn't help but ask, "Chief Elder, did I?" It was obvious that his body had changed significantly, and his bloodline had advanced. "You did it." The Chief Elder looked at Su Ping with a troubled expression. "For your bloodlines to combine and bring forth the primitive Chaos Clan's bloodline was beyond my expectations." Chapter 12:15, Establishing the Eighth World. The primitive Chaos Clan. Su Ping felt puzzled as he looked at the Chief Elder. A lot of mythical creatures were born in the beginning of the universe. They formed many clans, each having their own totems and faiths. The Chief Elder looked at Su Ping, conflicted feelings showing in his eyes. However, one particular batch of creatures was born when chaos was split up. They were the primitive Chaos Clan. Their clan members were powerful, with many types of energy and Tao glyphs infused in their bodies. It's said that they were able to build a new universe when they reached the peak. Still, all chaos kept splitting after the birth of the primitive Chaos Clan. The powers that emerged gave birth to many other mythical creatures, including the Golden Crows. However, the mythical creatures born afterwards didn't have many Tao glyphs in their bodies anymore. Only some of them had a few Tao glyphs, such as the ancestors of the sorcerer's bloodline you had before. They had 12 Tao glyphs in their bodies, and knew the origins of laws such as wind, rain, and lightning. As for you, the Chief Elder looked at him with admiration and even some vague jealousy in his eyes. You have 108 Tao glyphs. Even though you cannot wield their power yet, You're essentially carrying a gold mine. Not even Golden Crow peers will be able to fight you once you're able to wield the power of the primitive Chaos Clan. Su Ping listened while in a daze, never expecting that the combination of his bloodlines and constitutions could form the ultimate bloodline of the primitive Chaos Clan. Based on what he heard, it was a mythical lineage, even more terrifying than the Golden Crows. But even if I didn't have the primitive Chaos bloodline, it shouldn't be a problem for me to defeat Golden Crows with the same cultivation level, Su Ping thought. Of course, he couldn't say anything aloud. After all, he owed them a big favor. It would be truly ungrateful of him to slap them in the face. Chief Elder, if you put it that way, will I be able to dominate all lives on my level when I completely grasp the Tao glyphs in me? Asked Su Ping. Basically. The Chief Elder heaved a sigh. Actually, you're already talented enough to beat most juniors in my clan. Only the top geniuses may defeat you, such as Dickyong, who carries the ancestral bloodline. Still, you will surpass Dickyong very quickly by the time you grasp the Tao glyphs. You could be on par with the heavens, said the Chief Elder. Su Ping was both stunned and excited. He still didn't know what the heavens meant just yet, but he believed that none of them were weaker than celestials. I can't understand or use the Tao glyphs, though. Can you give me some guidance, Chief Elder? Asked Su Ping. The Chief Elder nodded. That's normal. It would be bizarre if you could. My original plan was to let you go through the rite of passage after your own bloodlines became mythical, so that the bloodlines could combine and reach higher levels. But I didn't expect. He gave a slight head shake and said, You're too weak right now. I'll help you understand 2 Tao glyphs. You must comprehend the rest on your own. Still dazed, Su Ping asked again, Then, I don't need to participate in the rite of passage anymore. Please let me. Even though I'm a member of the primitive Chaos Clan, my heart is still with the Golden Crows. I was born a Golden Crow and I'll die as one. The Chief Elder rolled his eyes at Su Ping. Enough of that. It's not that I'm not letting you take part. You simply cannot participate anymore. Our bloodline residing in your body has already been absorbed by the primitive Chaos bloodline as nutrition during the fusion. You're no longer connected to our clan by blood. This gave Su Ping a shock. He quickly examined himself, only to find that he couldn't see any signs of the Golden Crows in his body anymore, just like the Chief Elder said. He tried to activate the solar bulwark but failed. The young Golden Crow I saw. Su Ping recalled everything that happened during the fusion of bloodlines. He had vaguely seen the illusion of a young Golden Crow shrieking. Was that when the bloodline was sacrificed? The Golden Crow bloodline, which he had cultivated so arduously, was gone. Su Ping felt somewhat regretful. I don't have the Golden Crow bloodline anymore. Why are you still willing to help me, Chief Elder? Su Ping looked at the Great Crow. He was flattered and confused by the guy's generosity. Was it only because there was a human heaven master? The Chief Elder's favor was clearly not small. The Elder gave a slight head shake, with a smile on his weary face. I'm just wagering on a possibility, and I hope I made the right decision. Anyways, I'll help you understand 2 Tao glyphs. How far you can go in the future will depend on your power of understanding. Su Ping felt that the Chief Elder had taken him to a world full of scorching golden flames, vast and endless. They were reflected on the ground, which looked like a golden, tranquil lake. The Chief Elder waved a hand, and 2 of the 108 Tao glyphs found in Su Ping's body shook, then floated in front of the young man's eyes. Let's start with this Tao glyph. It represents fire, but it's different from the path of fire you know. It contains all fires found in the universe through time. We can dissect the glyph into 18 Tao patterns, including temperature, splitting, scorching flames, golden fire. The Chief Elder waved a hand and inferred those details for Su Ping's benefit. The Tao glyph revolved slowly, emitting golden light that turned into complex Tao patterns. Each pattern was magnified 100,000 times. Countless laws could be seen among them. The Tao pattern of temperature alone contained the temperatures of time, space, void, ice, and many others. Those patterns were floating before Su Ping's eyes. He was stunned, never thinking that the laws in that world could be as complicated. One of the 18 Tao patterns already contained all features found in the perfect path of fire. The other 17 patterns contained many more things. That revelation made him understand that the path of fire he knew was just at a beginner level, far from perfection. There was a lot more he had yet to assimilate. Mastery, perfection. The so-called perfection only means that the laws I grasp are complete and can be melted into the Tao pattern as part of it. The 18 Tao patterns contain thousands of laws, but they can only construct one Tao glyph in the end. The 18 Tao patterns swirling around him left him in a daze. Only 18 of them, and he could see thousands of laws in them. He suddenly understood why it was said that the 3,000 Tao glyphs could describe everything in the universe. A single Tao glyph contained infinite wisdom and laws by itself. Su Ping had a sudden and strong thirst for exploration. He wanted to explore all paths and find out the ultimate secret of the universe. Once again, the chief elder waved a hand and slowly destroyed the Tao patterns, inferring them from laws. Countless laws were split up and gathered into Tao patterns, which reassembled to form a Tao glyph, which contained infinite traits and variations. Time flew. Once the chief elder finished analyzing the Tao glyph, he pushed it back into Su Ping's body and said, "How much you can understand is up to you. Even if you can't understand fully at the moment, you should be able to manage in 100 years." He had already planted the seed. It could sprout at any time. After grasping the first Tao glyph, Su Ping would be able to grasp the others one by one. The natural-born glyph of the golden crows, Su Ping mumbled and felt something. Scorching flames emanated all over his body all of a sudden. The glyph of fire glittered brilliantly inside his body. Its features were burning, using Su Ping's energy as fuel. They were manifested as golden crow fire. The golden crow opened his mouth, stunned. He knew that Su Ping was smart, but he didn't expect that the boy would be able to wield the power of almost 10 Tao patterns after watching a single demonstration. He suddenly felt regretful. Had he helped Su Ping using their clan's rite of passage, that genius could have eventually become a rising new star among golden crows. Time and space were twisted as Su Ping controlled the power, and all kinds of Tao patterns appeared around him. They contained enormous power, enough to crush any star lord. Su Ping even felt that Tao patterns could even put him on equal terms when confronting ascendant laws. Tao patterns can be used to construct laws. Su Ping remembered the law he had created during the fusion of bloodlines. He instantly unfolded some Tao patterns and inserted some of their features into another pattern. One of the Tao patterns quickly changed, and several laws were born. They were just ordinary laws, but they brought new features to the Tao pattern. The chief elder's eyes widened, and his hands began to shiver when he saw this. He didn't say anything to avoid disturbing the human. His regret couldn't go any deeper. Is this fate at work? Maybe he'll be able to put an end to this war like that human being did. The chief elder was pondering in silence, awash with complicated feelings. A long time passed. Su Ping was really excited with the initial testing. He asked the chief elder, "Do you think I used it correctly?" "Yes." Then the elder taught Su Ping the second Tao glyph. Once the demonstration was over, the chief elder said to Su Ping, "You only have enough energy to use 2 Tao glyphs right now. You can try to comprehend the rest of the Tao glyphs on your own. It's up to you whether to stay here or not. I'll ask Dikyong to arrange a residence for you if you choose to stay for a while." Su Ping thought for a moment and said, "I wish to cultivate here for a while longer." "Okay." The chief elder nodded. The vast golden world was gone. They were back in the tree hole. The crow elder summoned Dikyong, who was waiting outside, then waved a hand. "Arrange a place for him to cultivate. See him out." Dikyong was confused. She asked, "Chief elder, are you all right? You look rather exhausted." "Go." The chief elder waved her off. His exhaustion was on a mental level. She was still puzzled, but she didn't ask further. She then glanced at Su Ping, and a strange feeling rushed over her. She vaguely found Su Ping threatening, as if he were her natural enemy. But did golden crows have any natural enemies? Once they were outside the tree, Dickyong sized Su Ping up and asked, "Your bloodline? It's now complete." Su Ping chuckled. He controlled his body and regained the human appearance, shrinking back to a 2-meter height. He looked tall and handsome. "I know it's complete. What's your bloodline now?" asked Dickyong suspiciously. "I won't tell you," Su Ping grinned. Infuriated, Dickyong stomped on the ground. "Do you think it's anything special? It can't be as good as ours, humph." Su Ping smiled, not planning on arguing with her. His bloodline couldn't have advanced without the Golden Crow's help. He would obviously not attack their princess. Su Ping summoned the little skeleton and his other pets when they reached Dickyong's residence. He wasn't in a hurry to leave because he intended to consolidate his gains. There were also other things to do. For example, he needed to teach his pets the way to establish 7 small worlds, so that they could do the same. Su Ping wasn't afraid of his pets betraying him. He already considered them family after having spent so much time together. Besides, he wanted to condense the 8th world right where he was. That's right. Su Ping thought he had figured out how to establish the 8th world after gaining the primitive Chaos clan's bloodline. The 7th world was the world of heavenly tribulations. The 8th world would be the world of mythical chaos. I'll consider rising to the ascendant state after establishing the 8th world. I'm already capable of creating laws of my own, but none of my experimentation creating laws broke through the ascendant state bottleneck. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He was slightly worried about his journey to the ascendant state. Normal Star Lords would invoke a heavenly tribulation after creating a law of their own, and would become ascendants if they survived. However, he didn't sense a whiff of tribulation when he created laws. He then thought that his journey to the ascendant state would be different. Normal methods were probably useless to him. He had to make preparations. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Dickyong took good care of Su Ping even though she often bickered with him. "Yes." "What?" "Watch the door for me." "Get lost." Dickyong berated herself for being generous to such a guy. She stormed off, leaving 2 Golden Crow guards. Time flew. Su Ping imparted the little skeleton and the other pets the laws he had grasped through the method offered by the system. It was amazingly effective. If Su Ping was strong, his pets would be strong too. Conversely, Su Ping could borrow from the findings of his pets. Su Ping's secluded training to condense an 8th world began right after the little skeleton, and the others grasped the knowledge. The 8th world had primitive chaos and the 108 Tao glyphs as its foundation. He constructed the world bit by bit. Unlike the previous 7 worlds, the 8th world wasn't founded on one particular law. It was a much bigger and more solid world, built with more materials. Chapter 12:16, The System's Goal. It's a bit like the 8th astral painting. Su Ping didn't find it too hard to construct the 8th world. Rather, the process felt quite familiar, just like when he constructed the 8th astral painting using the laws he had mastered as the stars. The current small world structure was made with the 108 Tao glyphs. The difficulty had increased, but the feeling was the same. They seemed to have the same origin. Is it possible that the chaos star chart taught by the system was actually intended for building this world? Or maybe everything is connected when you reach a certain level. Su Ping didn't consider the system as a simple plugin. On the contrary, he found it rather special. At first, he thought it was a high-tech product from the Federation that he happened to come across. But then he discovered that the system was much more powerful than the Federation itself. The system had also revealed that there were 3 hosts before him. Each host had been very famous. It seemed that the system was trying to raise a top expert. The system's training has a purpose, so everything the system has offered me is for a reason. It's meant to accelerate my growth. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He was silent for a moment but didn't hear any feedback from the system. His speculation was immediately confirmed. The system would have mocked him otherwise. So is it a silent yes? Su Ping's eyes glittered. The system remained silent. It probably wouldn't tell him the answer even if he asked. Still, the chaos star chart was clearly a top cultivation technique. The structure of the eighth astral painting was similar to that of the world of mythical chaos. Had the system foreseen that he would cultivate such a world? Was the system giving him the standard and conditions to help him cultivate that world? Su Ping couldn't help but ask in his heart, "System, what kind of person do you want to raise exactly?" There was a long silence. Right when Su Ping thought that the system wouldn't answer, the system's voice resounded within, with a tone unlike its usual solemnness. It calmly said, "This system store is the best pet store in all universes. Being the owner, you should naturally become the strongest person in all universes. How else can you reign in all the pets?" The strongest person. Su Ping remembered what the system had said before. Everything could be a pet. So, mythical creatures were no exception. He was going to herd all creatures in all universes. Was he going to be trained to become the strongest person in history? "Who made you then, system?" Su Ping asked. "This system came to be along with nature. Nobody made me. It's not something that you're supposed to know. Just focus on cultivation and try to improve the store to the highest level sooner," said the system, going back to silent mode. The highest level. Su Ping was reminded of the store's level system. 9 was the highest level, and the store was only at level 5 at the moment. Still, it was already qualified for a level 6 upgrade. All he needed to do was to spend the corresponding energy points. He had to reach the ascendant state first for the store to rise to level 7. That was one of the main prerequisites. "The strongest in history," Su Ping mumbled. He didn't want to be the strongest in history, though. Being the best was too tiresome. He had never been interested in becoming the best in school. Of course, he couldn't have become the best even if he had wanted to. Spending every day without any ambition was just as joyful. There were always people who were better and stronger. Why bother spending one's short life chasing and surpassing them? "System, you've got the wrong guy. You should have picked a more ambitious person." Su Ping shook his head. He dropped the topic, seeing that the system didn't respond. He wasn't ambitious, but he still had to become stronger to overcome the threat of old monster Yi. He had to be capable of killing celestials to intimidate others and ensure the safety of his loved ones. The world of mythical chaos. Su Ping focused his attention on constructing the world. Having the experience of establishing the eighth astral painting, Su Ping was able to accelerate the construction process, even though making an eighth world was a different matter. A world that contained infinite power and the aura of chaos was slowly developing in Su Ping's body, above the existing 7 small worlds. It contained the essence of Su Ping's power and the 108 Tao glyphs. Even though he couldn't use the glyphs just yet, Su Ping was able to move them all into the 8th world. The 2 Tao glyphs he could control were also pushed into the 8th world, making the latter unimaginably powerful. Time flew. Dikyang went to the residence she had arranged for Su Ping. Her eyebrows rose as she looked at the surging and dispersing energy inside, not expecting Su Ping to train in seclusion for so long. "Humph, do you think I can possibly lose to you? You will never catch up to me." Dikyang shook her head and left, asking the Crow guards to inform her when Su Ping ended his training. The cultivation array was an independent space removed from the outside world. Abundant energy surged in, which was incessantly infused by the great tree branches. Aside from Su Ping, the little skeleton, the inferno dragon, the dark dragon hound and the rest of his pets were occupying different corners inside that space. The place was extremely spacious. It could even accommodate a planet. All the pets were currently displaying their real appearances, while establishing their own small worlds based on Su Ping's teachings. A couple of small worlds were revolving above each pet. Their bodies were also being cleansed by the power of chaos coming from the branches as they were condensing small worlds. They grew considerably more in size. The Inferno Dragon and Little White were both 1,000 meters long. They were as intimidating as mountains. All pets had become Star Lords one after the other. Even the purple python, which was the weakest at the beginning, had become a peak Star Lord too. It established 5 small worlds and was even capable of crushing primordial gods. Bezeezing Tilda. The entire cultivation space was suddenly shaking. The movement could be detected even in other points of time inside that training space. It actually ignored time and space. The pets stopped cultivating and opened their eyes in shock, only to see a shadow as glamorous as a lotus flower rising behind Su Ping's back. The flower was producing a brilliant and terrifying pressure. The little skeleton and the rest of the gang saw that the lotus flower had 8 layers as it rose. The 8th world was small, placed at the very top, and yet it seemed to contain an entire universe. There were 108 brilliant stars in the world, which were quite distinguishable. The world was also surrounded by the hazy power of chaos. Lightning bolts were striking non-stop. It seemed to be the beginning of a universe. A distant and profound pressure was spread out, making all the pets dodge instinctively. Even though they had been through countless dangers and died time and again in the cultivation sites, they still felt awe from the bottom of their hearts. They were scared of chaos and the distant past. It's done. Su Ping opened his eyes, from which a dazzling light and symbols of laws surfaced. Dozens of Tao patterns flashed around him while gathering an unimaginable aura. Su Ping had never felt stronger. The world before his eyes had also changed. He could see the flow and distribution of power in the cultivation space, and even the 3 thick Tao pattern structures supporting it. Each pattern contained dozens of laws. The 8th world. Su Ping raised a hand. The 8 small worlds shrunk and floated in his palm like a glamorous lotus flower. He could feel their destructive power. Adding an 8th world made him feel completely different. It should be easy for me to defeat Ascendants now, but the outcome against a Celestial remains to be seen. Su Ping had seen the performances of top heavenly lords such as his first senior brother in the Alliance's commandery contest. He thought he could deal with them easily. That reminded him of the system's ranking, so he summoned the listing. He ranked first among human Star Lords, and second considering all species. The results made him feel some delight. He was happy, but the outcome wasn't surprising. After all, his mentor in the Heaven Path Institute had mentioned in passing that only an ancestral god had managed to establish 7 small worlds. Su Ping had established 8 small worlds. Furthermore, he believed that his small worlds were of the highest quality. The 8th world in particular was undoubtedly a top small world. He reckoned that he could easily kill an Ascendant with nothing but the world of mythical chaos. That was, not even counting his Ascendant-level body. His body had in fact progressed further after the bloodline advancement, and it was filled with explosive power. His every cell seemed to contain a star. A punch could destroy a galaxy. There's someone else above me on the rank. Maybe that's the system's previous host, or maybe it's another genius. Su Ping wasn't truly bothered. The ranking was just a way for him to measure his combat ability. He wasn't interested in being at the very top. For him, it only served as a measure for interactions. He could be more reckless if he was at the top, or more careful if he was. I should practice with someone with celestial cultivation. Su Ping dismissed his power and looked at the little skeleton and the rest, only to discover that they had yet to establish 7 small worlds. He wasn't in a rush to leave. The Golden Crow site was a great cultivation place. Spending more time there wouldn't hurt. Continue cultivating, said Su Ping to his pets. He also took the chance to teach them the path of mythical creatures and the 2 Tao glyphs. However, Su Ping found that it was very difficult to teach them. The Tao glyphs in particular were too sophisticated for him to pass on just yet. After all, even he had to understand fully first. As for the path of mythical creatures, it seemed to be an innate path of his constitution that couldn't be taught. Even if the little skeleton and the others could understand, they couldn't establish an 8th world with it. After all, they didn't belong to the primitive Chaos clan. Furthermore, they weren't graced with 108 natural Tao glyphs like he was. Su Ping felt some regret. It seemed that his pets couldn't go past the 7 worlds mark. That is, unless they had an epiphany and established an 8th world on their own. However, their 8th world wouldn't be the same as Su Ping. Never mind. They should be stronger than their peers with 7 worlds. They might even become ancestral gods as long as their bloodlines improve. This foundation is solid enough. Su Ping wasn't too disappointed. His pets had already grown to become unbelievably powerful, taking into account their mediocre bloodlines at the beginning. Su Ping created a space of his own while his pets practiced, all to test his new abilities and the ways to make use of Tao patterns. Dikyang's golden nest, one of the guards went to report. Dikyang, who had been training in seclusion, paused her cultivation and was about to move, but then she stopped herself after thinking for a moment. If she were to meet Su Ping the moment he came out, wouldn't it look like she had been waiting for him? She belonged to the Golden Crow's royal family. She certainly had pride to uphold. "Humph, I'll just let him wait for a while," said Dikyang to the guard. Su Ping left the cultivation place with his pets. "If I may ask, is there anyone here willing to practice with me?" Su Ping politely asked the only crow guarding the door. The latter raised his eyebrows. He wasn't fond of Su Ping, but he certainly didn't dislike him. He only knew that the man was an honorable guest. The guard looked at Su Ping up and down with a disdainful attitude. "You want to practice with us?" "Yes, with someone a level stronger than you," said Su Ping sincerely. The guard was angered by the request. "If you want to practice, I'm here for you. Even though you're the one who proposed the practice, Princess Dikyang gave orders and you're an honorable guest, so I won't be taking advantage of you." "No, no, no. I fear that I'd be taking advantage of you," Su Ping quickly declined. The guard burst into fury, his whole body unleashing golden light. "I'll give you a chance to apologize, otherwise don't blame me for hurting you." "I'm not kidding," said Su Ping quickly. That was the last straw. The guard revealed himself as an enormous, 1,000-meters-long crow wreathed in golden flames. It swooped toward Su Ping like a setting sun. The creature was covered by the power of chaos. The unique aura of a mythical creature made it seem dominating. Su Ping would have acted seriously if it were in the past, but he currently saw nothing but flaws in the flames covering the guard. The ascendant laws found there weren't nearly as solid as Tao patterns. "Freeze!" Su Ping raised a hand and pointed with a finger. Time and space seemed to become solid all of a sudden, including the swooping golden crow. The beast was paralyzed in midair. The space where Su Ping pointed began to crack, then the whole world fell apart like a torn painting. The golden crow's surroundings were also destroyed. The fire covering him was removed. The golden crow rolled his eyes in shock. "This is impossible." Su Ping saw that the Tao patterns he released had shattered and tied both time and space. It was really simple. His opponent was completely unable to see or block the attack. "I think it's on a whole different level." Su Ping felt how terrifying Tao patterns were. That golden crow guard was undoubtedly as strong as a heavenly lord, and yet the creature was defenseless in front of him. He even thought about how casually he could deal the killing blow. Chapter 12:17, Sealing of the Ascendant State. "I must practice with a celestial." Su Ping released the golden crow guard and stopped attacking. The latter realized the enormous gap between them. He was shocked. He had heard about human beings, but they weren't part of the mythical creatures. How could this guy defeat me? "Could you please ask someone stronger than you to practice with me?" said Su Ping sincerely while watching the guard descend. The golden crow looked at Su Ping with shock and suspicion. "I need to report this matter." "Okay." The other guard returned just then. Once he noticed that Su Ping was out, he said, "Princess Dikyang is training in seclusion. Please come with me and wait for her." "I have to wait for her." Su Ping thought for a moment and nodded. "Fine." Su Ping followed the guard and headed to Dikyang's residence. "The princess is still training. Please wait patiently," said the guard in a low voice. Su Ping stood with hands behind his back, then looked at Dikyang's golden nest. He only noticed until then how extravagant the place was. It was surrounded by 9 Tao patterns, 3 times more than his cultivation spot. Furthermore, the golden nest had been established at a branch juncture. He could see that the power of chaos was constantly flowing from the tree trunk. There were also incomplete symbols of power mixed in the power of chaos. Forming a complete Tao pattern was definitely possible if they were gathered. My place is a dog shed compared to her residence. However, cultivation places like the one given by my master, or the one in the Lulan territory, wouldn't even count as dog sheds in comparison. Su Ping couldn't help but shake his head. That was certainly a privileged girl. Even a pig could probably rise to the celestial state if it were tied there long enough. Su Ping waited patiently for 2 hours. He could not help but ask the guard at the door, "How much longer do I have to wait?" "The princess is training in seclusion. Please wait patiently." "I know. I am being patient, but how much longer do I have to wait?" "Please be patient. The princess is training in seclusion." Su Ping felt that his blood pressure was increasing due to that brush with bureaucracy. "Can you give me an estimate? How long will I have to wait?" "The princess is training in seclusion. There's no telling how long it will take. Please be patient." "Could you tell her that I'm here then?" "The princess is training in seclusion. We'll let her know the moment she comes out." "I'll see her when she comes out. Why would I need you to let her know?" "Please be patient." Su Ping took a deep breath and said, "Call me when your princess comes out then. I'll be on my way." He then turned around and left. His head would probably explode if he were to wait a moment longer. Right when he was about to leave, he heard a strange noise from the training place further inside. Dickyong flew out and said angrily, "Can't you just wait for me a while longer?" "You knew I was here, right?" Su Ping turned around and looked at her. Dickyong held her head high in silence. She wanted to deny it, but then remembered that she was a princess and lying wasn't necessary. "Even if I admit to it, so what?" Seeing her proud look, Su Ping rolled his eyes and stopped trying to argue with her. "Let's cut to the chase. What do you want from me?" Dickyong said, "You said that you would take me to the outside world. When will you honor your promise?" "Any time," Su Ping said angrily. "It all depends on your people. Are the chief elder and the others willing to let you leave with me? Won't they fear that something would happen to their beloved child?" "Do you have no respect for me at all? I'm not an ordinary golden grow," said Dickyong angrily. "You're just the same to me. All of you have wings," said Su Ping casually. "I'm planning on leaving in a few days. I hope you can find a noble whose level is higher than yours to spar with me. I want to test my strength." Dickyong was rather angry. "In other words, you're just like worms because all of you have heads, and you say you want to practice with someone stronger than me? What's your problem? My hands happen to be itchy. If you're that eager to get beaten up, I'll grant your wish. You belong to the Golden Crows, royal family anyway, and have elegant and beautiful looks. Why are you so vulgar?" "Who says that I can't speak like this? Just tell me if you want to be beaten up." "Let's give it a go then. It just so happens I always wanted to find out how different you are from the other crows." "So you have accepted, don't regret it now." Dickyong felt proud and excited as she took Su Ping to the top of a certain branch of the holy tree. The leaves gathered below contained natural Tao patterns that formed special fields which could be as large as planets. Those were used as arenas by the golden crows. A lot of crows were communicating closely. Su Ping and Dickyong drew a lot of attention. To be more accurate, they were all looking at Dickyong intently. Dickyong was deservedly the royal princess in their opinion. She carried the noblest ancestral bloodline and had been born to become a queen. She was being carefully guided by the elders. She would replace her mother in the future as the queen of the Golden Crows, becoming second only to the ancestor. "Look, Her Royal Highness Dickyong." "Your Highness." The Golden Crows watching the battles flew closer and paid their respects. Su Ping saw that, and he couldn't help but say to Dickyong, "Why don't we go someplace less crowded?" "Huh." Dickyong glanced at him and her lips curled. It's too late for regret. Don't worry, losing to me is not humiliating. Besides, you're too weak. Beating you wouldn't even be a glorious victory. Su Ping whispered, I only fear that you'll embarrass yourself if you lose. I don't care since I don't know any of them, but you're different. Would they respect you in the future if you lose? Su Ping was truly considering the situation for Dickyong's sake. They often bickered, but he didn't want to embarrass her in public. You? Dickyong raised her eyebrows and sneered. Come on and try me then. Looks like me being courteous has made you underestimate me. Well, Su Ping knew she had misunderstood him, considering how angry she was. It was impossible for him to explain without making things even worse. He could only say, okay. Dickyong gave the order, and the two crows currently fighting stopped right away and paid her respects. She then ordered a formation to be set and entered the arena with Su Ping. The onlooking crows whispered in amazement upon seeing that they were about to practice. Many of them had heard about the human visitor, but that was the first time seeing him. Their amazement was akin to having seen an alien. Look, he has a head. And 2 arms. Tusk, how amazing. They were chattering using the crow language. Su Ping couldn't understand them. He focused instead on the fight. Dickyong had yet to break through to the celestial state, but she was at the very top of the ascendant level. He would have to try his best when fighting such a person. Don't think you can underestimate me because you now have the primitive chaos bloodline. I'll make you understand you can't simply catch up to me just with bloodline alone, Dickyong declared proudly. Why are you being like that? You have the noblest bloodline here, said Su Ping. Dickyong blushed and replied, cut the crap and get ready. Su Ping took a deep breath and focused all his attention. His 8 small worlds surfaced, and he changed his human body to that of a member of the primitive Chaos clan, his bones cracking as he grew in size. He turned into a magnificent giant almost 10 meters tall. Dickyong became solemn upon noticing the intimidating aura and the intriguing 8 small worlds, feeling both shocked and jealous. Su Ping seemed to have become more intimidating than she used to be when she was at his level, which she found unacceptable. 8 small worlds. This human being is unbelievable. I heard that it was a human heaven master that sent this kid over. Is he being trained by the heaven master? Wouldn't that put him on par with Dickyong? He must be an unparalleled genius among humans. Many golden crows were talking, feeling shocked by Su Ping's presence. His 8 small worlds alone were already a remarkable achievement. The onlookers felt pressure despite the formation buffer. They probably wouldn't be Su Ping's match if they were at his level. There was a boom. Su Ping was the first to attack. Su Ping wasn't planning on going easy since it was a test. He wanted to gauge his current strength, so he simply went all out from the very beginning. The void was shaking. The 8 small worlds gathered and turned into a beam of light that covered Su Ping like a battle suit. The world of mythical chaos, which was on the outermost layer, carried a destructive aura. Su Ping gathered the power of chaos in his hand and slashed out. Fire, ice, and the origins of other paths began to interweave, constructing an amazing scene. Dickyong's expression changed a bit upon feeling the threat. She covered herself in golden flames and revealed her original self. There was a shriek, and a beautiful golden crow sword, launching a flame storm. The sword aura was swallowed by the golden flames with a bang. The aftermath shattered the surrounding void. Su Ping became excited upon feeling the ascendant power filling the environment. He had only used 5 Dao patterns, fearing he could hurt Dickyong, but then it became obvious that he was far from knocking her down. Get ready, Su Ping roared as an amazing scene appeared around him, which was a mixture of law traits. It was like the ancient chaos, with all kinds of strange phenomena manifesting. 18 Dao patterns appeared, which looked like black serpents. They were equal to a complete Dao glyph. The Dao patterns gathered to form a sword that slashed out through the void. Dickyong's face revealed shock. Su Ping's power was beyond her expectation. Is this guy's level truly lower than mine? Besides shock, anger and pride emerged in her blood. She shrieked and charged to clash with Su Ping's sword aura. Brilliant golden stripes appeared in the air. Dikyang was also using the power of her Tao patterns. She had grasped the Tao glyph from her ancestral bloodline, which could be parsed into dozens of Tao patterns. She compressed them into 9 Tao patterns to unleash them with all his strength, setting the entire arena ablaze like a torrent of fire. There was a boom. Both Su Ping and Dikyang shook and were flung back. Su Ping felt as if he would have been torn apart. The traits of his opponent's Tao patterns were burning him, causing an excruciating pain. Dikyang flew thousands of meters away. She narrowed her eyes even more tightly, not expecting that Su Ping could block her strike. She had been concerned for him before the attack. Her Highness used the Golden Crow Bright Fire. That's the divine with Tao patterns. The human survived it. Is that human hiding his level? I don't believe this. All the onlooking crows found the situation hard to believe. A few of them that were observing the battle from places in the peripheral void also showed different expressions after seeing their clash. Was that your best? Su Ping removed the power of the Tao patterns on his body and soon recovered. He looked at Dikyang and asked, "Do you have anything better?" "Are you provoking me?" Dikyang was infuriated. "Come again." "All right." Su Ping smiled. He didn't use his Tao glyphs because he feared the risk of hurting Dikyang. After all, he could resurrect even if he died, but Dikyang was a local. She would die for real. Boom! Even more Tao patterns emerged around Su Ping, 36 of them. They slithered like 36 dragons, causing unusual phenomena in the void. Once she noticed that, Dikyang instantly stopped gathering her Golden Crow Bright Fire. She said with a pale face, "Your Tao patterns." "Huh? What's wrong?" Su Ping asked, once he noticed that Dikyang had stopped attacking. Dikyang's face was changing from red to pale, thinking that Su Ping was purposefully taunting her, and felt frustrated. She knew that the 36 Tao patterns were enough to construct 2 Tao glyphs. They would be even more terrifying if Su Ping controlled them well and compressed the Tao patterns. "I'm not feeling well today. Let's continue this another time." Dikyang gnashed her teeth. Even though she could resist the attack, she would have to unleash all her strength, and one of the two would surely be hurt or killed. Well, Su Ping thought it was her time of the month and was smart enough not to ask. He dismissed his power and said, "All right, let's fight another day. Could you recommend another noble to practice with me?" Dikyang said coldly, "Are you trying to test your power?" "That is correct." "All right, as you wish." Dikyang snorted and asked for the barrier to be dispelled. She then summoned a golden crow guard and said something to him. The sky turned dim as a golden crow thousands of meters long flew over. Once it was close enough, it shrunk in size and transformed into a middle-aged man. "Your Highness." "Well, offer him some enlightenment," said Dikyang. She then said to Su Ping, "He's the chief elder's guard. You can attack with full strength." Su Ping also sensed the surging power inside the golden crow. It seemed as if 10 suns were residing inside him. It was certain that the golden crow was a mythical celestial creature. Chapter 12:18 Ascendant State Sales. "Your Highness." The middle-aged man approached Dikyang and bowed respectfully. She quickly told him about the practice telepathically. The senior couldn't help but look at Su Ping, who was 2 realms below him. Does he really want to fight me? Not even Princess Dikyang would dare practice with the chief elder's guards at that level. Practicing with such a wide gap would prove to be pointless. "I understand." The man didn't turn her down. He felt it was fitting to accommodate their honorable guest's request. "Be careful," Dikyang said to Su Ping. Both him and the senior crow entered the arena. They skipped introductions. Right after the middle-aged man said, "Let's get started," Su Ping focused all his attention and went full strength, using 36 Tao patterns and his 8 small worlds. He was so intimidating that many ascendant golden crows felt scared. They found it hard to believe that the human's level was lower than theirs. Are all human beings as talented as him? Many crows suddenly understood why their elders showered the human with privileges. even asking Princess Dickyong herself to act as host. Huh. The middle-aged man was just as surprised. His expression became solemn as he raised a hand, summoning golden light to form a sun. Dark red spots were also found on the sphere, where a lot of Tao patterns were compressed. Boom! The man hurled the sun. Su Ping was soon drowned by it. He detected an irresistible force that covered his body. He felt that he was close to dying. But he didn't. Still, all his power had been shattered by the force. He had lost the battle. He lost faster than he thought he would. However, his eyes were glittering, as he could infer a more powerful way to use Tao patterns from that attack. Compressed Tao patterns. Su Ping's body smashed against the branch and fell. His clothes were ragged. There were burns all over his skin. Those injuries couldn't be healed due to the Tao pattern's corruption. Su Ping grinned in delight despite the excruciating pain. He only used 9 Tao patterns, but they were more powerful than the 36 patterns I used. Concentrate the power. Yes. Why didn't I do that? Dickyong flew over and felt relieved to see that Su Ping was safe and sound on the ground. Still, Su Ping's mumbled words and smile left her in a daze. She fell silent as her pent-up anger faded. Meanwhile, the senior crow quickly descended and pointed at Su Ping to disperse the effects caused by the Tao patterns. The power of Su Ping's own laws quickly fixed his body and replenished his energy, returning to peak status while surrounded by a hazy light. Someone like Su Ping could stay in top form, as long as he wasn't suppressed by Tao or killed instantly. That was the advantage of harnessing the paths of time and space. An unusual genius, the middle-aged sighed with a conflicted expression. Dickyong remained silent. A long time passed. Su Ping finally woke up from his contemplation and found that his body had recovered. He looked around and saw that all the golden crows watching the battle were now gone. Only Dickyong was standing nearby with her back toward him. She looked quite sexy in her revealing clothes. Su Ping stood up with a jump and asked, "Where, everyone?" Dickyong slowly turned around and gazed at Su Ping. "You promised to take me away, remember?" "Of course I do, but your elders wouldn't let you, would they?" said Su Ping. "We can sneak away." Dickyong looked at the vast world around her. "I want to go out and take a look. I want to see if it's just ruins like the elders said." Dazed for a moment, Su Ping said helplessly, "I'll bring you something from the outside world if that's what you want. I fear that your elders would beat me to death if I did take you away, although I doubt they can. In any case, might as well cultivate harder if you're curious about the outside world." Dickyong frowned, "But I have been cultivating really hard." She glanced at Su Ping and paused for a moment, deciding to change the subject. "What exactly are you going to bring me from the outside world?" "Well, how about a movie, or a TV series, maybe a videotape?" Su Ping wasn't planning to take Dickyong away, not without the elder's permission. Even if she did go with him, she would have to stay in his store unless she signed a contract. Still, he was currently fighting Old Monster Yi and his lackeys, and would rather not place Dickyong in such grave danger. The Golden Crows had done him a great favor. Taking their princess away would be a poor move. "What's a movie?" asked Dickyong in confusion. She didn't insist on leaving with Su Ping, knowing it would be too willful of her. The responsibility on her shoulders was too heavy for her to be as childish. It was just a fleeting desire to go out she was feeling at the moment. Such desire was getting the better of her, since she truly wanted to leave. Still, Su Ping's words quenched her desire. Her rationality kicked in. Movies are just records of all sorts of events. Most are fictional, but they're usually based on reality. Su Ping pointed with a finger, revering time and briefly displaying scenes from the previous battle. "This is what a movie looks like, more or less," said Su Ping. Dickyong understood and thought for a moment. "All right, it's a deal then. You must visit me again and bring me a movie." "Okay." Su Ping accepted her request, although he felt weird about the whole thing. He didn't expect that the very first person he would give a movie to in his new life would be a golden crow. Su Ping waved a hand and said, "Until next time." Dickyong nodded. Su Ping communicated with the system, and a vortex appeared next to him. He waved goodbye at Dickyong one last time. She watched as he was absorbed by the vortex, and suddenly felt the urge to follow. That way she would be able to see the outside world. She overcame temptation in the end. A caring old man quietly appeared next to Dickyong when the vortex disappeared, affection written all over his face. You didn't follow him. It seems that you've grown. Dickyong bit her lip, but growing up comes with a price. Growing up makes you abandon more things. The chief elder sighed, seemingly saying those things also for his own sake. His voice was laden with complex feelings. Dickyong took a deep breath and declared, I will cultivate hard until I'm able to get out of this place on my own. I will lead the clan to break our ancestors' seal and fight the heavens. Delighted, the chief elder said, You must set the ancestor as your role model. I believe that you'll lead our clan on another expedition. Back from the Golden Crow's site, Su Ping found himself at the edge of the Chaos Spirit Pool. He checked himself and found that he was buck naked. Being like that was fine while interacting with the Golden Crows, but not quite so when meeting fellow human beings. He took out a set of casual clothes from his storage space, then he cleansed his hair and body. He nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the handsome man in the mirror, then walked out of the room. The store was ablaze with light. Customers were waiting in line and delivering their pets to the counter. Their pets were summoned and the store shrunk them to cats and dogs sizes. Even the most terrifying pets looked small and approachable at the moment. As for the other pets, they looked cute and playful. The Cauldron Woman and the Sutra Old Man, who were slacking off, quickly got back to work and started receiving customers once they saw Su Ping appear. The Sutra Old Man was indeed experienced, greeting Su Ping in a wholesome and warm manner. They had already made eye contact anyway. It was too late for him to pretend to be hardworking. Su Ping dropped a warning hint at him. He bypassed the customers and went to stand behind the counter. He thought that the store could operate without him, considering the unhurried way Joanna was receiving customers. He only needed to take care of the professional training. Thank you for your hard work. It's okay. Joanna was visibly astonished as she glanced at Su Ping, once again noticing a drastic change. He was emitting such a strong pressure that her blood was flowing faster. She could feel that he was actually making an effort to hold back his aura. Nevertheless, she found him extremely threatening. Boss Su. Boss. Boss Su, nice to meet you. Ms. Joanna said you don't accept Ascendant State pets. Is that true? Asked one Ascendant patron. Everybody turned to look, clearly surprised by the Ascendant's presence. Such experts were big shots even in the scope of the entire universe. Yes, we do, but it will take longer to train them, said Su Ping. Fantastic, Boss Su. The name's Miliu. I used to be a rogue cultivator, but now I'm working for Shen Huang. We're on the same side, said the middle-aged man with a smile. All right, let's take care of each other in the future. Su Ping nodded. He too realized that the guy's real goal was to make friends with him. We can accept Ascendant pets now, but only for normal training, Su Ping said to Joanna. Joanna looked at Su Ping again and nodded. Okay. The cost for the normal Ascendant pet training was $1 billion, which would produce 10 million energy points. Professional training was 10 times more expensive than that, which was 100 times greater than the going rate for the regular pet training below the Ascendant state. Even though the gap was less wide, the cost of normal training was actually 100 times as expensive as that for a Star Lord pet. I'll have enough money to pay for a ticket to the remains of High Heavens and upgrade this store to level 6 if I train 10 Ascendant pets. Su Ping flashed a smile at the Ascendant client as he thought of that, and the prospect of finding more of his peers. Considering his fame and position, many Ascendants would probably be willing to hire his services. Your plan is to only train one pet? Su Ping asked the Ascendant cultivator. Miliu was dazed for a moment. He coughed and said, Well, I was thinking about training 2 pets. Boss Su, can you train any sort of pet? Yes, any sort. Su Ping smiled and then asked again, just two. Well, Su Ping's warm smile suddenly made Miliu feel he had been tricked. He said with a bitter smile, the war might break out at any time. I hope to keep the rest of my partners by my side. After all, I only have 6 ascendant pets. So few. Su Ping thought for a moment and said, I'll find some time to catch a few ascendant pets. Would you like to place an order in advance? Miliu gazed at Su Ping. You sell ascendant state pets? Yes, we do, but I'm not sure what kind they'll be. I have to catch them first. Well, Miliu was rather astonished. Su Ping is planning on selling ascendant pets. He had heard that Shen Huang's beloved disciple had performed miraculously during the commandery contest. It was said that he was as strong as a heavenly lord. Even so, the man was still unconvinced. Besides, not even a heavenly lord would sell an ascendant state pet. Doesn't he need them? Wouldn't his family members need them? If they're up for sale, I'm certainly willing to buy them. But what do you want in return, Boss Su? I've always been traveling alone and I don't have many rare materials, said Miliu awkwardly. The ones who overheard the conversation felt their blood freeze. There are ascendant state pets for sale in Su Ping's store. The entire celestial court would be in an uproar once the news were spread out. Indeed, there were stores in the universe that sold ascendant pets. Such pets could also be found on top auctions too, but they weren't always available. Customers would usually need to place orders well in advance. It wouldn't be seen as bad if such stores would sell one ascendant pet every 100 years, as such creatures were extremely rare. You don't have to pay with rare materials, all you need is money. Get your money ready. Do you have a few 100 billion? We only accept Federation currency, said Su Ping. Shocked, Miliu quickly said, Of course, I have millions of those. Are you saying that your ascendant pets will be sold for only a few 100 billion apiece? The annual tax revenue an ascendant state would collect with a Tier 3 planet could be in the dozens of billions. The income of a Tier 1 planet could be 100 billion. Ascendants usually lived such long lives that money was just a series of numbers for them. Some of the rich ascendant could easily pay thousands of billions for a sector in space. Still, ascendant pets were sold for money in Su Ping's store, and for so little of it. Maybe you won't have to pay hundreds of billions. What you have is enough if you're as rich as you claim. Feel free to come regularly, said Su Ping. Money had turned into a mere item required by the system. His current identity was enough validation to easily make trillions. One planet, even a Tier 5 like the Blue Planet, could be sold for 1 trillion. Even though ascendants had infinite money to spend, the service provided by the store was finite. He could only receive a limited number of customers every day. Even if those powerhouses paid a visit every day, it would still take time to receive them. Chapter 12:19 Universal War. I will surely come again. You must inform me if you have more ascendant pets available, Boss Su, said Miliu quickly. Such ascendant pets were being sold for almost nothing. Still, he didn't think that Su Ping meant it. Even if such pets were available, he would probably have to wait 1,000 years, and they would be given to someone who was on friendlier terms with the boss. Okay. Su Ping nodded. He then pondered whether or not he should catch some ascendant pets in his spare time. After asking Joanna to continue taking care of their ascendant state customer, Su Ping went to a side room and displayed the system store. He would have to use the beast-catching rings sold by the store to capture ascendant pets in the cultivation sites, or he wouldn't be able to take them out. The alternative was to establish a contract with the pets, take them out, and then sell them after dispelling the contract. Still, the cancellation of a contract came with a weakening backlash that would last for a long time. It was not the best choice during those dangerous times. Today's store. Su Ping searched and did find a beast-catching ring, the best available in the system. It had a 90% success rate when capturing Star Lord pets. In addition, there was a 1% chance it would capture an ascendant state pet. As for Star State pets, he only needed the lesser beast-catching rings. Su Ping checked the system store every time he returned. Altogether, he had 6 high-level beast-catching rings that could entrap 6 Star Lord pets. Each ring was worth 2 billion energy points. In perspective, 1 Star Lord pet was only sold for 1 to 5 million energy points in Su Ping's store. He would incur a loss if he were to catch a mediocre pet. Su Ping estimated that the system was probably encouraging him to look for rare pets in the cultivation sites. That was the only way to profit with the rings. If I catch an ascendant pet, its minimum price would be 30 million energy points, which translates to 3 billion astral coins. If the pet's bloodline is great, it can easily sell for dozens of billions of astral coins. Su Ping couldn't help but heave a sigh. The system's pricing was truly brutal. Other stores would go bankrupt if he were to compete with them. Even ascendant pets with a sickly condition were extremely rare in the Federation and could be easily exchanged for 10 prosperous planets. Never mind. Astral coins mean nothing to me. The system is probably only testing me by letting me charge astral coins. After all, the most important thing to do right now is to improve the store to level 9 and gain more permissions. The access to cultivation sites alone is already enough to make up for the underpayment. Su Ping wasn't regretful. He used to feel sorry for the loss, but he had already thought everything through. After all, he wasn't short of money. Countless people would invest in him if he wanted money. I have 6 rings. The odds of me capturing a pet increases if I beat the creature to near death. I should try my luck. It'll be profitable even if I only catch one. Su Ping made plans to go to a cultivation site, catch an ascendant beast, and sell it as soon as possible. He wanted to upgrade his store so that more advanced beast-catching rings would be available. That way it would be easier for him to catch more ascendant pets and make more money. It happened to be Miluyu's turn when Su Ping returned to the counter. The man was going to talk to Su Ping, but then the loud sound of a horn came from the distant sky above the planet. Moo! Miluyu felt dazed, his expression changing ever so slightly. They're coming again. What's going on? Su Ping flashed to the store's gate and gazed at the distance. All the clouds and air in between were ignored in his eyes. He could directly see the vast universe beyond the planet's atmosphere. It was quite a strange feeling, as if he were standing above the planet while looking down. Su Ping was able to see the brilliant and magnificent celestial court protected by the enormous energy shield. Furthermore, he saw an ancient battleship in space, right outside the energy shield. It was ramming into one of the gates on the energy shield, which was connected to other star zones. Such a maneuver would prevent the other star zones from being able to enter the celestial court directly through teleportation arrays. The more open structure of the gates made them vulnerable points for the energy shield. A thin shielding was manifested as the ancient battleship crashed in, with many rhombic energy structures appearing. Still, the gate was destroyed in the end. Many people were squeezed out of the gates. Some had already been mutilated, and some were crushed and killed. Screams and exclamations were echoing. The area surrounding the gate became chaotic. Furious roars were bursting out from other directions. Golden streaks of light were flying away, and the ascendant warriors were moving to reinforce. The ascendant cultivators posted at the gate also charged furiously at the battleship. The battleship's figurehead was an intimidating dragon head, which at that moment let out a furious roar. The resulting sound waves made all the warriors around the gate explode. None of them were able to resist. Large battleships fell out of the gate and broke apart. The nobles traveling from other places fled in panic. Some failed to dodge in time and were pierced or beheaded by the debris. Countless people were injured or killed instantly. The Heavenly Devil Alliance again, those bloody bastards. Miluyu appeared next to Su Ping and spread out his senses, also seeing the gory scene by the gate in the distance. His face was cold. Su Ping held back, seeing that a lot of ascendants were going in that direction to offer aid. He asked, "Has the Heavenly Devil Alliance been attacking frequently? How dare they? Where's my master?" Lord Shen Huang stays in the Celestial Court. He cannot take action easily, as this might be a ruse. The leaders of the Heavenly Devil Alliance might be lying in ambush. The Heavenly Devil Alliance knows that this would be our course of action. That's why they've been sabotaging the star gates frequently. They don't want people in other areas to teleport here. They want to isolate us, said Miliu. What about my eldest senior brother and the rest of them? Asked Su Ping quickly. Miliu said with a bitter smile, all heavenly lords are currently guarding the stargates. They must have been appointed to guard some. Look, that is Stargate number 17. It's currently being defended by the Lulen family's ancestor. Su Ping narrowed his eyes and watched. He noticed how a dazzling golden light was radiating near the gate, from where the hazy image of Goddess Galan surfaced. That was not the Lulen's official military formation. It looked dimmer in comparison, about to fall apart at any time. There was a brawny man inside the goddess' head, roaring and directing attacks at the battleship. He raised a hand and launched an air wave that stopped the battleship and suppressed the dragon head's roar. Ascendant reinforcements arrived at that moment. The edge of the battleship flipped open, revealing not cannons but black snake heads which emitted a strange power of laws, enhanced and transformed into scorching rays. The Ascendant reinforcements quickly defended themselves. Some were hit and flung back, receiving mild injuries. Those manning the battleship didn't seem intent on fighting for long. The vessel slowly moved back, and a channel appeared in the void, right in its retreating path. Stop them! The Lulen ancestor roared and charged, launching a flurry of fist attacks in an instant. All those fists were thunderous, as if ready to crush the ship. However, a sword aura came out from the battleship and destroyed the fist's volley. The battleship quickly entered the channel and disappeared. Only debris and floating bodies remained near the Stargate. The Ascendants who had just arrived were furious. Coldness suffused Su Ping's eyes. He would have taken action if he weren't too far away. The Heavenly Devil Alliance was too shameless and foul, fleeing right after bombarding. Reinforcements couldn't arrive in time. The Lulen ancestor and his partners were completely unable to stop them. Besides, there was a heavenly lord on the battleship who was as strong as the Lulen ancestor. The battleship was steered by a top heavenly lord, truly disgusting. Su Ping looked at the dead bodies with a grim expression. Some were dying, but the Lulen ancestor reversed time and healed them. However, it was impossible to revive the dead. It was possible to fix their bodies by revering time, but their souls would sink into the chaotic realm of the undead once they died. It was impossible to bring souls back by revering time. Not even ascendants or celestials could bring the dead back to life. They could probably create an identical life with the exact same memories and experiences, but it wouldn't be the same as the deceased. It would simply be a copy. Death was eternal regret, even for celestials. What about other star zones? We can counterattack with the exact same tactics used by the enemy, Su Ping said to Miliu. Miliu sighed. Lord Shen Huang is waiting for Kai Huo and Su Kong. The Heavenly Devil Alliance has been attacking and hindering their march in an attempt to divide and conquer. The Celestial Court has been their main target. The Red Fire Star Zone and the Void Star Zone are relatively safe. After all, the enemy doesn't have enough forces to attack the 3 star zones at the same time. That's why Shen Huang hasn't moved from the Celestial Court. He's not giving them any chances. The Heavenly Devil Alliance would probably attack us with its whole army if Shen Huang were to be ambushed and wounded. Su Ping felt gloomy due to the news. He didn't expect old Monster Yi to be as efficient, with war breaking out all too soon. The troops from the Red Fire and the Void Star Zones were still on their way. Even if the 2 Celestials moved fast, it would take them many years to move their bases over. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do right now. Even Master is being cautious because old Monster Yi and the other big shots of the Heavenly Devil Alliance could act in the dark and ambush them. Considering how old Monster Yi hates my guts, he will surely aim to kill me with the 3 Celestials if I take action recklessly. I'm still not capable of resisting their joint attacks just yet. Su Ping took a deep breath. He was still too weak for that scenario, even though he had been significantly strengthened in the Golden Crow's world. Considering his options, the only thing he could do was to reach the ascendant state as soon as possible. However, even after cultivating the eighth world, Su Ping was still clueless about how to break through and become an ascendant. He was at a loss. Going by logic alone, he should have been able to invoke a tribulation and rise to the ascendant state when he created his own laws. Alas, he didn't feel anything. It seemed that the laws he created were absorbed by the Tao patterns. So how could he break through? He didn't think asking his master would be helpful at that point. It would probably be better to ask the elders of the Heaven Path Institute or humanity's top experts, such as Emperor Zin. Still, he didn't think they knew the answer, even if he were to ask them. He had established the eighth small world, and his bloodline had been improved to that of the primitive Chaos clan. Nobody had walked that route before. He would have to explore on his own. In any case, the only thing I can do right now is to strengthen myself. I should also upgrade my store and sell more ascendant pets, which will increase our forces. Combat ability, Su Ping thought. He made up his mind to capture more ascendant pets. First of all, he had to upgrade his store. He would have to accumulate energy and raise it to level 6. It would be easier for him to catch ascendant pets when more advanced beast-catching rings were made available. He glanced at the Stargate. The Lulan ancestor and the other ascendants were fixing the energy array, healing the wounded, and re-establishing the gate. Even though their opponent had kept on ambushing the Stargates, they could only repair the gates again and again, as they couldn't close them. There were a lot of mortals aside from battle pet warriors in the Celestial Court, and consumed a shocking amount of food every day. Even though ascendant cultivators could construct food with their attained laws, it would still be a waste of their strength. It was obviously dangerous to spend strength on making food for mortals while everybody was preparing for war. Su Ping stopped watching and returned to his store since he couldn't help. Professional training is available today, Su Ping said to Joanna. Joanna glanced at Su Ping. Are you going to train them in person? Yes, I can train them while I'm at it, said Su Ping. He needed to visit cultivation sites to cultivate and capture more pets. He didn't have to spend a long time in seclusion, and he could train the pets along the way. Miluyua walked back with Su Ping. He asked with glittering eyes, professional training, can you take in ascendant pets? He had learned from Joanna that professional training was 100 times more expensive than the normal kind, but money wasn't a big deal for him. He would have paid without hesitation, even if it were 10,000 times more expensive. Not yet, Su Ping shook his head. He was still unable to accept ascendant pets for professional training. The store would still need to be upgraded to level 6, and he needed to train an ascendant with great potential. He wasn't far from the store level increase to level 6. Then, all he would need was for one of his pets to rise to the ascendant state, say, the little skeleton. Then, he would be able to accept professional training orders, and he would be earning energy much faster. Chapter 12:20, Slaying a Celestial State Opponent. All the customers in the line were excited to hear that professional training was available. They were waiting in line to train their pets in Su Ping's store, partly because he was famous and partly because the pets trained there became much more remarkable. Someone had once taken a 3-colored winged dragon for training, and it evolved into a 7-colored butterfly dragon. And that was just after a normal training, which was very affordable. Someone had even claimed it was just a publicity stunt, but they were lambasted the moment they said that. Su Ping's identity was too special to need such money-making schemes. Professionals had analyzed Su Ping's store and his power, concluding that the young man had only opened the place on a whim, either for fun or charity. Even the potential 1,000-year revenue of the store would mean nothing for him. After all, Su Ping could easily ask Shen Huang for a few galaxies, which could be sold for an astronomical amount of money. Almost all the customers in line chose professional training. The rest also wanted to switch, but they didn't have enough money and were regretful about it. There weren't many openings available. The store closed soon after they were filled up. Su Ping asked Joanna to take out the pets that would go through professional training. He then bought temporary contracts from the system and signed them all up. There were 7 star state pets, 4 were star lords, and 1 was at the fate state. Su Ping could only train them in 3 batches. "I'm leaving." Su Ping bid goodbye to the staff, then brought up the list of cultivation sites. He chose an advanced cultivation site called the Dark Demon World. The ticket price was similar to that of the demigod burial. Su Ping estimated that the strongest creatures found there would only be at the Celestials level, and there wouldn't be a lot of them. Judging from the site's description, it was an ancient beast haven. There were no humans there. It was more of a primordial barbaric world. That was perfect for cultivation and training. Su Ping hadn't really enjoyed himself during his last battle in the Golden Crow clan. He was planning on challenging another celestial creature. He entered the dark demon world. He saw thick clouds covering the dark sky. Dark red streaks of light shot through the gaps in the clouds, showing 3 red moons that illuminated the ground, like 3 bloodshot eyes gazing at the world. There was a bloody stench in the gruesome wind. Su Ping instantly felt that a couple of creatures had fixed their brutal and bloodthirsty eyes on him. He seemed to have fallen into a beast den upon arrival. Su Ping took his time and summoned the 4 pets to be trained. He also summoned his own pets and asked them to warm themselves up. The customers' pets became nervous the moment they entered that environment. They looked around warily, with their backs against Su Ping. "Roar!" A creature dashed out from amongst the trees and grass that was as obscure as algae. It launched a loin-fused stream. The 4-star state pets were instantly petrified by sheer terror. The attacking beast was a star lord. It unfolded its world and caged its opponents. The little skeleton shook and was about to take action, but Su Ping stopped it in time. "Go," Su Ping commanded the 4-star state pets. The 4 trainees almost wanted to rebel. "Go? How could we go against such an enemy?" They were unable to move, and fury was mixed with despair in their eyes. They were angry with their cold master. The next moment, a force was imposed on them. The 4 pets suddenly felt they had regained some of their mobility. One ran into the distance, another roared and charged at Su Ping, and 2 were still trembling. They were too scared to run away or charge at Su Ping. Begging was the only thing in their minds. Su Ping slightly shook his head upon seeing their embarrassing performance. He kicked the 3-tailed wolf trying to bite him, knocking several of its teeth. He then waved a hand and attracted the fleeing pet, changing its direction towards the enemy beast charging at them. Given the unexpected change, the pet was so horrified it peed and pooped on the spot, screaming in the most desperate way. Bang! The next moment, its body was simply torn apart. Su Ping shook his head, not once trying to stop the beast. He asked the other 3 pets to continue attacking. The 3 pets shivered and died soon after. Only one of them made a desperate counterattack, but to no avail. Su Ping resurrected the 4 beasts and asked them to attack again before they realized what was going on. The enemy beast was clearly scared by what it saw. Resurrection was not something it could understand. However, it furiously went after the 4 weak pets aiming to attack, tearing THM to pieces once again. Resurrect. Go again. Su Ping casually waved his hands, blocking the nearby space. The beast had no idea it couldn't leave anymore. The 4 pets were resurrected and killed time and again. Finally, they began to resist. The first, the second, all 4 pets began to charge at the beast with crazy abandon. Their attacks weren't really effective. They were resurrected right after dying, and they went back at it again. The process was repeated several times. The dark dragon hound, the inferno dragon, and the other pets looked at each other, feeling sympathetic toward the 4 pets. It had been a good while since they had last seen Su Ping torture others. It was usually them being the ones tortured. Acting as the audience was actually a lot of fun. The beast, forced to act as sparring partner, roared. Even though it didn't understand what was going on, it seemed to have realized that Su Ping was the one behind it all. The creature immediately charged at him, no longer caring about the four pets. It could tell that the little human was also a Star Lord. Huh. Su Ping realized the beast's purpose and couldn't help but raise his head and look at the thing. Hiss. The beast stopped abruptly in the middle of the charge, hairs rising and blood almost flowing in reverse due to fear. Its pupils dilated and its body was trembling. Su Ping's glance had almost ousted its soul from its body. Every cell was screaming to stay far away from that little human. Horrifying. I have to stay away from this human. It remained stock still in midair, no longer daring to move. It didn't snap out until the four pets resurrected and attacked again. The wild beast was too scared to fight, so it turned around and fled. Unfortunately, the space before its eyes changed, and it was back in front of the four pets again. The appalling scene dumbfounded the beast, which realized it had run across something that was far too strong to counter. A long while later, the beast was finally exhausted after the four pets tortured it repetitively. Su Ping simply gave it to the purple python as it was never picky about food. The snake had the best digestive ability of all his pets. It simply coiled its body right after swallowing the beast to start the digestion process. The onlooking creatures had vanished at that point. Su Ping didn't consider it a big deal, leading all pets forward. Once he encountered suitable beasts, he would use them as sparring partners. On the other hand, he would simply kill or shoo away star state beasts if they ever saw any. Whenever he met with ascendant beasts, he would ask the little skeleton and the others to practice with them, as their abilities already gave them the capability to fight ascendant beasts. They were still adapting to the power drawn from small worlds. Once they became familiar, they would be as strong as top-tier heavenly lords. Time flew. Su Ping flew all the way forward in the clouds, finding the world extremely primitive. There were giant trees and beasts everywhere. He didn't see any signs of civilization. I'm already strong enough to dominate the advanced cultivation sites like this one. The strongest beasts encountered by Su Ping were ascendants in level, but they were as strong as top heavenly lords. Given the harsh environment, they would fight each other all the time, and they knew all sorts of powerful techniques. The little skeleton and the other pets were able to quickly suppress and finish off such beasts. Su Ping didn't have to do a thing. Su Ping was almost invincible below the celestial state. He could do anything he wanted as long as celestial state experts didn't show up, or if he met with the top ascendant cultivators who were listed in high rankings among all species. Cultivation was put to a pause during those days, and he simply focused on training pets. He was concurrently thinking about alternatives for his cultivation to rise to the ascendant state. Su Ping thought it was good enough to have established 8 worlds. It was time to consider how to rise to the ascendant state. However, the road to the ascendant state seemed to have been blocked. The regular approach was certainly not feasible. Then, what would the irregular approach be? Whoosh! Su Ping walked in the void. He gained a deeper understanding about void walking after mastering Tao patterns, and could now even travel millions of kilometers with a single thought, just like Heather did. Resurrecting randomly was no longer necessary thanks to his high-speed traveling. That is, unless he was in a vast world like the Archean divinity. Su Ping detected plenty of creatures in the sea the moment he approached the sky right above it. There was also a powerful aura in the deepest parts, which was actually well hidden and steady. It belonged to a celestial creature. There was a hazy blood fog above the sea. The fog seemed to have risen from the sea, carrying a bloody stench. Let's see. Su Ping raised a hand, then gathered a sword aura that slashed at the sea. The sword aura was like a lightning bolt splitting up the sky, ready to cut the sea apart. He instantly sensed that the beasts at sea had noticed the sword aura. Many of them were fleeing in panic, and the weaker beasts didn't have enough time to react. As for the powerful aura deep in the bottom of the sea, it seemed to have been awakened. Bang! The seawater suddenly exploded, and a tongue-like bright red whip darted out. There were sharp stings all over the tongue, which cut the sword aura apart. The aura of laws was gathered above the sea, suppressing all the beasts swimming below. A deafening roar burst out of the seawater. It was still loud, even though it came from tens of thousands of meters deep in the sea. Due to the seawater blockage, the roar sounded even more ancient and heavy. The sea was boiling, and a giant beast revealed itself, which looked like an enormous red sea urchin, except it was covered not in sharp stings but red tongues. Su Ping smiled, then revealed his primitive Chaos Clan body. His bones cracked, his body expanding to almost 10 meters tall. Still, he wasn't at all clumsy. He clenched his fist and gathered the power of chaos to form a battle axe and charge at the sea creature. The behemoth was shocked by Su Ping's level and excited when he revealed the chaos body. This chaos creature will surely be nutritious. A fierce battle took place soon after. Su Ping was surrounded by Tao patterns. He activated his 8 small worlds and fought against the behemoth. A lot of beasts exploded during their battle due to the aftershocks, even including some of the ascendant beasts. They had probably never expected to be accidentally killed in battle when fighting someone whose level was lower than theirs. The fierce battle lasted for a long time. Su Ping resurrected somewhere in the void. He had died, but it was basically due to a head-on clash. Furthermore, the behemoth was forced to wield its small universe and smash his attacker to death. Su Ping had been fighting with Tao patterns and dealing with celestial attacks with great ease before he used that. Unfortunately, I cannot resist a small universe just yet. Su Ping heaved a sigh. Small universes were much more condensed and powerful than small worlds. After all, there was a major level gap between them. Roar! The behemoth at sea roared in shock, having sensed that Su Ping's aura was gone, which indicated that he was dead. However, he resurrected and reappeared. It charged at Su Ping again, with a mixture of shock and fury. It would never let go of such good nutrition. That being said, Su Ping looked at the incoming behemoth with glittering eyes. Although it's too strong for me, the gap between us isn't that huge. If I were to fight a war of attrition, this would probably be the first time to ever kill a celestial creature. Little skeleton. Su Ping instantly called out to the little skeleton and the inferno dragon so he could merge with them. Boom! Both the little skeleton and the inferno dragon arrived and entered Su Ping's body like beams of light. An aura even more powerful rose in Su Ping's body. His body grew in size, and the power of chaos emerged from within. He glanced at the young chaos beast, planning on merging with that one later. Die! Su Ping gathered energy to form a sword, then charged at the behemoth again. This time, Su Ping's attacks were even more powerful, and his sword was even sharper. His sword aura contained Tao patterns. He had figured out how to embed Tao patterns into sword aura during their clashes. He would become more powerful. Su Ping's strength grew more and more. The knowledge he had learned from previous meditations was quickly digested and put to use. The behemoth roared furiously, also noticing the brat's changes. That made the creature furious. It started attacking with even more fierceness. A long time later, the beast unleashed its small universe and smashed Su Ping again. Su Ping was killed on the spot. Resurrect. Su Ping resurrected, and then summoned the young chaos beast to merge with him. Su Ping instantly felt a river of strength being infused into his body after merging with the young Star Lord Chaos Beast. Su Ping instantly felt that a river of strength was infused into his body. His power of chaos was significantly increased too. He felt he was twice as strong as when he merged with the Inferno Dragon. After all, the young Chaos Beast was a creature from chaos. They shared the same bloodline. Die! Su Ping charged with his sword again. Chapter 12:21, Catching Ascendant State Pets. The behemoth roared angrily, infuriated by Su Ping's strange resurrection. It was beyond its knowledge and understanding. The situation not only angered it but made it feel vigilant and scared. Bang! Su Ping was able to fight head-to-head with the behemoth using Tao patterns. There was a great amount of chaotic energy in Su Ping. Even though he was just a star lord, the power of chaos, being the most primal energy, was hundreds of times denser than other energy types. Su Ping was at the moment able to reach a tie with the behemoth when clashing with physical strength alone, despite his disadvantages. That filled him with hope. The longer he fought, the braver he became. He continued exploiting the young chaos beast's power, which allowed him to develop the pet's potential. Bang! The behemoth roared furiously and attacked in a fit of frenzy. It completely suppressed Su Ping, but was unable to kill him. The creature's secret techniques grew weaker because of the 8 small worlds, and were no longer able to cause fatal damage when they hit Su Ping. Break! Su Ping felt terrified upon seeing the red rays of light shot by the behemoth. He unleashed his full strength and detonated his first small world, causing glamorous fireworks and dazzling scenes. Those effects were caused by the explosion of laws in the small world. Such an explosion of the law of time caused flashbacks in the explosion area. The enormous power caused by the explosion was a great stimulus for Su Ping. His own power was boosted to a new peak. He stepped forward and slashed furiously. Light was glowing in the void. All kinds of unusual phenomena were appearing. The rays were shattered and the sword aura became desolate. The behemoth howled and charged again amid the collapsed energy in the void. Su Ping was unwilling to give in. He then prepared himself to detonate the second world. He would no longer be able to fight the gargantuan creature with only 7 small worlds. He had to keep detonating them. Bang! Su Ping's declining aura rose to a new peak. He slashed again, as if ready to cut the sky apart. That was an ultimate skill he had created using the sky execution technique as the main reference, along with many laws and Tao patterns, named Dawn. The world seemed to be sliced in two. The clouds in the sky were pushed away, revealing the bloody moons. The behemoth rolled out some of its bloody tongues, which had been sliced by the sword aura. The attack went and pressed for hundreds of meters, reaching the beast's body and causing a deep wound. The severed tongues quickly grew back. However, the wound on its body was recovering extremely slowly. The Tao patterns and the sword aura were still digging into its body and slowing down its recovery. I've actually injured a celestial creature while being a star lord. Not bad. Su Ping became even more excited and crazy. He detonated his third world before his aura declined. The behemoth roared upon seeing that Su Ping's aura was still on the rise. The black universe behind its back suddenly dashed over, which acted like its core. That was its most powerful attack, and also its greatest vulnerability. It would be really difficult to fix its small universe if damaged. The behemoth's own life would be at risk too. The creature had used its small universe 3 times in a row during their fight. Su Ping's eyes glittered upon seeing the small universe heading toward him. He roared and detonated the rest of his small worlds. The resulting surge of violent power almost ripped his body to pieces. He was now filled with such overwhelming strength that he seemed able to suppress the world by raising a hand. Come on! He slashed using Dawn again. The entire world was shaking. Time and space were in turmoil and all laws were being annihilated. The sword aura could crush billions of kilometers in a single second. It reached the small universe the moment it was launched. There was a boom, and the black universe hummed, unleashing a black demonic aura that continuously corrupted the sword aura, until it suppressed the latter like an iron ball. The sword aura was dispersed, and Su Ping was drowned by the small universe again. Revival. Su Ping was resurrected elsewhere in the blink of an eye, and watched as the behemoth recalled its small universe. His eyes were keen enough for him to notice a tiny crack. The small universe was damaged. It was very hard to fix a damaged, small universe. It couldn't be healed in the blink of an eye like a body. Su Ping was truly delighted by the result. There was a chance that he could kill the enemy if he continued like this. The great beast didn't have the time to feel sorry for its small universe when it noticed Su Ping reappear. It roared with extreme fury, but the next moment, instead of charging at Su Ping, it turned around and fled. Su Ping was going to attack, but the scene left him in a daze. The celestial beast is escaping. Even though his fighting style was almost like cheating, it was unexpected to see such a powerhouse choose to flee. "You're not going to eat me anymore. Am I not delicious enough?" Su Ping looked in the direction the behemoth had gone to and felt rather helpless. He wanted to give chase, but knew he couldn't. He could kill the beast in a war of attrition with his infinite resurrections, but he would never be able to catch up if the other was determined to run. He waited for a moment, but the celestial state beast was still nowhere to be seen. Su Ping had to give up. In any case, he had measured his combat ability during battle. He could kill a celestial state creature by leveraging resurrections, which was unimaginable for Su Ping in the past. It was just like a normal star state cultivator could hardly deal with a star lord, even if the former could resurrect infinitely. After all, a Star Lord could kill a Star State cultivator with one finger. He could even kill the guy with a mere glance or some pressure. A Star Lord would only feel a bit tired, even if a Star State cultivator resurrected 1,000,000 times. There was a long way to go until the former died from exhaustion. Su Ping felt he would need 20 resurrections more to finish the behemoth off, on the premise that the latter didn't flee. After all, the behemoth had to use its small universe and full strength to suppress him. This result is not bad at all, especially when considering that my opponent was 2 levels stronger than me. "I simply wonder how strong that beast is among other celestials," said Su Ping to himself. He was planning on trying his hand with other celestial beasts if he encountered them. He had gone there for training anyway. In the deep sea, all the ascendant beasts were fleeing. Some were accidentally killed during the battle. As for those below the ascendant state, they had been run through and killed by the energy produced with Su Ping's sword aura. It was truly unlucky for them to get involved in such a battle. Su Ping didn't stay too long. He continued moving forward with the little skeleton and the other pets. He slew the beasts they encountered and stopped when he found suitable sparring partners. He was already able to crush any beast below the celestial state. Time flew. Once back from the dark demon world, Su Ping put down the pets he had trained and took 4 different pets to another advanced cultivation site for training. Su Ping encountered a few celestial beasts on his way. He became more familiar with his new power as he fought, and he started using Dao patterns more skillfully. If I can compress the 36 Dao patterns into 18, they will be multiple times more powerful. Unfortunately, Dao patterns are used to illustrate Dao glyphs. If the Dao patterns are compressed into one, it will become a Dao glyph. Only god emperors or even ancestral gods can probably fight with Dao glyphs alone. Su Ping was also working on new Dao patterns during battle, while he became familiar with the usage of Dao patterns. I should be able to finish off some celestial beasts within 10 resurrections. Su Ping knew his own combat ability with increasing clarity. Even though 10 resurrections were still necessary, the achievement itself was still incredible. After all, not even the top heavenly lords can kill a celestial, even if they could resurrect dozens of times. Once a celestial became serious, they would kill any ascendant cultivators they wanted, including the so-called heavenly lords. It was practically impossible for a heavenly lord to kill a celestial expert. "Finally, I've caught one successfully." Su Ping felt relieved as he looked at the phoenix with black and golden feathers, which had been caught by a beast-catching ring. That was his last one. The other 5 had failed. He would have bought 6 beast-catching rings for nothing if the last one failed again. Beast-catching rings could only be used once. They would break once they failed. Once a pet was successfully caught, the ring would serve as a temporary home for the creature. Su Ping felt slightly regretful since only 1 in 6 rings had succeeded, but he felt lucky too. After all, the odds were only at 1%. Even though he had beaten ascendant pets within an inch of their lives to increase the odds of success, he estimated that the probability couldn't go beyond a 10%. That was only 1/10. It wasn't bad that he succeeded in the end. Fortunately, He could make up for all the costs incurred if he sold an ascendant pet. Su Ping picked ascendant state pets with the best of bloodlines. That Black Emperor Red Feather Phoenix, for example, carried a celestial state bloodline. It was said that the pet's father was a beast with an emperor-level bloodline, and its mother was a phoenix. Cross-species mating wasn't unusual for beasts. Reproductive isolation wasn't a problem at all for creatures that controlled laws. Even Star Lords could change laws and give birth to their unique species. It hasn't reached adulthood yet. I will easily reach the celestial state by the time it fully activates its potential and awakens its bloodline. I should be able to sell it for a high price. Su Ping smiled and waved a hand to recall the ring. Su Ping checked the 4 customers' pets and examined their potential. He was relieved to see that they were all high-level, so he chose to go back to the store. The store was quite crowded and lively. Su Ping had chosen the pet room as a return point. He placed the customers' pets in nursing pens and then opened the door to visit the lobby. The Sutra old man and the cauldron woman hurriedly got back to work and greeted him, even after seeing that Su Ping had returned. Su Ping gave them a single glance and then ignored them completely. There was no way they would be rated as outstanding employees with such an attitude. Chapter 12:22 Sales. At the counter, Joanna was receiving customers and Tang Ruyan was helping maintain order. Green Lady stood in the lobby. She was in charge of receiving pets and taking them to the pet room for training. There was no work in the store. Most customers were quite obedient, so they weren't busy. The professional training for the last batch of pets is done. Ask their masters to claim them, said Su Ping to Joanna. Joanna was the temporary manager while he was away, and even when he was back, she still acted as the head of employees. She instantly asked the Sutra old man to inform the owners. The old fellow had already registered in the virtual universe. He didn't like being bossed around by Joanna, but he didn't object since Su Ping was around. He went into the virtual universe with a smile and informed them. Su Ping went to the other room where pets were sold. He hadn't restocked the shelves in a long time. The pets he had caught back in the Blue Planet had already been sold out. The room was absolutely empty at the moment. Su Ping instantly summoned his last catch, the Black Emperor Red Feather Phoenix, and placed it on the shelf. The system quickly examined the pet and decided its price. Black Emperor Red Feather Phoenix. Property: Ancient Phoenix. Rank: Ascendant State. Combat Strength: 72,283. Aptitude: Mid-level. Bloodline Potential: Celestial State. Talent Abilities: Ancient Phoenix's True Flames, Reversed Fire. Ascendant State Mark: Red Phoenix Mark. Laws: Perfect Time and Space, Perfect Chaos, Perfect Destruction, Perfect Fire. Tao Glyphs: Fire 56%, Darkness 12%. After the evaluation, the final price was set at 230 million energy points. So expensive, wait, so cheap. Su Ping was rather shocked and excited by the price set. The cost of a single beast-catching ring was only 2 million energy points. 6 of them would amount to 12 million. He had made a huge profit. In terms of astral coins, the price would be 23 billion. It sounded like a lot, but it was unbelievably cheap for an ascendant pet. It was almost being given away for free. One had to consider how most Star Lords had trillions in savings. Still, Su Ping didn't plan to sell at the market price. After all, very few ascendant pets were available on the market as things were. He had already become used to the system's sales methodology. The income was a significant amount of energy for him, enough for him to enter the mysterious remains of high heavens twice. I'll be able to upgrade the store if I catch 4 more of these pets. Adding my old savings, I only need to catch 3 of them. Su Ping glanced at the Black Emperor Red Feather Phoenix currently on sale. The pet had an extraordinary appearance and had a combat strength of more than 70,000 points. It was as strong as a heavenly lord. Most Ascendants' combat strength was at about 10,000 on average. The upper limit was 100,000. Those with a combat strength of 70,000 points were mostly heavenly lords. Those close to the 100,000 mark were top heavenly lords. Even the old heavenly lords such as Song Yuan would have a hard time achieving that. The beast's aptitude is only at the mid-level. What a shame. I wouldn't mind keeping it as my own if it were in the upper level. That way I would meet the second requirement for the store upgrade, which is an ascendant pet with a high-level aptitude. Su Ping shook his head. That pet was indeed strong, but it wasn't good enough for him anymore. He could easily beat it to tears. He opened the system store and checked, then bought a few rare materials. They were necessary for some pets, but their prices were really low, at least for Su Ping. He would rather give them to the little skeleton and his other pets. The food might not be suitable for them, but at least it could keep their bellies full. Once back behind the counter, Su Ping saw that a few men entered the store. They were the customers who were there to claim their pets. Those who wanted to train their pets had to wait in line, but the ones picking up their pets had a shortcut. Tang. Su Ping called for Tang Ruyan. Seeing how curious she was, he said, "Let the customers know that an ascendant pet is available for sale in this store, and that they're free to buy it as long as they're in the ascendant state. Star Lords can't keep it in check." Even though Star Lords could contract ascendant pets, it rarely happened in that universe, because the gap between the ascendant state and the Star Lord state was too wide. Whenever in danger, the ascendant pet could always abandon their master without suffering any restraint. It was like tying a ferocious tiger to a baby. Not even the members of major families would dare to do that, fearing that the tiger would go crazy again. After all, whoever was protected by an ascendant pet was oftentimes a core member of such families. It would be hilarious if they got killed by their own pet. An ascendant state pet is available. Tang Ruyan felt disappointed, expecting him to tell her something else, until she realized what she had heard. She looked at Su Ping in shock. She was no longer the idiot she used to be when she arrived in the Federation. She already knew how extraordinary ascendants were in that territory. Ascendant cultivators were the kings when the Celestials were away. "Yes, first come, first serve. If interested they can come and take a look," said Su Ping. "Well, fine." Tang Ruyan didn't know what else to say, and could only accept the request. Both Joanna and Green Lady heard what he said. They looked at Su Ping with troubled expressions. Su Ping grew to such an extent in the blink of an eye. An ascendant pet was just as strong as them. It would be sold that casually. This guy, the cauldron woman, couldn't help but mumble. She had spent a lot of time surfing the virtual universe in recent days and learned a lot about the new age. Little did she expect that the brat she could easily crush would sell a pet at her level. She experienced a feeling of crisis. Su Ping would probably abandon her casually if she didn't work hard to improve herself. The rest of the customers also learned the news and were shocked, just as Su Ping's word began to spread. Still, those customers were all between the Star State and the Star Lord State. Some were even weaker. But all customers under the Star State had sold their positions in the waiting line to others for high prices. So all the customers who entered Su Ping's store were between the Star State and the Star Lord State. An ascendant state pet is available. The crowded street outside Su Ping's store started to boil upon hearing the shocking news. All the people waiting in line were dumbfounded by Tang Ruyan's words. Many of them quickly sent word to the major forces backing them through their watches. A lot of people immediately tore the void apart and arrived in the sky above Su Ping's store. All of them were the ascendants that were set to guard the celestial court. They went there as soon as they received the news. Su Ping was Shen Huang's disciple anyway. An announcement from his store was very likely trustworthy. "Mr. Su, I'm here." A man broke into Su Ping's store. It was none other than Miliu, who had left his pets to train in Su Ping's store. He had already moved to that planet, so he was the first to arrive. "Sure." Su Ping saw him, then nodded. "Boss Su, is there really an ascendant pet available? Can I buy it? What's the price that you want?" Miliu asked in a hurry. Chapter 12:23. Is it strong? It's you. Su Ping remembered Miluo, the ascendant cultivator he had met before. He nodded and said, "Anyone with ascendant cultivation can buy it. Now that you're here, feel free to check if it's satisfactory." He then led Miluo into the room where pets were sold. The other curious customers followed along, wondering if an ascendant pet was truly available. Su Ping was too famous and powerful to be lying. Everybody soon entered the room and immediately saw a poster-sized board on the wall displaying a divine phoenix with black and golden feathers. The mere image was already intimidating and domineering. Is it truly an ascendant pet? Many people were shocked, not expecting that Su Ping would truly be selling ascendant pets, a phoenix to boot. Although beasts had assorted bloodlines, any of those related to dragons or phoenixes were on the top tier of their level. Of course, there were some exceptions, but even those could also be hilarious pets for fun purposes. This is. Miluo looked at the image with shock and suspicion. He could feel the powerful aura conveyed by the image, but he had never seen that type of phoenix before. The creature wasn't on Federation's known ascendant pet listing. Is it a new species discovered in the borderlands? But such unknown pets were usually studied first, and wouldn't be sold until their potential and combat ability were deemed to be mediocre, even when fully developed. Boss Su, is this the one? Miluo was stunned to see it was being sold for 23 billion astral coins. Only 23 billion. What's your problem? Or rather, what's the pet's problem? There has to be something seriously wrong with it. Even a dying ascendant pet should have been more expensive than that. Or being more straightforward, even the corpse of such a pet, which could only be used to refine pills, would have been sold for more than that. Exactly, this is the one, said Su Ping. Miluo was rather suspicious. He asked, Boss Su, do you need anything else besides money? No, I only need the money. Miluo was confused again. The pet was dirt cheap, and he didn't have to compensate with any rare materials. He would have thought that Su Ping was a fraud if he were Shen Huang's talented disciple. Exactly at this moment, the sound of wind approached from behind them as a few people rushed into Su Ping's store. They didn't have to wait in line because they went directly to buy the ascendant pet. They soon saw Su Ping and Miluo as they gathered. They also saw the image of the Black Emperor Red Feather Phoenix when they entered the room. The 4 ascendant cultivators who had just arrived were in a daze. They hurriedly pelted Su Ping with questions. This is the one, it's a phoenix, huh? Its price is only 23 billion. Are they talking about astral coins or golden crystals? Mr. Su, is this the pet you're selling? Su Ping nodded. This is the one, I only accept cash. He wasn't the least bit interested in those ascendants' possessions. After all, he had even robbed 4 superior gods clean not long before. Ascendant state stuff didn't attract him at all. Boss Su, I'm willing to pay 50 billion. 500 billion. Another ascendant state cultivator quickly raised the price. Mr. Su, I am Lulen Royan. We'll pay you however much you demand as long as you're willing to sell the pet to us, said a female ascendant with a smile. Even though she looked beautiful and elegant, she still treated the lower-tiered Su Ping with respect. Her attitude made the other ascendants change their expression. The rest of the customers were shocked to see this. They knew that Su Ping had an extraordinary identity, but they didn't expect to see ascendant cultivators, powerful lords in the universe, acting courteously in his presence. Well, Su Ping looked at Miluo and asked, You were the first to arrive. Do you want it? I'll sell it to someone else if you don't. Miluo snapped out of his daze and quickly said, Yes, of course. Boss Su, just name your price. I'll definitely pay you as long as I can afford it. The price has already been set. Pay up if you want it. Su Ping waved a hand, dismissing the offer. Miluo was at a loss. That's the price. He could tell that Su Ping wasn't trying to swindle him out of his money. After all, the price was nothing compared to the other ascendants' bids. Su Ping didn't have to lie to him. No matter what was wrong with the pet, buying it wouldn't be a mistake. It was an ascendant state pet anyway. Even if it were sick, he could always spend some more money to heal it. Even the weakest pet of that realm would cost more than 20 trillion. Forget about 20 billion. All things considered, he should definitely buy the pet. Miliu looked at Su Ping and hesitated. So, I just pay that amount and it's mine. It's fine even if you pay while doing a headstand. Su Ping was feeling rather helpless at that point, not expecting to waste so much time talking after setting such a low price. Well, Miliu coughed and said, I'll pay right now. He then dashed to the counter and transferred the money from his account in the Universe Bank. Lulen Royan and the other three ascendants looked at each other in bewilderment. Their biddings were considerably higher. Why did Su Ping pick Miliu? Are they friends? Boss Su, are you seriously not going to reconsider? I have a piece of dragon drool wood that's 30,000 years old. You can also charge me however much money you want. I hope you'll reconsider, Mr. Su, said another cultivator. Lulen Royan didn't want to give up just yet either. She said, Mr. Su, the Lulen family will surely offer you the most satisfactory price. I hope you. It's been decided, Su Ping shook his head and said, just come early next time a pet is available. First come, first served. The four of them were stunned. Next time a pet is available, first come, first served. What about the price? Does the pricing mean nothing to you? Any ascendant pet can be put up for auction and raise a fortune. At least it would be sold for a much higher price. Mr. Su, are you saying that you'll sell the pet to whoever arrives first? One of the bidders couldn't help but ask. Su Ping looked at him with a strange expression. Of course, that's the rule in business. I believe that even ordinary people know about common courtesy. Well, the last person to ask was lost for words. You're applying the first come, first served rule to sell ascendant pets. Do you think you're selling bread and butter? Lulen Royan was shocked too. She had long heard that Mr. Su was a quirky man who, instead of focusing all his time on cultivation, wasted time running a pet store. Little did she expect that the guy was actually doing business in such a crazy way. That's an ascendant state pet you just sold. Wake up. Try to come early next time, Su Ping said to Lulen Royan. She was from the Lulen family anyway, and Su Ping didn't mind reminding her. Lulen Royan nodded, still having trouble understanding the situation. After having made the payment, Miliu then approached Su Ping uneasily and said, Boss Su, the payment was made. This pet. Prepare to sign the contract. By the way, you must not resell or cancel the contract of any pet sold by this store within a 10-year period unless the circumstances are special. Otherwise, you'll be blacklisted, said Su Ping. Of course. Miliu accepted the request without hesitation. 10 years was just the blink of an eye for an ascendant state cultivator. Everybody kept their eyes peeled while they looked at the image of the phoenix. They were eager to find out why that ascendant pet was sold for the measly amount of 23 billion. Su Ping asked the crowd to move back and clear the area. He then summoned the Black Emperor Red Feather Phoenix. Come out. A shriek was heard, and a powerful and domineering aura was spread out of a certain space within the store. The hot waves quickly increased the temperature, but then stabilized after reaching the upper limit. A glamorous phoenix covered in black and golden feathers descended with brutality and ferocity in its eyes. It only showed fear when it recognized Su Ping. Su Ping had previously beaten it up black and blue in order to improve the beast-catching ring's success rate. He rendered it incapable of resisting while barely keeping it alive. That was an extremely delicate job, and he had to torture it bit by bit. The beast still vividly remembered the process and considered Su Ping a fiend. Well, what a powerful aura. Is it a true phoenix? It's so intimidating. The onlooking cultivators were shocked to see the creature reveal. Its aura was too powerful. They were all terrified when it arrived, as if they were facing a strong, ferocious beast. They found the phoenix extremely dangerous. It might even be stronger than them. They were absolutely shocked, and none of them could utter a word. They could only stare while dazed. The other customers watching the transaction had been scared off. Some even fell due to the pressure. Everything was happening while the pet was being suppressed by the store. Its full, intimidating aura before being subdued would have made all the ascendant cultivators feel the urge to flee. Is this? Miloyuo was completely stunned. Is this truly the pet that I got for only 23 billion? He would have gladly paid 10,000 times the original amount for that intimidating aura alone, even if it was sick. Prepare to sign the contract. Su Ping's voice dragged Miloyuo back to reality. After being dazed for a moment, Miloyuo looked at the phoenix and felt uncertain. To sing the contract, he didn't think he could suppress that phoenix. However, there was no way he would back off from owning such a powerful pet. He stepped up and quickly drew a contract, condensing a powerful mental mark. The Black Emperor Red Feather Phoenix sensed something and shrieked furiously, unleashing scorching flames as it tried to attack Miloyuo. Once he saw that, Su Ping raised a hand and snorted, "Behave." An immense pressure was imposed. The creature shivered, remembering how it had been subdued by Su Ping. Its flames were gone and stopped to watch as the contract was imprinted on its forehead with shock and fury. The mysterious link was instantly established. Miloyuo felt an explosion inside his head. The next moment, he sensed that a powerful and arrogant consciousness entered his head, which belonged to the Black Emperor Red Feather Phoenix. He prudently greeted and communicated with the phoenix, only to receive an angry and condescending reply. Miloyuo had also discovered that the phoenix wasn't easy to deal with and could only smile bitterly in his heart. He would have to take time in building up rapport. For the moment, he simply examined the phoenix with the contract. The longer he examined, the more surprised Miloyuo was. It was possible to detect a pet's basic stats with the contract, but only vets and trainers could diagnose their diseases. The basic stats discovered by Miloyuo had stunned him. Strong. So strong. The pet was far stronger than him. He wouldn't have been able to beat it even if he merged with another ascendant pet. The pet test room is over there if you wish to have a feel, or maybe in another store elsewhere, said Su Ping. Miloyuo snapped out of his pondering with a bitter smile. Was there any place an ascendant pet could be tested? He asked Su Ping, is it possible to test it here? Won't it tear this place down? Don't worry about that. Not even Celestials can tear this place down, said Su Ping without giving it any thought. His words boomed in everyone's ears. They all looked at Su Ping in surprise. Not even Celestials can tear this place down. Is there a Celestial expert hiding here? Or maybe, is it an ancient array able to resist Celestial attacks? They suddenly felt chills and uncertainty upon recalling Su Ping's achievements. They had the feeling that a pair of eyes were looking down at them inside the store. No wonder their senses couldn't see through the store and explore the closed rooms. He's been really casual even when he talks about Celestials like his master. There must be another Celestial expert backing him. The idea occurred to all the ascendant cultivators, who became even more respectful towards Su Ping. Miloyuo was stunned for a moment due to Su Ping's answer. Although wrought with mixed feelings, he didn't turn down the offer. He was eager to find out his pet's real combat ability too. Miloyuo went to the test room, and some curious customers followed along, including the other ascendants. Lulan Royan spoke to Su Ping for a while, then went to the test room too. The place wasn't too big, but it was an independent world. Everyone was dumbfounded by the pet's performance. The phoenix was too strong. It merely unleashed a flame and Miloyuo was almost killed. Miloyuo ended the test in a hurry and scurried out of the room. He was surprised, delighted, and more or less worried, fearing that he would die even before his opponents if he were to summon such a powerful pet on the battlefield. Boss Su, why did you sell such a powerful pet to me? Miloyuo couldn't help but ask Su Ping. All the others looked at Su Ping with shock and confusion too. They also considered that pet to be unbelievably powerful, too much so to be sold. And in the event of selling such a pet, the price should have been much higher. Is it really strong? Su Ping asked back. Chapter 12:24, Crushing the Forbidden Area. Is it really strong? Miliu and the others were stunned by Su Ping's answer, not knowing what to say at the moment. Isn't it strong? The pet was much stronger than average ascendant cultivators and could almost compare to a heavenly lord. Is such a pet not powerful? There were countless things that Miliu wanted to say, but chose not to in the end. There was only one reason why Su Ping would sell such a pet. His own pets were even stronger. So, was this pet discarded? But even so, it shouldn't have been treated like garbage. It was almost sold for peanuts. Everyone was silent, maybe because Su Ping's answer was too crazy. It was impossible to tell whether or not he was joking. Su Ping didn't consider it a big deal. He patted Miliu's shoulder and said, "I'm glad the pet is to your liking. Train it well and it may rise to the celestial state someday. Don't forget to hire me to train it for you. The odds of success will be higher that way." Su Ping smiled and turned around. Miliu had recovered from the shock, but was sent to the clouds by what Su Ping said. It might rise to the celestial state. The celestial state. Why did the celestial state sound so easy in his mouth? He was talking as if rising to the celestial state was just a short sprint. Miliu was lost for words again. He simply thought that it was Su Ping's well-wishing for himself and the pet. Of course, the man could be kidding. Nevertheless, it seemed that the man didn't have enough respect for the celestial state. He often talked about the celestial state without showing enough respect, but never mind. His master was a celestial state, and there might be another celestial backer. Nobody else could tell him off about how to treat those lofty individuals. Besides, there was a good chance that Su Ping would also become a celestial later. His lack of respect didn't seem surprising. A level that they would look up to their entire lives was very likely reachable for that man. There was a brief moment of silence after Su Ping left. Then, Lulen Royan was the first to approach Miliu and say, "Hello, good friend. Would you like to join the Lulen family? I sincerely extend an invitation on my family's behalf. Feel free to tell us what you need if you're willing to join. Or maybe I can take you to meet our clan master so you can talk." The other three ascendants realized what was going on and could only think about how shrewd she was. It was obvious that she hoped to grab the man along with the pet, since it was impossible to only take the pet. "Brother, I'm Liu Xiangfei. We'll be friends in the future." "Mr." The ascendant cultivators went and introduced themselves. Miliu had been a not-too-famous rogue ascendant. None of the peers present had heard of him before, but they were still warm and enthusiastic. Nevertheless, their hearts bled when they remembered that the guy had claimed such a great pet for a true bargain, even though they were speaking warmly. Making friends with Miliu would more or less make up for the loss. The latter felt dazed for a moment and then realized what was going on. He wasn't a famous ascendant, but he wasn't dumb. He simply preferred an unrestrained lifestyle. As a result, he didn't have enough resources and his combat ability was mediocre. However, provided that he could turn his newly bought pet into a true ally, he would surely become one of the strongest ascendants, only bested by heavenly lords. He was going to turn down Lulen Royan's offer, but then he remembered that Su Ping was close to their family. If he were to turn down the offer, would Su Ping be affronted? He changed his mind and said to Lulen Royan, "All right, I'll gladly accept the offer since the Lulen family is being so sincere. For Boss Su's sake, I'm willing to join the Lulen family." Lulen Royan was delighted. She quickly said, "I'll take you to meet our clan master immediately. Let's talk about your privileges and benefits later." "I don't really need much," said Miliu modestly. He followed her and left the store. Right when she was about to leave, Lulen Royan mumbled, "Boss Su is a friend of my family, but he didn't sell the pet to me. Good thing I convinced the buyer to come with me. Boss Su shouldn't have any complaints about our family. Was it really because of the first come, first served rule?" She instantly put on a warm smile when she saw him behind the counter, then said goodbye. Su Ping also said goodbye to her with a normal expression. Once the ascendant cultivators left, the other customers who stayed to watch the show left too, although not entirely satisfied. Joanna asked Tang Ruyan to close the door when the maximum number of customers were received. She then said to Su Ping, "That was surely an ancient divine pet. Why did you sell it so easily? I would have bought it if you had told me about it." "Are you short of pets?" Su Ping glanced at her. Joanna said angrily, "Of course not, but I'm short of top divine pets. I could easily tell that the pet deserved more than that, yet you practically gave it away." "That's fine, I'll just catch more in the future." Su Ping smiled, as he really didn't feel regretful. Money had become meaningless to him for quite some time. It was only good to exchange it for system energy. The things he could do with 200 million energy points was much more valuable than the Black Emperor Red Feather Phoenix. "If you're truly short on pets, I can take you to your world and catch some," said Su Ping. Joanna's eyes glittered. "Really?" "Of course, why not go there right now?" Su Ping chuckled. "We'll train the pets at the same time. That's killing two birds with one stone." "All right, I'll get ready." Joanna was rather excited. She didn't really have much to prepare. She simply organized the pets the customers had registered and picked a batch of Star Lord pets that required professional training with Su Ping. Then, the latter entrusted the store to Green Lady for the moment. Tang Ruyan was a more seasoned employee, but she was only a Star Lord at the moment. She was also too weak to handle their two temporary employees. Su Ping soon led Joanna to the demigod burial again. "Inform them of our arrival. Ask them to accompany us during the hunt," Su Ping said to Joanna. "Sure." Joanna put on a smile. A few people revealed themselves in the void soon after. Heather was the first to arrive. She clearly flinched a little when she saw Su Ping, but the next second she put on a warm smile and approached him. She noticed that Su Ping's aura was slightly different from last time as she moved closer. "He feels different every time he comes. I even find him slightly scary at the moment." Heather was rather shocked by Su Ping's growth. "How long has it been? Wouldn't Su Ping be truly capable of fighting them soon?" Chevalelo and the others arrived. They felt pained and helpless as they saw the human, but they had no choice except to greet him. "Now that we're all here, let's go hunting. We're going to capture a few pets for Anna. Surely there are ferocious beasts in your territory, right?" "The stronger, the better," said Su Ping straight off, not wanting to waste any time. The four superior gods felt relieved. Anything was fine as long as he wasn't there to rob them a second time. However, not everyone had the privilege of asking all the four superior gods to accompany them hunting. It was fine, the four of them weren't really angry. They wouldn't have a chance to return home unless Su Ping was satisfied. "Anna, what beast do you want? Just tell me," said Chevalelo generously, waving a hand. Joanna pursed her lips and smiled. She wouldn't have been able to ask the four superior gods to run an errand for her in the past, even though she was the best goddess of war. It wouldn't be bad if she could invite one of them and she would owe them a big favor. And yet, they were at the moment working for her for free. She delightedly said, "Nothing special really. Let's just catch the four ferocious gods. I happen to have 4 openings for pets." Of course, she could replace some of her older pets, but they had accompanied her for so long that they were like family to her. She couldn't part with them. Her parents had given her the first life, and the pets she fought alongside with had granted her a second life. Pets were all she could count on in the most dangerous moments. Of course, pets and battle pet warriors had to help and rely on each other. That was why the connection between them could never be cut. The four ferocious gods. Chevalelo was so shocked that he almost swallowed his own tongue. He gazed at Joanna, wondering how she could be that bold. Heather and the other gods looked at Joanna with disbelief too. When did she become so greedy? They soon thought about Su Ping and realized the reason. Her greediness was clearly due to that man's bad influence. The four ferocious gods. They were 4 infamous beasts in the demigod burial that even the superior gods couldn't keep in check. They wandered in the barbaric, forbidden lands and were as strong as superior gods. Fortunately, they weren't really united, and the 4 superior gods were sometimes on the same side. So they would suppress the 4 ferocious gods together if the beasts caused trouble to the cities. Beasts usually wandered in the wilderness, instead of attacking cities as a result. Anna, it's not that we're unwilling to help you, but you'd be incapable of keeping the 4 ferocious gods in check if you did catch them. They'll swallow you, said Chevalier earnestly, as if he were truly concerned for her. Joanna said with a smile, "That's fine. I'll summon them when I can beat them. I believe it won't take long." Anna. Avril was going to persuade her too. "Do I sense a bit of unwillingness here?" Su Ping interrupted her and asked suspiciously. The 4 of them looked at each other, lost for words. They had no choice but to accept the request. They feared that Su Ping would propose even more outrageous requests. Su Ping's growth speed was scary enough. Who knew whether or not the guy would be capable of fighting them, or even exceeding them next time when a visit. Once receiving the 4 superior gods' consent, Su Ping didn't waste any time talking and simply asked them to lead the way. The 4 superior gods had to comply and lead the way. It was a good thing they gathered together, which rarely happened. Really finishing off the 4 ferocious gods, it would be a good thing for the locals, who wouldn't have to worry about disasters. They soon reached a forbidden land and entered it. They soon found one of the 4 ferocious gods. The beast was soon caught alive after being surrounded by the 4 superior gods and attacked by Joanna and Su Ping. The beast was given to Joanna and subdued after being beaten up. Chevalier and the others looked at Su Ping with even more fear after the battle. The latter had weathered through the beast's 2 full-strength attacks without falling. Is he truly a major god, Star Lord? Everybody then left for another forbidden land. There were 10 forbidden lands in the demigod burial. Some were dangerous, some were home to bloodthirsty beasts, and others were nests of the 4 ferocious gods. They were all conquered, one by one. All the forbidden lands were turned upside down, which shocked the gods who were adventuring at the time. The gods of rules, who were as strong as Joanna, observed from a distance and realized what was going on when they saw the superior gods and Joanna. News was quickly spread throughout the demigod burial. The 4 superior gods and Joanna were going to cleanse the forbidden lands. The entire demigod burial was shocked by the news. Countless people were too dumbfounded for words. Then came a landslide of cheers. The gods' territory would be expanded once the 10 forbidden lands were conquered, and the safe area would become larger too. While the entire demigod burial was thrilled, Su Ping was leading the 4 superior gods and Joanna to conquer 6 forbidden areas and kill countless wild beasts. It was a shame that Su Ping didn't have any beast-catching rings. Even though he saw some beasts that were as talented as the Black Emperor Red Feather Phoenix, he could only beat them up and ask his pets to absorb them. The young chaos beast had a great appetite, eating everything that was offered as if it housed a bottomless hole. However, there was no sign of it reaching the ascendant state. Other pets would have changed significantly, but the young chaos beast's aura was only empowered a little bit. Time flew. Half a month later, Su Ping, the 4 superior gods and Joanna tracked down the last of the 4 ferocious gods in a desolate place, thus ending the hunting trip. The last beast looked like a gigantic cat, but there were spots all over its body that looked like strange eyes. It also had 2 horns and a snake tail. The creature was extremely cunning. It had run off while Su Ping and the others were cleansing other forbidden lands. Fortunately, the latter Ping had inferred the breed of that beast from the smell and other traces left in its nest. Then, he tracked it down based on its preferences and abilities. Otherwise, it might have slipped away. We've conquered 8 of the 10 forbidden lands. The last 2 are extremely dangerous. One of them is even full of cracks from which void power keeps seeping in. We might die there. Chevalier had mixed feelings. They had almost crushed all the villains in the demigod burial in just half a month. Chapter 12:25. The Snake Kings Rise to the Ascendant State. The 4 ferocious gods. Heather looked at Joanna with mixed feelings. She would become stronger than any of the superior gods once she subdued the 4 beasts. Given her great potential, Joanna had a good chance of becoming a superior god. She would surely exceed them after breaking through. Anna, the responsibility of our homecoming is on your shoulders. I hope you can understand our longing, Chevalier said to Joanna telepathically with a friendly sigh. Joanna glanced at him. After being silent for a moment, she sent a telepathic reply, "Don't worry. He made a promise to me and he will deliver. I believe that we'll go home soon." Chevalier felt relieved. "Thank you. It's something that I've also been hopping for." "No need to thank me," Joanna replied. Su Ping looked at them and asked, "What are you secretly talking about?" Chevalier was astounded. He was a superior god, and yet Su Ping had detected their telepathic exchange. Joanna was slightly surprised too. Even though Su Ping had shown extraordinary combat ability that was even greater than hers, she wasn't able to detect a celestial expert's telepathic message, unless they were talking to her. "Nothing important. We're saying our goodbyes," said Joanna simply. Su Ping glanced at her but didn't overthink. "All right, it's time for us to go back. The pets have been trained too. Tell me if other powerful beasts emerge here." Chevalier felt relieved. He replied with a smile, "I will surely let you know." Su Ping immediately returned with Joanna. "I'm planning to train in seclusion for a while. About the store," Joanna looked at Su Ping and said, "I've found the answer I've been looking for during our march through the Forbidden Lands. Maybe I'll be able to make a breakthrough." Su Ping was slightly astonished. He had planned to help her subdue the 4 ferocious beasts. However, she would be capable of breaking through to the celestial state on her own. "All right, leave the store matters to Green Lady then. You can find a nursing pen and train in seclusion for now." Su Ping accepted her request. "Thank you." Joanna then added, "I'm walking on my own path to the celestial state. It might not be suitable for you, so my understanding." "That's fine, I'll find my own path," said Su Ping with a chuckle. Clearly relieved, Joanna stared at Su Ping and said, "I hope we can fight side by side someday." "You're already fighting by my side by watching over the store for me. Business is just like war. You must not underestimate it," said Su Ping. Lost for words, Joanna glanced at him and said, "Can I really never leave the store?" Su Ping saw that she was serious and felt comforted by it. Then he replied bitterly, "It's hard to say. Maybe you can do that in the future. However, even if you can, you should just stay. You'll be gone if you die outside, while I can always ensure your safety if you stay here." "But I'm hoping I can take care of some problems for you," said Joanna softly. "That's fine. I can take care of them on my own. It's just a lingering celestial from another age. He won't be able to do anything to me when I rise to the celestial state, and I'll still be able to go anywhere I want," said Su Ping with ease. Joanna didn't reply. She nodded and entered one of the nursing pens. Su Ping released a few pets that had just been trained, then grabbed another batch and signed temporary contracts. Afterwards, he then told Green Lady about Joanna's seclusion and asked her to supervise the store. Once again, he went back to the cultivation sites. He was also searching and thinking about his journey to the ascendant state while training pets. Meanwhile, he was urging his pets to work harder, hoping they could rise to the ascendant state too. The store could be upgraded as soon as enough energy was gathered. If one of them broke through, training and energy points would come faster. New beast-catching rings for ascendant pets would also be made available in the store. Time flew. A couple of months passed in the blink of an eye. It was a couple of months in the normal time flow of the universe, while a few decades passed in the cultivation sites. His cultivation was rising steadily just like before, but his level remained the same. He didn't reach the ascendant state. However, he noticed that his power was becoming steadier. He had fully grasped his 8 small worlds and knew of his own combat ability to perfection. He had hit a bottleneck while cultivating the 9th astral painting of the Chaos Star chart. The cultivation method of the 9th astral painting was unlike any of the previous 8 astral paintings. Su Ping had yet to comprehend it. The 9th astral painting was also known as the universe astral painting. It was supposed to create an astral painting of the whole cosmos. Su Ping had yet to figure out how to construct it. However, Su Ping had already replaced all the previous laws with perfect ones in the 8th astral painting. Besides, Su Ping had studied and parsed a Tao glyph into 109 Tao patterns during those few decades. Then he kept compressing the 109 Tao patterns until there were only 12 of them. The 2 Tao glyphs, the Golden Crows, elders parsed for him, had been compressed into 12 Tao patterns too. The Tao patterns' power was almost doubled every time they were compressed. Even though Su Ping hadn't figured out how to break through to the ascendant state yet, he was significantly stronger than before. It was becoming increasingly easier to solve encounters with celestial beasts in the cultivation sites. He could slay some of the weak celestial beasts with only 3 self-explosions. As for opponents below the celestial state, Su Ping had crushed them all. It's truly difficult to rise to the ascendant state. Su Ping walked barefoot on a bleak snowy mountain, feeling the coldness of the earth. He had a lot of complex thoughts in mind. He had at first thought that he would surely rise to the ascendant state in 10 years, considering his potential. But as a matter of fact, he was stuck. He sympathized with the Star Lord geniuses, who spent their entire lives trying and failing to reach the ascendant state. But Su Ping wasn't desperate yet. He wasn't as anxious as he used to be. Anxiety would only lengthen the distance between him and the ascendant state. To reach the ascendant state is as difficult as climbing the sky. However, it's easy to climb to the sky. Su Ping looked up at the sky and heaved a sigh. The air he exhaled cleared the wind and the snow. The ongoing blizzard instantly came to a stop. It's about time you rise to the ascendant state. Are you waiting for me? That's not unnecessary. Purple Python, why don't you go first? Su Ping looked back at the little skeleton and the others. They had already become accustomed to following Su Ping while keeping human shapes. They all looked like kids, while the young chaos beast was the youngest. It was chubby, but its eyes were clever. It kept eating unknown meat. The meat was provided by the Inferno dragon, which the cook in a sense. Although pets no longer needed to hunt to find sustenance, delicious food could make their lives more meaningful. Me. The purple python spoke with a childlike voice. Shaking its head, it said, I'm hopping to try after your advancement. Besides, I want to consolidate further. You're already capable of mincing anything with ascendant cultivation. Further consolidation is unnecessary. One of us needs to break through. It'll be useful to me, said Su Ping. The purple python was dazed for a moment. Then the little skeleton stepped up and said, Let me. Su Ping glanced at the little one, which could have risen to the ascendant state a dozen years prior. But it didn't choose that road to the ascendant state, thinking it wasn't good enough. It had been looking for a different pathway. Have you found a new way? Asked Su Ping. Yes. Is it the one that you found the most satisfactory? Yes. Seeing that the little skeleton didn't answer, Su Ping shook his head and petted its head. Keep searching then. The road to the ascendant state is an important journey. It must be satisfactory. The little skeleton didn't want to lie to them, so it didn't answer. It was always shrewd in battle, but too straightforward for other things. Let me then, said the purple python before the dark dragon hound said anything. You said you need it. I haven't found another road to the ascendant state yet. The previous 2 I found were mediocre. The one I've found recently is the most satisfactory. I'm not as talented as them, so let me accomplish this task first. Don't talk like that, said the dark dragon hound quickly. Indeed, although you're indeed the least talented one, you shouldn't settle so easily. I can do it too. I find the fire god path I grasped recently to be quite satisfactory, said the Inferno dragon. The purple python rolled eyes at them. Give me a break. You would have already risen to the ascendant state if your choices were satisfactory. What are you waiting for? The dark dragon hound shook its head and heaved a hypocritical sigh. Su Ping kicked the dark dragon hound and said angrily, Stop being pretentious, or I'll just push you to make a breakthrough. The dark dragon hound fell to the ground, then crawled back to its feet, grimacing. Boss, I'm your strongest shield. I must find the best defense path before I rise to the ascendant state. Otherwise, who can protect you in the future? Su Ping rolled his eyes. The dark dragon hound had been persistently pursuing better defenses, but it often happened to pick up aggressive laws. Su Ping thought it was more talented in offense than defense, but it never listened to him, and he couldn't do anything about it. The purple python glared at the dark dragon hound, then rose to the sky without further ado. The next moment, it revealed its true form in midair, flying with a body that was thousands of meters long. It was still a snake, but it was so appalling that it seemed large enough to swallow the sky. It had even intimidated many dragons during training. The purple python had swallowed plenty of dragons when training, but never evolved into one. It kept a snake form, except that it was more and more ferocious. It hasn't reached the ascendant state yet. That body size is quite remarkable. Su Ping watched in silence. He hadn't stopped the snake from reaching the ascendant state first because he was biased against it. He knew his pets very well. It was indeed difficult for the purple python to find a more suitable road to the ascendant state. Su Ping believed that it had found a more powerful path than most of the ascendant paths he had seen. Roar! The entire sky shook after that roar, and the snowy mountain was falling. Boundless clouds were gathering, seemingly about to cover the entire sky. The purple python slithered like a black mountain between the sky and the earth amid the lightning strikes. All the beasts within a radius of 1,000 kilometers were scared off due to the enormous pressure, including some ascendant state beasts. An ascendant heavenly tribulation. Su Ping glanced at his pets and said, "Aren't you going to experience it?" The pets were dazed for a moment. Then, they realized what was going on and ran forward excitedly. Su Ping also stepped into the tribulation range. Such tribulations triggered in cultivation sites were more powerful than those Su Ping had experienced before. The clouds ready to launch lightning bolts rolled again, and deafening thunder were rumbling. The cluster of clouds was spreading further into the distance. The purple python was rather touched after seeing Su Ping and the others. "Boss, we're just here to experience the heavenly tribulation. We won't help you," Su Ping smiled. The purple python. The lightning bolts were soon formed and struck down. They were so powerful that even ascendant cultivators would have been wary. However, neither Su Ping nor his pets thought much of them, since they had gone through a lot. Their faces were illuminated by the lightning bolts. All of them were extremely calm. Roar! The purple python roared and slithered upwards, swallowing the lightning bolt which glowed in its mouth and was ultimately consumed. The purple python didn't seem to have enjoyed itself yet. It suddenly swung its tail at the clouds. The lightning in the clouds was exposed as the clouds were moved. Enraged by such a taunt, the clouds threw down countless lightning bolts which enshrouded Su Ping and the others. The purple python kept slithering and eating lightning bolts amidst the rumbling noises. The lightning bolts which struck its scales only left some tiny traces that were healed quickly. The purple python's body was once clenched by a powerful ascendant state dragon, which tried and failed to tear it apart. It was too sturdy to be hurt by the heavenly tribulation. Su Ping observed in silence. The lightning bolts that hit him were gone, like flames poured into the ocean. They were absorbed as his nutrition. The purple python soon passed the heavenly tribulation after the lightning bolts roared and struck down. Once it swallowed the last lightning bolt, the snake expanded as if reborn. It gave a deafening roar and all its scales stood up. It shook and coiled up. Its body expanded significantly, increasing to more than 10,000 meters long. It could easily flatten mountains with its tail. The powerful aura unique to the ascendant state was spread out. The purple python's body was coiled in a regal manner. It was only forced to use 5 small worlds. Su Ping was rather regretful to see the tribulation end just like that. He hadn't enjoyed himself yet.